Alright, let's make sure everything is working properly. Hello everybody, hope you are all doing well this fine day. Got an interesting episode ahead of us today. Surprising amount of new people just showed up out of nowhere. I think, count real quick, yeah, 5 people today that haven't submitted before. So a lot of fresh faces, a lot of fresh presentation styles. Should be fun. Alright, how's the music sound? Audio levels all good? Yes, no, maybe so. Please let me know as I get the final touches set up on all of this. Well, let me mute Discord real quick. I forgot to do that. There we go. How many do we have total? 8 as usual. If there's music playing you can't hear, okay, let me turn that up a little bit then. It's the FTL theme. It's a very quiet theme in general, so just keep me posted if any of the louder themes later on are too loud. I can change it very easily. Alright, let's get things started off. Alright, for any new viewers, this is essentially just a very chill stream where I'm going to go through 8 video game ideas that have been submitted by various members of the audience and just talk about them. It's nothing flash is going to be going on. It's very literally me just scrolling through documents and reading them out loud, but it's a nice, relaxing time just basking in the creativity of other people. Alright, let's get started. Get the theme all set up. Oh, this is a cover. That should probably be fine. So our first idea today comes from somebody known as the Flashy Starwinger, who has an idea for a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles fighting game. The Mutant Fighters, working title. With a soon to be released, at the time of writing this, TMNT Mutant Mayhem on the horizon, I believe that now is the time to finally get around to making this. TMNT is a fantastic franchise, with a lot of varied and unique characters, so it really sucks that it's only had one fighting game back in the 90s. They've had guest appearances in a few other games, like Injustice and Nickelodeon All-Stars Brawl, but the Terrapin adolescents deserve a fighting game all to themselves and their cast. Let's start with the second most important thing for a fandom fighting game. Okay, third, the gameplay. This game will be taking a cue from the crossover game Blaze Blue Cross Tag Battle by being a tag team traditional fighting game with 2 character teams. This will be a 5-button fighter, with light and heavy punches and kicks, as well as an assist button that you can hold to tag out with your partner. There will be a run, a roll, etc, etc. I like the game of fighters, so I'm stealing basic movement from it. Also, grabs are done by holding forward and pressing light punch and light kick. There will also be EX moves, which use half a bar of the 5 meters of super. Normal supers use a full bar of meter. Extreme supers are triggered by using both the light and heavy versions of an attack, with the super command using 2 meters. And there are Hisatsu supers, I think I'm saying that right. Big cinematic supers that use 3 bars of meter with a command quarter circle back, half circle forward, heavy punch, heavy kick. Because KOF 15 is a really good fighting game, and I will steal everything from it to make a good game. There, that's all the boring and basic gameplay stuff out of the way. Now for the fun part, the gimmick that makes it stand out. While I feel like the fact that it's the tag team fighter is enough to make it stand out, I recognize that not everyone would think that. Do not worry. As an expert in fighting game design, I have thought up the perfect thing that would make this stand out. Taunt buffs. Ooh. Stealing a cue from Street Fighter 3rd, so Third Strike, every character will have a buff they get from their taunt. I figured this would fit because TMNT, if it's about anything, is about personality. And this is a great way to showcase the cast's personalities. Note that these buffs don't stack, they're one and done. Taunts and their buffs will be stated under a character's picture. Now it's time for the part all you shellheads in the roster have been waiting for, the roster! And who better to be opened up with? By the way, I'm just showing a representative of how the closest to how I'd like them to look. So expect a lot of 2012 and IDW, since they're the best classic Turtles interpretations. Leonardo is is of course the all-rounder of the main four. His attacks are basic and safe, his swords give him range, but not too much. He's good up close, but also not bad from far away as well. There isn't much to say here. Leonardo's all about the fundamentals, and he's best for the beginners to learn the game. Calmly breeze with his swords for his taunt. Begin facing the screen, increases the range of his attacks by a bit. I like the idea of this. Simultaneously making the mocking move of the game a self-imposed buff. It's a very, ironically, a very nice translation of what taunts are to many people. Raphael, while his older brother was an all-rounder, Raphael is a grappler. A mix-up focused grappler whose specialty is doing grabs and set up for explosive combos. Because of this, he's not only terrifying to approach, but he has the speed to get in, as well as a couple of moves designed as burst movement. And his taunt gives his grabs armor. I love the idea of... wait, one second. How long do these taunts last? This is one and dones. Okay, I assume it's a short period of time. So you're basically just kind of choosing, like, okay, I want to be really good at this for this amount of time, and this is my chance, let's get in there. I like it. Donnie is the zoner of the family. He's not built for taking hits, so he has to keep the opponent away with his linking normals and charge attacks. Though, don't take that staff for granted. Both it and Donnie himself have a lot of technological tricks to help keep you out. So the machine on his staff, which increases his defense. Michelangelo is the rushdown character with his nunchaku. His attacks are simple and fast, oftentimes multi-hitting as well. They don't do much damage, but they're fantastic combo tools. With a Rekka attack as well. Everything about his gameplay is meant to flow like water, seamlessly transitioning from one attack to another to keep the opponent nice and oppressed in the corner. Their new home. Also, for the animations, tap into Mikey's more artistic side and don't make him seem like a complete moron. And in his level 3, have him show a bit of the potential he's been said to have at beating the opponent because he starts trying. Respect for this. I can't stand it. Like, the characterization of the naive character as just a complete idiot. It's always played up for gags and laughs and kind of sacrifices the character for doing so. Just, I don't appreciate it. Give your comic relief a little bit more depth. Taunt has him paint a picture of the opponent, which increases his speed. We've got April. Coming up with something for April was weird, since every version of April is kind of extremely different from each other. She's been a reporter, a lab assistant, a psychic, human, alien hybrid experiment, and a down-on-her-luck teenager. So I decided to go with my favorite version of April's look, C-Right, with the reporter side of April for her moveset and animations. Like some sort of fun news-based rushdown. A sort of moveset like Phoenix Wright in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Movement-based attacks based on interviewing, using camera flashes as ranged attacks, stuff like that. Another speed-based taunt buff by snapping a photo of the opponent. Casey Jones. I described Mikey as a rushdown, but that pales in comparison to Casey. With Mikey, you still have to use your brain every now and then. With Casey, you can just do specials and watch the opponent's numbers go down. He doesn't have a lot of defense, but that's because you're not supposed to be lying around and getting hit, moron. If you are playing Casey, you are meant to be either hitting people with your moves or getting in to do so. Taunt is planting his hockey stick in the ground and shouting Gungala with all his heart. Increases the number of hits of it. Ooh, that's fun! I will say I'm not generally fond of sort of character install transformation buffs that are just a baseline stat increase. Stuff like this is what I find really compelling, when it actually changes up the properties of the attacks. We got Splinter, because of course you do. The master and father of the turtles is based around counters and precision attacks. He will teach you the right times to attack him and not with as many counters, as well as containing his true power for the right moment with attacks based on... I love the idea of Splinter being based around counters. That's fun. That's really cool. With attacks based on attacking the right place at the right time. Yeah, exactly. Because, like, you could just do a basic stat buff, but making his counters more active is really, really fun. Makes him really, really dangerous. We got Shredder, because again, of course, Master of the Foot Clan is an oppressive beast. Powerful Reika attacks, the ability to summon foot ninjas, as well as exceptional speed make him a nightmare to fight. The animations and sound design should emphasize his utter brutality, every hit sounding like you are being ripped to, well, shreds. And his... increases attack amount. Like, yeah, this doesn't do as much for me. I'd love to see a taunt install that makes his gauntlets extend in range, like Leonardo's. Potted Plant is asking how to make these PowerPoint-style documents in Google Doc. This is not actually Google Doc. This is a website called Canva that I've linked to. It's why I haven't put the link in the comments, because YouTube is not letting me do so. If anybody wants to read this themselves, just go to the submission document, and it'll be in the description of this video after the stream ends. We got Krang. A tank, a slow powerhouse of terrifying proportions with a wide variety of extra-dimensional projectiles. Oh god, it's the Sentinel. Alright. In terms of size, he'd be one of the biggest characters in the game. And just give all moves armor for the taunt. We got Bebop and Rocksteady. Greatest henchmen of Shredder are back together as a tag team stance fighter and a tag team fighter. This is the true Pyra Mithra. Reject boobies, embrace weird rhino and... Hippo Man? Is he a hippo? I'm not sure. Warthog? Pigface. One of the above. Bebop is faster and more combo-based, while Rocksteady is powerful but slower. Essentially, Bop sets them up, Rock knocks them down. Painfully. With an install, Bop gets his chainsaw from the comics, and Rock gets his sledgehammer. Back at the Judgment, who's active at the moment, and 2 air guitars. Makes the tag faster for both of them, both their personal tag and the uniform. That's fun! Kind of quick buff that just makes it so you can rapid fire swap between them for some insane combos. He's a Warthog? Okay, thank you. Wasn't quite sure based on his build there. Got Old Hob. I have never heard of... I think from this point forward, I'm not going to know who any of these characters are. I'm not that familiar with TMNT. Our first arrival from the IDW comics, Old Hob would be a gunslinger with a wide variety of stolen weaponry. A wide variety of laser shots, rockets, and gunfire should be on screen at all times if you're playing Hob properly. As well, his most powerful special has him enter a stance to fire a real bullet from a revolver, which he has to reload with another special. Oh, I love that one. Increasing the speed of projectiles, that is a really fun, really terrifying buff. That's one of my favorites of these so far. We got Alloplex? Aloplex, one of the above. Another newcomer from the IDW comics, Alloplex would be a pixie-type rushdown character. Not having a lot of health or power, but being devastatingly fast and able to combo off basically anything. In this Ninja Turtles game, she'd probably be the most ninja on the roster. Got a basic speed buff for the taunts. Karai, Shredder's daughter and Leo's rival, Karai is an aggressive rushdown character. In terms of her stats, she's just above Alloplex in terms of health with higher damage, but just the smallest bit slower. She would also have a stance where she readies her blade for a slash. By pressing a button, she'll do a powerful attack. A basic attack buff for the taunts. We've got the Alolan variant of the Geico Gecko. If there's anything I've learned from hypothetical fighting game rosters, it's that you have to have your weird pick. Can't just fill a roster with the faces, gotta have at least one freak. and a skateboarding, totally radical gecko is kind of a freak. Well, by this franchise's standards. Anyways, Mondo would be a gimmick-focused rushdowner who can tune up his skateboard to make moves related to it stronger and faster, as well as having the ability to turn invisible with his camouflage for a special. Another increased speed kind of deal. Got Leatherhead, a ferocious alligator who's sometimes a friend and sometimes an enemy to the turtles. This monster is a terrifying brawler. With terrifying size and beastly power, his one problem is his inability to get in. While he does have the ability to charge in, it only has a single hit of armor on it, making him completely unable to get in on zoners. He does have a super, though, that gives him complete super armor on all of his moves for 5 to 10 seconds. That increases attack. We got Hun, the leader of the... How many characters are in this? Leader of the Purple Dragons game and another brutal bruiser for the roster. Hun is here because no one will pay money for him to be DLC. Hey, you never know. People paid for Byleth for some reason. Well, they paid for the Fire Pass before the new Byleth was in it. But, like, it sometimes works. There really isn't much to talk about with Hun. I suppose you could have some criminal-based attacks, like pulling out a hidden knife, beating you while you're down, throwing sand in your eyes, pocket sand! Then I realized that would just make him Yamazuki from King of Fighters, but without the crazy, and decided, yeah, make him a discount version of my second favorite fighting game character is fine enough for Hun. Buff is another increasing attack. Wingnut. This is fascinating. Like, I have never heard of any of these characters. A wannabe superhero bat mutant, he's very flippy and dippy mix-up based kind of character. His dive kicks and flips enable him to easily get in and around the opponent's airspace. Helping even further is his ability to fly, lasting either 10 seconds, or until he's hit out of the air. Also, Screw Loose, his mosquito mutant... That's a mosquito? Sure. Is an assist for him, but I didn't know where to put that. Buff increases his flight time. Miyamoto Usagi. I know. Oh, okay. I know this one. This was the one that was added in the DLC of the one. Well, actually, didn't that one have a hockey stick instead? This might be a relation. I don't know. Whatever. The Samurai Master, who's been associated with this franchise since day one. Well, okay, day 3 or so. Miyamoto Usagi. Much like how he's from another dimension, he plays the game much differently. If the rest of the cast is playing King of Fighters, he's playing Samurai Showdown. I am very impressed with the variety of playstyles on display here. That's a very hard thing to get right in a roster. His only specials are dashes to make up for his slow movement and to help him get in for his devastatingly powerful heavy attacks. But Starwinger, wouldn't a character so weird and different be DLC, not even taking in the fact he's from a different franchise? Honestly, you're probably right, but he's better known for running with the turtles, so I thought he deserves a base roster slot. Buff increases hit stun. Ooh, I like that one. That's fun. Got Metalhead. The sometimes bad, sometimes good robotic double of the turtles, Metalhead, a robotic zoner with a lot of tricky attacks. He'll have everything you expect of a robot like him: extendo fists, flamethrowers, missiles, lasers, etc. This is a character made for the animators to have fun animating all the various machinery and robotics that come out of his body. Buff increases the range of his attacks. The Rat King. The Rat King is a tricky one because he's kind of like April in a way. He's different in every version. He's been a crazy man who lives in the sewers, a super soldier, a sidekick who looks like he should be from a Stephen King novel, see right, and a trickster god. I decided to go with the Psychic because I thought it provided the most interesting gameplay possibilities as a kind of fragile puppet zoner. Buff increases his chip damage. Baxter Stockman, the mad scientist of the franchise, Baxter walks in as a fragile summoner similar to the Rat King. While it was tempting to give him an install that transforms him into his flying form, and focusing on the chest mastermind robotic side of him would be better. His specials would focus on summoning his Mouser robots and some of the cyborg mutant hybrids he made in the IDW comics, as a way to solidify him as the sinister mastermind. You'll have a secret super if he has completely full meter on defeat, where it's revealed that the stockman you were fighting was actually just a robot copy that explodes when you beat it, insta-killing you. That's fun. And the buff increases the amount of summons. Yeah, I like these kinds. The other ones are fine, but ones that actually change up the playstyle I find much more interesting. Mozar is a Triceratops scout from the Triceraton Empire. Another big bruiser. Listen, I know it seems a bit repetitive to have so many big bruisers, but it's not like becoming a mutant makes you smaller. Anyways, he would have a few differences, such as having a laser blast projectile and being able to summon other Triceraton troops. Taunt gives him armor. We got a League of Legends character. The apprentice timesters in charge of the Turtles timeline. Renee is weird. Mainly a gimmick character who's here because of the big bad. Her gimmick is temporal manipulation, with time bubble projectiles created by her scepter that can slow down the opponent and make them so fast they're uncontrollable. That sounds... Oh, more of this in any video game, please. I love the idea of a debuff that increases the speed of the person you're fighting to a point that they just can't control them anymore. That sounds really funny. And this makes their time effects last longer. Savante Romero, the evil mutant time master from the future. Romero is our boss character. Functionally a zoner who clutters the screen with magic projectiles and other such shenanigans. Maybe play with his time master aspect and have him summon dinosaurs and knights and stuff like that. He's the man who's forced the plot, having stolen the Master Time Scepter from the Lord of the Time Stream, Lord Simultaneous. Now everyone's coming out to either steal the scepter for themselves or to stop his shenanigans, or both. Increases every stat regularly, but in proper gameplay okay, so it's both a boss character and an unlockable character. And that's the base roster. You guys know what time it is? Stages. We got New York City. The street stage will be pretty barren, with most being a random woman who walks in, screams, and runs away from the fight. The rooftops will have cameos from minor characters like Screwloose, if Wingnut is not selected, Mona Lisa, some other random jobber mutants from the franchise, etc., etc., cheering you on. We've got Dimension X, the Nick All-Stars one, a stage based on the floating platform, with this pink hellscape with the classic techno drum sitting in the background, with the occasional big floating monster flying around in the background, and being attacked by Krang's golem soldiers. Got the foot base, the Shredder's personal base, with him sitting back on the throne in the back, unless he's being played, in which case it's Karai, unless she's being played, in which case it's an overconfident random foot goon. I was really hoping for an Alfonso joke, but I'll take what I can get. The back can also be filled with foot ninjas standing at attention. We have the sewers, of course, the home base of the turtles. If a turtle isn't being played, they'll be in the background doing some stuff. I do wish this sort of, like, cameos in the background was more present in fighting games. I get that that's a lot of games can't handle having that many models running around, but it'd make the crossover aspect feel a little more alive. Like Smash Bros. Especially, a lot of the stages feel kinda dead, just because there's not much life in them. Leo will be practicing his katas, Ralph will be beating on a punching bag, Donnie will be tinkering on his machine, and Mikey will be listening to some music and dancing. If in the absurd circumstance that all four turtles are being played, Splinter will be cleaning up in the background. Yeah, because like little things like that, that's so charming! Battle Nexus, a tournament stadium with fights going on in the background, as well as various multi-dimensional bystanders cheering in excitement in the seats. Could include cameos from other characters, like from the Buds of Eastman and Laird, like Savage Dragon. Triceraton Homeworld, a floating bit of rock just outside of the homeworld with it orbiting in the background. Honestly, not much to say here. Maybe you could have a space battle between the Triceraton and another group of aliens in the background too, but the shot on the right is the main focus here. The farm. A weirdly constant part of the franchise. I couldn't not have the farm here. I don't know what to say here. I suppose you could have Mikey's cat Clunk show up on the porch and watching the fights. Just a nice chill stage. It's important to have those. You gotta have your Animal Crossing stages. Statue of Liberty and Coney Island, two very famous New York landmarks. This is a franchise that takes place mostly in New York. Not much to say here. And the training room, because of course, you gotta have this for obligation. Gotta have the padded cell for people to lab out their gameplay. As a bonus for me specifically, you will not be able to play this in Versus or online. Thank goodness, I can't stand just the bland fights in Street Fighter and the like. Streamers, please pick other stages on your streams. I'll get around to making DLC and arcade endings later. Enjoy the roster. Oh, that's all of it. Shorts, sweet, and to the point. I enjoyed that a lot. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised this franchise doesn't have more, like, roster-based games. Maybe because it was so heavy in the arcade area and those genres of games kind of died out. Plus, licensed games have kind of been dying out as well. But, like, there's a lot to work with here. I enjoyed that immensely. Well done, Flashy Starwinger. That was a great start. Who made it again? Flashy Starwinger. That's Winger. Like star... yeah, I'll try one more time to... That's fine. Okay, so... Next up, we have... the first of 1, 2, 3... Only 3 Smash movesets today. Interesting. Alright, our first one... I think I'll read the trailer first. I like to do that. The wind kicked dust around the two fighters' feet. It was your classic stare down, Snake and Corrin. Yes, the classic rivalry. Each itching to end the round. Suddenly, an eagle's cry could be heard as the two eyed each other intently. Snake tossed a grenade and Corrin leapt to the side, dodging the explosion and charging forward. She raised her sword and swept in a wide arc, and Snake dodged back, pulling out the Nikita and firing her rocket. As it races towards Corrin, we pan upward to the eagle from earlier, hovering lazily over the battle. Suddenly, we see it focus on something else. Below, and letting out one more cry, it tucks its wings and dives below. We follow it as it falls, picking up speed before opening its wings and gliding past Corrin and Snake, who are still locked in combat. We can see now that a crowd has formed near the base of the stage, with dozens of different characters cheering the two fighters on. Our eagle ignores the jeers and whoops of excitement as it sails over the crowd. Near the edge of the commotion, we see a single figure who, unlike the rest of the crowd, doesn't seem to be too interested in the fighting. Instead, he watches intently as our eagle drifts towards him, shedding a few feathers as it passes overhead. We cut back to the fight, on stage as Snake once again lobs a grenade. Corrin bats it away with an armored forearm before swinging for Snake. He ducks back under the attack, then kicks Corrin back. You know what, tangentially, sorry to interrupt this, but I will give Corrin credit for this. They would be a very fun character to animate in a reveal trailer. It's like the only thing the character has going for them, but I will give them that 1 point. Recovering quickly, Corrin manages to block Snake's punch before morphing her hand into the head of a dragon and blasting him away. We're back amongst the crowd now, as our mysterious figure is slowly making his way through, slipping past Mario and Luigi, gently pushing Link out of his way. Snake, now on the floor, has little time to recover as Corrin rushes him, raising her sword high and slashing Snake back, even closer to the edge of the stage. Our figure has picked up the pace now, roughly pushing past Marth and shoving Wario out of the way. Balancing near the edge, there's nothing Snake can do as Corrin morphs their arm again, this time into its lance-like pin form. With a roar and stab, Snake is sent flying off the stage. The crowd erupts in laughter. Corrin turns back to face the audience, smiling and sheathing their sword. The victory is short-lived, though, as Corrin suddenly catches sight of our figure, who's made his way to the front of the crowd. Without any warning, jumps, boosting off a piranha plant's head as he soars towards Corrin, and time slows to a crawl. The figure flicks his wrist, and a glistening blade slides out from underneath. The figure lands, stabbing the blade into Corrin's neck as they both fall to the floor. For a few seconds, it's deadly silent. Then the hooded figure stands, his blade sliding back under his arm as he turns to face the crowd. Altair takes a stab. Now, hold on. I need to change the music. Didn't realize that was needed. 1 second. There we go. Altair joined Smash. He said, not at all delusionally. Oh, let's get this shared in the chat as well. Never mind, I can't do that. We'll try it here, and if that doesn't work... 10 out of 10 intro trailer, by the way. Loved that. Even besides the point that Corrin died, which is a hefty thing to set aside, that was just really well paced. I enjoyed that. No, but in all seriousness, hello, I'm Sam. And fellow peasants, I don't exactly know what happened, but Assassin's Creed fever finally caught up with me after 15 years, and I am hooked. So here, I have returned with a presentation for another stealthy, stabby boy. With Altair, the protagonist of the game that started it all, Assassin's Creed. Now, peasants, let's dive in. Before we get to the moveset proper, we have to discuss Altair's gimmick, which is sort of the linchpin of the entire moveset. As we all know, the best Smash designs are the ones that play like their original games. Terry is a great example of that. She's pretty much translated one for one into Smash. But when trying to translate a stealth character, you run into a problem. See, in Fatal Fury, an optimal Terry combo may require different inputs than Smash, but in most stealth games, you should be able to make it all the way through without ever having to face an opponent, outside of a scripted cutscene or boss fight. But this is where Assassin's Creed is a bit different than your average stealth game. See, while games like Splinter Cell and Mark of the Ninja are focused on the fantasy of being a ghost, completing your mission and slipping out before your enemies even know you're there, Assassin's Creed games have always been focused on the fantasy of being, well, an assassin. More specifically, a member of the Brotherhood. A figure that's more of an ideal than a single person. Because of that, sometimes a Brotherhood assassin wants to be seen. Maybe it'll send a message, or maybe because you're more hidden in a crowd than you are crouching near a wall. Because of this, I feel like an assassin is much more suited to being translated to a fighting game than most other stealth protagonists. And to really drive home that idea of being a member of the Brotherhood, Altair's gimmick will be simple. His opponent isn't his target, his opponent is the guard. Oh! Okay. See, most missions in Assassin's Creed, and especially in Altair's games, are broken down into 3 distinct parts: the investigation, the assassination, and the escape. To exemplify this, when a match begins, Altair will begin in investigation mode, wielding a knife instead of his signature sword. His moves will overall be a lot weaker in this state, focusing more on getting your opponent away from you than actually killing or racking up damage. But that's fine, because while in investigation mode, the opponent is not Altair's target. Instead, whenever Altair is selected, a CPU-controlled target will spawn into the match as well. Now, only Altair will be able to interact with the CPU, as the opponent's attacks will pass through it as if it wasn't even there. Oh, wow! This might be one of the most creative... Is there anything like this in any fighting game? Like, jury's still out if it would work, but the idea alone, hello, you have my attention. The CPU can be damaged by Altair, and will have about 35% to 45% worth of health. If it's ever damaged, it will become alerted and automatically start to run towards Altair's opponent, borrowing a specific move we'll get into later. where it will stay for about 5 seconds, assuming it doesn't hit again. Upon losing all of its health, the CPU will fall to the floor, as Animus glitches surround it and it disappears. Then Altair will draw his sword and switch into escape mode. In escape mode, Altair's moves are much better at actually killing, and he gains a lot of range due to using his sword. But he does suffer some added startup and lag on most of his moves. His job is done, after all, and now all he needs to do to deal with you as quickly as possible. Can't have you compromising the Brotherhood now, can we? But now that's over, let's move into the moveset proper, shall we? Oh, that's so interesting, just tying this super-powered buff to a mobile target that the opponent has to guard. Oh, that's so cool. The stat stuff. Altair is light, around 75 weight units, same as Game & Watch. He'd have 2 jumps, and both would be able to both wall jump and wall clean, of course. Above average airspeed around Roy's level, his ground speed would be comparable to Greninja's. He has a crouch where he takes a knee, but he won't be able to crawl. Overall, Altair is a very mobile character, but he's also pretty light, fitting for an assassin. For the ground stuff, Altair will have 2 sets of normals, depending on if he's in investigation mode or escape mode. While they would be different moves, all moves that use the knife will be the same animations when Altair draws the sword. The only difference will be damage, knockback, and frame data. Side note, while the frame data should be adjusted to make the sword attack slower to compensate for their added range, they should still be relatively fast in terms of normals. Escape Altair should be a buff, not a trade-off. Jab is a 3-hit jab, starting with a swing high to low, then it's low to high, then a big launching slash from left to right, fairly standard. Side tilt steps forward and delivers a strong high to low slash. Because of the step, this attack has an odd rhythm and deceptively long range. Down tilt is a crouching poke, similar to Martha Lucina's. Up tilt is an arcing overhead swipe. Like, he's a blade user. This is going to be very standard stuff, which it's perfectly fine to be so, because the gimmick is so insane. Dash attack is the first attack to be completely different depending on the mode. In investigation mode, this is a tackle. A simple shoulder tackle with moderately high base knockback but terrible knockback growth. Seriously, you're not killing Bowser until like 250%. This move's primary use is to get your opponents off of you long enough to hopefully reach your targets. But once your target's out of the picture, this move transitions to the high-profile assassination. Now it works like a pseudo hit grab, having Altair jump up and then land on whoever is in his way. Stabbing them with a hidden blade as they fall. This move will deal no knockback, instead placing your opponent in a crumpled state, but it will deal a lot of damage. I'm talking 25% to 35% depending on what's balanced. Either way, this is gonna hurt. You won't be able to combo off it, but since your opponent is crumpled, reading their wake up option will be extremely rewarding, especially considering his next move. Side Smash, the Hidden Gun. One of the first moves, but not native to Altair's game, the Hidden Gun is one of Altair's strongest moves. But it has above average startup and end lag for a smash attack, and the hitbox itself is also fairly small, only really hitting directly in front of Altair's hand with the initial explosion. Really only good if you have a read, and if you do, it will heavily reward you. This is the only grounded normal that is the same regardless of your target's life status. Up smash is a low to high slash starting in front of Altair and ending above him. And then the down smash is pretty much just Joker's down smash. Although in escape mode, the tempo of the 2 hits will be similar to Marth and Lucina's. Alright, there's the grounded stuff. Grounded normals wow, English. There's the grounded normals done. Overall, Altair has a pretty standard sword fighter E-kit, with a couple of odd moves that allow him to capitalize on his opponent's mistake. Simple, effective, deadly, everything an assassin could ask for. Neutral air is a knife twirl, hits in front and behind him. Doesn't have much range, but it's fast for an aerial, and it's used for extending and starting combos. In escape mode, the knife will be replaced with a hidden blade, but there's no difference to the actual attack, just the animation. Forward air is a quick slash in front of Altair. Imagine Marth's Nair, but just one hit. Back air is a wide slash from low to high. Much weaker version of Joker's back air, but in escape mode, it's similar to Martha Roy's. Up air is an arcing slash above. Down air. In investigation mode, this move is similar to Joker's in damage and animation, just without the flip. Altair just slashes his knife down below him. But in escape mode, this move changes completely, transitioning to the air assassination. Oh, nice! This is a stall and fall that functions the same way as the dash attack, grabbing your opponent in the air and dragging them down to the floor of the stage before stabbing them. However, if this move is done over the blast zone, it will drag your opponent down to the blast zone with them. Altair will always die first if this move is completed. I love how this is... Like, it's still clearly a very standard Blade user normals, but the few things that aren't really give it a sense of identity. Between the way the hidden blade is used and the gun as well. Like, this does a really good job of standing out from the heavy oversaturation of Blade users in Smash Brothers. Very pragmatic aerials. Let me get some water real quick. I'm starting to slur my words. Altair has a fairly standard grab, being the same animation as his home game's grab. It will have a deceiving reach, as it does lean forward a bit. To compensate, it is a bit slower than an average grab, but not by much. His throws and his pummel will also change drastically between investigation mode and escape mode. In investigation mode, the pummel will punch the opponent in the face while holding his knife. In high profile, he knees them over and over. Alright, forward throw to investigation, he steps forward and drags the opponent with him, throwing them forward. More of a get-off-me tool than an actual kill throw. In escape, he just throws his sword and stabs them in the gut with the hidden blade, launching them. This is a kill throw. Just the idea of an Assassin's Creed assassin just disemboweling some of the cuter characters in the Smash Brothers. Just poor Pikachu. True tragedy. Isabelle doesn't deserve this. Back throw and investigation is the same as the forward throw, just back instead of forwards. In escape mode, he throws the opponents to the floor, then stabs them with the hidden blade. Which is another crumple. I love how many crumples are here. It's a really good mechanic for an assassin. Up throws an uppercut, and then escape. Slashes with a sword. And a down throw. Just throws him to the ground for investigation, but in escape, uses one of his counter kill animations from his games, where he slashes at the opponent's leg, and when they fall, he stabs his sword down on their back. This launches them upward, but at a much straighter angle, better for follow-ups, and more importantly, much more stylish. The special stuff. Hidden Blade is the neutral special. This is the only special move that changes between investigation mode and escape mode. In investigation mode, it does nothing. Well, that's not exactly true. Pressing the neutral special will cause Altair to quickly flick the blade open, and as long as the button is held, it will remain out. But you cannot attack while the blade is out, just walk around. Functionally, it acts as a taunt. That is, of course, if you aren't standing near your target. Because if you're standing directly in front or behind your target, Altair will automatically assassinate them as soon as the button is pressed. This will instantly kill the CPU target regardless of how much health they have. This will have a bit of startup though, so your opponent is able to interrupt it. But it should be your main focus to try to use this to kill your target and transition into escape mode. Once in escape mode, this ability transforms into the Hidden Blade counter. While it is a counter attack, it functions very differently from your standard counter. Instead of a preemptive measure, this is a reactive attack. The counter hitbox starts on the first possible frame, but it is only out for a frame or 3 to 5, making this function more like a parry. If missed, there will be heavy end lag. You will be getting punished for missing this. But if you manage to get the timing correct, your reward will be the single strongest counter in the game in terms of multiplier. Or second strongest. All hail the Wicked Lizard King. As Altair jams the hidden blade into his opponent's gut, launching them away. Oh gosh, imagine this with Kirby. Just Assassin Kirby. With this, and instead of like an Assassin's Creed NPC, you could have like Macalor or something, or Marks, one of the more deceptive Kirby characters that spawns and Kirby needs to assassinate. That'd be so funny. The side special is the Throwing Knife, a simple, angleable projectile that deals a bit of damage and flinch, like an aimable Falco laser. Funny, they usually prefer eagles. Up special is the Rope Launcher, borrowed from Assassin's Creed Syndicate. The Rope Launcher is your standard tether recovery. On the ground, it acts like byleths and snares opponents, but instead of pulling Altair to them, Altair pulls them out of the air and slams them to the ground in front of them. After all, the air is the domain of an assassin. And then down special is the Smoke Bomb. Our final borrowed attack, this move will work similarly to Batman's Smoke Bomb from Multiverses. Altair will drop it at his feet and will be invisible as long as he is inside the smoke. But enemies will be highlighted when inside the smoke. Enemies will also receive a slight movement debuff inside the smoke cloud. If the CPU target is inside the smoke, they will also be slowed as they cough. The smoke lasts for 10 seconds, and after using the smoke bomb, you'll have to wait for 30 seconds to use another. The smoke bomb itself will be affected by gravity, but it isn't an item, and it will always explode as soon as it comes in contact with the ground. Kirby doesn't assassinate, he hugs the target with a lot of affection. Ah, that'd be great. You'd also have like a funny flavor where he doesn't actually kill Marks, he just pops the ball he balances on. Ah, this is so fun. Altair has a diverse and unique set of specials, each requiring his pilot to be aware of the surroundings and have a plan in mind. Just another day in the life of an assassin. The final smash is the Apple of Eden. Activating the final smash will have Altair pull out the apple and create a mess of images and code around him. After a second of charging, arcs of lightning will shoot out from the apple and attach to every fighter on the stage, dealing damage as it shocks them continually. Then, the Altair player will gain control of every other character. Kind of. You'll have control over their character, but your opponents will be able to mash out and gain control back. It's a difficult match though, and it's all a race as you make them jump off the stage or charge a smash attack on an opponent. Or even just taunt over and over as they mash the controller into dust. May go against the creed, but hey, it's sick, so I think Altair would let it slide. That's so fun! That's so good! I love that! Got the aesthetic stuff. The entrance is just an animus glitch as Altair appears. The Abstergo logo and memory fast forward load him in. Got the animation. The idle animation is just holding his knight slightly above his head. In an escape, you'll hold his sword steady in front of him. He just stands a bit straighter. Up taunt, an eagle swoops down and lands on Altair's arm. He smiles before launching it into the air. The side taunts, the animus glitches begin to cover Altair. And for a second, you're able to see Desmond Miles through the glitch. Oh, that's fun! I like that. Before it corrects itself back to Altair. The down taunt is the Eagle Vision. Altair takes a knee. If the taunt button is held, eventually Eagle Vision will cover the screen. This will make every character on screen glow a certain color as long as the button is held. Enemies will glow red in teammate modes. Teammates will glow... Wow! Teammates will glow white, and if your target is alive, your target will glow gold. Isabelle and Kirby always glow white, and Sephiroth, Kazuya, and Ridley will always glow red. Oh, that's so fun! And for victory animations, the camera spins around as Altair sits on an elevated outcrop. Then he leaps and the camera centers on him as it flashes red as it freeze frames. Then we continue to follow Altair as he falls and disappears into a bale of hay. I love the mental image of that, as the victory animation just ends on a bale of hay, and it's just a mess of other fighters clapping for a bale of hay. That's funny. And then for the second one, the screen is empty, and the camera jerks around left to right, trying to find something to focus on. Slowly, a single bloody eagle feather begins to float on the floor. As soon as it lands, we get the freeze frame. That's cute! Well, fellow peasants, there's the moveset. I may not have grown up with the Assassin's Creed series, but I've really enjoyed learning more about these games over the last couple of weeks. Although this isn't a 100% perfect translation of an Assassin in Smash, I feel like the liberties we've taken all work together to make Altair a good representation of not just his games, but the Assassin's Creed series as a whole. He's a fighter with a lot of ways of messing with his opponent's mental game, a highly mobile and effective killer who has the tools to deal with almost any situation, and it's up to his pilot to step into his shoes and use every tool he offers them to the best of their abilities. So go in peace, my fellow peasants. And remember, nothing is true and everything is permitted. This was... I don't want to say so much better than I was expecting, because it's not a matter of like the person presenting it, it's just the character. Because there is kind of a vibe around Assassin's Creed that just... that kind of Call of Duty vibe of just like, okay, yeah, it's very cookie cutter, buy the books, nothing really interesting to see here. But, wow! This is... I don't know if I'm going to call it, like, the best Smash Brothers gimmick I've seen in this series, but this is, like, top 5. No question. Just the idea of having a CPU-controlled mark on the stage that completely shifts the gameplay formula, almost turning the game into an escort mission for your opponents to keep the target safe. That's so cool! Like, obviously, there's a lot of questions that come along with this, like what happens when there's multiple Altairs? Are there multiple CPU targets? And people kind of have to... Oh, that could be very fun. Like, imagine a 4-player Altair match where there's all the CPUs going together, and you kind of have the assassins making deals with each other. Like, okay, those 2 targets are right over here. We'll guard them and make sure that... Like, we'll truce to make sure that the other 2 assassins can't get to them. Like, there's... Oh... There's a lot of cool things that can be done here. No, yeah, this is phenomenal. Well done, Sam. This was so much fun. JoBot says Duke seems to have lost his tongue before today's stream. Give me a break. I'm tired. English is hard. Alright, that was so much fun. Okay, next up, our third newcomer to the Smash Brothers... That's the Smash Brothers. To the Peasant's Perspective roster. We have something completely different. And I'm going to read this opening blurb first before we move over to it. This is Olimar, captain of the SS Dolphin. Apologies for the delays, it appears I missed last month's deadline. After my daring trek across an alien planet, I triumphantly returned home to greet my loving family after months of harsh labor. When I arrived, however, the company president ran up to me excited as ever. Olimar, he said. I have just procured the 2 of you slots on the roster of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. I wasn't sure what he was going on about, but I knew what it meant. Another month or so before I could return home. Thankfully, I managed to get in a call with my wife before we flew off again. She told me that our son was ecstatic to hear the news and insisted I write down everything I can on the people I meet when I arrive. I don't know where exactly I'm going, but for my son's sake, I'll document all my thoughts on anyone I cross paths with. Not that I struggled to do that before. Oh, and Louie's coming too. So we couldn't quite escape the Olimar dynasty from last episode, but this isn't quite a Smash Brothers moveset. This is something we have never seen in this series before. This is an entry dedicated entirely to Olimar's fighter logs. What if Olimar in Super Smash Bros. Has a similar Easter egg to Pit's Palutena's Guidance or Snake's Codec calls? So we're gonna get to experience some creative writing here. Well, that's what the content of this document contains. Oh, and let me remember to share this in the chat. Below are notes from Olimar himself on each fighter in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, including DLC and certain alternate costumes. They might be about the fighter themselves, an interaction he had with them, or just something they reminded him of. But he isn't the only one. Just for fun, I also have notes from Louie. His are in blue. Be it as an alternate costume of Olimar, an Echo, or wholly unique fighter, he's long overdue in Smash and deserves his own Easter egg too. But first, an introduction to myself. Hello there, I'm Bubbles, an aspiring character designer who's hoping to get into the gaming industry. I got into Smash Bros. And Nintendo as a whole back in mid-2019, but only got the Pikmin games in early 2021. Despite not being with the series for too long, it immediately rose to the top and became my all-time favorite franchise. It just appeals to my tastes perfectly. What I particularly love about it is its characters. They're written masterfully, they feel real and genuine while also being hilarious. Not to mention their dynamics. I could go on, but I want this to be brief. We all know Olimar on Smash is currently a disgrace to not only the character, but the series as a whole. Believe me, I'd love to go on, but there's not much more to say that hasn't been said a million times before. So how do we fix it, and do his character better? This type of Easter egg is a common suggestion, and for good reason. Taking notes is not only a series staple, but a significant aspect of Olimar's character. As it's been confirmed, he's been doing this long before the events of Pikmin 1. But there's a big clarification I want to make. I've seen it said quite often that this is the only way Olimar's character could be done justice, and I disagree with that immensely. Olimar can still express himself through his animations and facial expressions, just like everyone else. So many people seem to miss this, but Olimar and the other characters in the series have been extremely expressive since Pikmin 2. His personality that's conveyed through writing in the games can be emulated into his animations in Smash. I do not think this Easter egg is necessary to bring out Olimar's character. If I had to choose between this and getting an Olimar that was actually expressive like he is in his home series, I'd without a doubt choose the latter. That said, boy would this add so much and be a lot of fun. Louie's notes are a late addition, with Pikmin 4 giving us insight into how he thinks, while still keeping him just as mysterious through his treasure hoard notes. I had too much inspiration not to write notes for him too. So what is there to capture about Olimar's character? Well, quite a bit. Olimar is a thinker. He's constantly asking questions and looking into things. He's a bit romantic, enjoying the beauty in life. He's a very mature and rarely irrational. He's also got quite the ego and temperament. I feel people always overlook this aspect of him, but I've always considered it a main aspect of his personality. He would deny he has an ego, but his pride shows itself quite often. His temper, on the other hand, he recognizes and regrets. Olimar feels like a real person. He isn't one note. As you hear more from him, you'll start to understand who he is more and more, just like someone you'd meet in real life. However, one major aspect of his character that cannot go unsaid is his devotion to his family. Olimar's only motivation is to get back home and see them again. Without them, he would have given up a long time ago. Louie, on the other hand, is a complete mystery. He has a few interests that he's extremely stubborn about, mainly food, but other than that, he just really does not care. He's always getting into trouble somehow. Louie is the kind of character where the more you learn about him, the more confusing he gets. I could probably explain more. He's a character you've got to experience to know. An important aspect of the Pikmin series is contrast, and the contrast between Olimar and Louie's personalities is an excellent example of it. Olimar is characterized by being a normal guy surrounded by chaos. Louie is an agent personification of that chaos. They are a foil to each other, despite being co-workers. That's another thing I hope to showcase here, and another thing Pikmin 4 did brilliantly. The introduction to Louie hating the color red alone is such a funny detail. P.S. The planet they're from, Hocotate. It's pronounced... what? Hocotate? I know there's been debate over this, but he says it out loud in Pikmin 3. Can't ask for much more confirmation. What? Okay, that's completely upends everything about my knowledge of the Pikmin series. But okay, well, Hocotate. I'm not remembering that. I'm sorry. I've been saying Hocotate for too long. If you're reading this, chances are you're watching from Peasant's perspective. If not, you can skip this paragraph and move on to the notes. Hello, fellow peasants! I considered trying to get this done for last month, but I thought I should give myself more time to make sure it's up to par. But then I saw this and went, oh, come on! Perfect opportunity completely missed. Needless to say, it was a hilarious surprise. But hey, now I'm getting to be a part of the Louie sweep. Unfortunately, we could not do the Louie sweep today. We had too many new entries, and I didn't want to over-prioritize them. But who knows? Maybe this episode is the bridge between the Olimar sweep and the Louie sweep next time. We'll see, we'll see. I've been watching the series for quite some time now. I've absolutely loved hearing all the amazing ideas everyone brings. It's been perfect to listen to while I draw. I wanted to finally make a small submission just to dip my toes in the water and get my name out there. Building up to a much bigger submission I'm working on that should be done early 2024. I want to do a bunch of artwork for it, and fun fact, art takes a lot of time. A lot of time. I may or may not have a sneak peek for that at the end. Ooh, fun. Anyways, it's an honor to be here. I hope you all enjoy what I've written. So the white is Olimar's notes, and the blue is Louie's notes. I don't know if we're going to do all of them, because there are 86 pages to this idea, but we'll try to get a lot. Okay. So, Mario. From what I've heard, Marlo here is the most famous guy around. It seems he's appeared in countless video games. I've never gotten all the hype with celebrities, they haven't influenced my life at all. Why should I go crazy every time I see them? Still though, I might get his autograph for my son. I bet he'd love that. Marlo comes from Olimar's cut candy and Mario Luigi Superstar recalls Mario. Oh, that's fun! It's not an anagram from Olimar, like, oh yeah, because like the whole Mario Olimar naming convention. And then Louie's more nasally, kind of up here. Not a fan. This goofy guy has been eyeing my Pikmin one too many times. I wonder if he thinks they taste like one of those mini slapstick crescents he seems to enjoy so much. Oh, I love this! I love this so much, yes! Getting Pikmin terminology for the other Nintendo games. Oh, this is the best idea. Thankfully, I think he's aware they're living creatures. I just hope he doesn't nab one of them while I'm not looking. Kong Island bananas are rich in flavor and texture. They're high in protein to boot. Fry them in a smoothie or bake them into a loaf of bread. The opportunities are limitless. Just be sure you're discreet about stealing them. Sometimes when I compare my life to the stories I've heard of the fighters here, I can't help but feel less than. They've had crazy, high-stakes, action-packed adventures and are legends back home. I'm just some random delivery man making the average wage. But when I consider all the adventures I've had with the Pikmin, my family, and the trials I've overcome, I realize I'm not so different. I'm legendary too, and I need to remind myself of that more often. We started a forest fire together. I think we're bonding. No, I'm reading all of these. No. This deserves a full rundown. I've had a few run-ins with space pirates before, but never to the extent that Samus has. I've had shipments stolen, been held at gunpoint, and shipwrecked.
but at least I have never been abducted or hunted down by them. As a fellow ship pilot, perhaps I should share some tips on avoiding them that I've picked up over the years.
I was wondering what was under that armor. Turns out it's a pretty lady.
Dark Samus is some kind of being or substance that's taken the form of Samus. I don't understand it, but it reminds me very much of the Plasm Wraith, a horrid creature that abducted me while on PNF 4 of War. It had a disturbing ability to shift parts of itself to mimic other creatures. The thought of it mimicking me or someone I know has haunted me to this day.
Ate some of that Phazon stuff and now I'm feeling weird. Don't recommend.
Yoshis are a fascinating thing. I love this so much. I have the biggest smile on my face right now. How do they reproduce? It seems to be through laying eggs, but they also put things in the eggs to use for defense. If I stayed in an egg for too long, would I begin to turn into a Yoshi? I would love to study them the way I have the wildlife on PNF 404. Although I'm still not sure how sentient they are yet.
Yoshi eggs, despite their size and weight, are unfortunately unsuitable for eating. However, sometimes what you find in them makes them great snacks. Just make sure it's not a person before jumping down. Sorry, Olimar!
I can't imagine an eating contest between Kirby and Louie. They'd eat the whole universe. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think Kirby would win. Louie may have a bottomless stomach, but even he can't inhale food at 40 miles an hour. Thank goodness.
Inedible. The skin is far too rubbery to chew. Tastes like cotton candy. I love this reality, where Louie is just trying to eat half of the people he runs into.
Fox and I are both ship captains, yet our day-to-day lives are wildly different. He actually approached me about my SS Dolphin. We had a fun conversation swapping—
Oh my god, it just keeps getting better! Because you can actually explore the characters of other characters by having them interact through this— I love this!
Even if his were more far action-packed, he's got quite the kick from the antics that go on at Hockatate Freight. I never considered my life very humorous, but when I step back, I can kind of see it. In a tragic sort of way, anyway.
His ship landed on my toe. Ouch. I love Olimar's highly in-depth, proper conversation, and there's just Louie with whatever happens to be on his brain at the moment.
Pokemon, what fascinating creatures. They're so unlike anything I've encountered before. The Pokeballs are a wonder in of themselves. What's it like in there? How can a Pokeball differentiate between Pokemon and other beings such as myself or the Pikmin? So many questions. Every time I think I've seen it all, the universe plops some new mystery right into my lap.
Bit into one and filled my body with 100,000 volts of electricity. Now I smell like toast. Probably best to avoid this one.
Despite being overshadowed Despite being overshadowed by Mora, though, Luigi holds no grudges against him. He supports his brother every step of the way. The bond between brothers can be a powerful thing. He's an inspiration to me, really. If I were in that situation, I just know I'd be jealous. It's an issue I need to work on.
I like this guy.
Ness's Sai is intriguing. I've never believed in psychic abilities, but my time here has certainly made me question that belief. He seems like a nice child. I see a lot of my son in him. The Pikmin also seem drawn to him. Perhaps they can sense something within his heart.
I like playing with the yo-yos. They're fun.
Long ago, I fought alongside Captain Falcon, yes! The whole experience was surreal, and I sometimes wonder if it was simply a dream. However, I vividly remember this man being nothing short of horrible. I lost an entire team of Pokemon to JoBot. I'll never forgive him for that. He may be an impressive pilot, but he's all surface. I'm thankful I grew out of the attention-seeking. Look at him. It's like seeing a dark reflection of my past self. Oh god. I might not be able to survive making it through this.
He's super cool. Also a much better pilot than Olimar. Don't tell him that, though.
I've never had much trouble falling asleep before, but since crash landing on PNF 404, I've found the stress of it all to be hard to suppress. I wish I could have something like a Jigglypuff to help me sleep. As long as it wouldn't make me snooze through my alarm, of course. I have a tight schedule to keep up with. I don't have time to sleep in, unfortunately.
Despite its round, plump size, this creature offers little meat due to its internal structure being comparable to a balloon. It might have its uses, but food is not one of them.
From goddesses to legendary heroes to wild creatures to royalty, the range of people you'll find here is incredible. I've heard Peach and Marilo have been dating for quite some time now. Good for them. Too many people nowadays rush into relationships. Well, slow and steady wins the race if you ask me. Besides, you know how celebrity relationships usually go.
She made a really yummy cake. She gave me a kiss too, but the cake was better.
Daisy is as feisty as she is aggressive. How did she and Luigi ever wind up together? I suppose it shouldn't be too shocking considering my wife and I were in a similar situation. There was me desperately seeking attention and being as flashy as I could be, and then my wife, not caring at all what others thought of her. I'm grateful she was the one to influence me and not the other way around.
Nana always told me I'd marry a princess, but I hope it's not this one. She talks too much. This is the best thing ever!
I don't claim to understand the mind of a beast, but if you ask me, I think Bowser's just seeking affirmation!
I love psychoanalyzing Olimar so much! Oh my god, I'm crying!
Look at how he puts his likeness on everything. How he presents himself as a mighty king, and how he desperately tries to assert his dominance. Then compare to how lovingly he treats his child. A true monster could never act like that.
He has a specific way he likes his coffee. He's very delicate with it.
I have so much respect for the coordination and teamwork that these two have. Despite being children, they show much more promise than Louis and I ever have. I've always been more of a leader, so my skills with others have never been all that great. I suppose I should start watching my Pikmin working together for inspiration.
I hit my head with a mallet, and now my head's ringing like a bell.
Sheik is supposedly a master with the harp. I remember as a kid getting assigned to play the harp in band class. I absolutely hated it. Though it was the most boring, uncool instrument
Olimar would absolutely say uncool.
I could have played. Now that I'm an adult, I have an appreciation for the beauty and elegance that a harp brings.
Louis with Wreck-It Ralph reference? Am I missing something? Oh! It's because of the coffee and Nintendo with the cup and they would... Oh, that's so good. That's so good. He didn't hear me walking up behind him and scream like a girl when he turned around. It was pretty funny. This is my favorite thing, just ever.
It was Zelda who helped me get settled in with the other fighters and find my footing in the battles. Being suddenly dragged off Hocotate and brought here was disorienting, but her bright attitude and knowledge helped make the experience not all that bad. I've always said I'm an explorer at heart, and I suppose I need to start living up to that name and view this experience as just that, an adventure.
Tried eating that triangle thing she has, thinking it was chocolate. Turns out it's gold. Maybe I can sell it instead.
Are Marlowe and Dr. Marlowe the same person? I know that sounds like a silly question, but everyone always lists them separately. Is it because Marlowe's a celebrity? Does he get special treatment? Can I enter him twice? Come to think of it, that'd double my workload. I don't think I can handle that. Dr. Olimar will have to wait another day.
He helped me get over my food poisoning. I like him more than that other Mario guy. Those pills don't taste great, though.
The only thing more interesting to me than Pokeballs is Pokemon evolution. What a fascinating phenomenon. Certain species have evolved in such a way that each individual specimen, under the right specific circumstances, with each species having their own unique requirements, will evolve into a different species. Pichu here evolves into Pikachu, and Pikachu evolves into a Raichu. How does it work? How did it come to be? Truly intriguing.
Too cute to eat.
There are people in this world who thrive on negativity. Unlike Fox, who showed great interest in the dolphin, when Falco saw it, the first words out of his mouth were, "What a brain-dead child drew this thing? How dare he?" I was too stunned to speak. At least my ship doesn't look like a crumpled piece of paper.
Looks like a bird, but also a person. Weird.
Marth's homeland of Altair is a place filled with kings and queens, mighty castles, and ferocious dragons. It sounds like something straight out of a fairy tale. Marth certainly fits that theme. He's as chivalrous as they come. I can see just from his character how he earned the title of the Hero King.
Oh, to be a legend. A knight of legend, armed with a mighty sword to slay the beast of evil. Maybe then I could finally figure out dragon tastes.
There's something more about Lucina's mannerisms and expressions that tells me she's been through more than I can imagine. Sometimes my fatherly instincts kick in and I find myself going easy on her. I know I don't need to, she's incredibly skilled, and her has a loving family to back her up. But the habit is hard to break. Stay strong, Lucina.
That's so adorable. Oh my god. She said I was cute.
This child reminds me of my son's favorite video game. He would play as a young hero with a legendary sword who fights and slays a legendary evil to rescue the princess. From what I've heard, Link's life was much the same. I'll have to snap a photo with him for my son. As long as he doesn't mind, of course.
Surfing on a shield is fun.
Link, Ganondorf, and Zelda. Somehow, some way, in every life they have, they find each other once again. Locked in an endless cycle of good triumphing over evil, and evil rearing its unseemly face once again. It's simply poetic. I can't help but relate to it as well. Every time I think I've escaped the Pikmin planet once and for all, I find myself tossed back without a moment's rest.
So did they use triangle for some chocolate? Louie, no! You've doomed us all! Oh, the continuity between this conversations on top of everything else. Sorry, I'm just taking a quick break. This is so much fun, but it's taking a lot out of me. Okay.
A man-made, lab-grown Pokemon. I wonder what its creators think of it now, if they're even still alive. Nature is a delicate balance, and not something for our hands to meddle in. When I look at Mewtwo, I can't help but think back to some creatures on Piano 404, and wonder if they too were created by an advanced society. Probably not, but it would explain quite a bit.
Inedible. Tried getting close, and now I'm witnessing the birth and day death of the universe.
When sharing stories of my time with my family, Roy spoke up and shared some about his parents. He told us how his father and mother would always take him into the flower fields behind their castle when he was young. Both of them have passed away now, but I know they'd be proud of him. I can't stomach the idea of not being there for my children.
Yeah, I'd hate to have that hair color.
A descendant of Marth and Lucina's father. Besides the unmistakable blue hair, I wouldn't have guessed he and Marth were related. Crom is quite reckless. He has a habit of breaking things. I suppose chivalry isn't genetic. Still, though, he's a fun guy to have around. I just wouldn't let him near my wife's prized china set.
He broke my only frying pan. Not having the best day.
Mr. Game & Watch baffles me. How can you be two-dimensional in a 3D space? I tried to wait until after the battle to think about it too much. He's very polite, at least he seems to be. I hope those beeps and boops aren't unseemly remarks. I thought they made Morse code, but I got nothing from translating them.
Tastes flat. The food he makes, I didn't eat him.
Apparently, Meta Knight has his own ship too, called the Halberd. I think it's closer to a plane than a spaceship though, but I could be wrong on that. Some might think putting your own face on your ship is vain, but if I had a mask as iconic as that, I'd probably put one on the Dolphin too.
I once made a mask that looked like my face, but Nana didn't notice. I should buy her some glasses.
At times I feel bad for Pit. It seems as though every time he's around, there's someone cracking a joke at his expense. Even Palutena joins in. But as I watch him more and more, I don't think he's bothered by it much. People have different ways of expressing themselves. And maybe those jokes are just how he and Palutena express their care for each other.
So I'm eating ice cream off the floor. I think we're going to be friends.
Cute. Love it. I can't help but find it funny that he's so opposed to the name Pitu, while I find the name Dork Pit to be far sillier. I expect nothing less from a rebellious child. I worry about the day my children reach that age. I must return home. Without the guidance of a father, they'll surely turn out like Dork Pit here.
Pitu. Pit-2? Oh, I get it.
Sometimes I feel bad comparing myself to the nimble fighters here. But then I remember that Hokatations are famously bad acrobatics. Our bodies and limbs are far too stubby to do much. The fact I can't even hold a candle to the others is... The fact that I can hold the candle to the others is impressive. Humans and Hokatations may be similar, but we certainly look different.
I love how Louis is just enamored with any woman he meets. He's that shallow.
I've met people like Wario in my past. They go out of their way explicitly to bother and annoy you, and take great pleasure in doing so. The best way to combat them is to ignore them. If they aren't seeing you suffer, they get bored and leave. I seem to have the upper hand with Wario, as my suit blocks out his poor smell. I think he's recognized this as he largely ignored me. Works every time.
Stinky.
When I was younger, I briefly considered joining the Hokatate Space Force. I wanted to explore the vastness of space, and it seemed like a wonderful way to fulfill that dream. The benefits were great too. But then I met my wife, and suddenly realized I didn't want to be anywhere else but with her. I suppose I did wind up exploring space, but not how I imagined.
Picked up a random box and saw him staring back at me. I don't like this place.
Ike's strength is incredibly impressive. It'd take far more than a team of purple Pikmin to keep him down. I was quite nervous around him for a while. He seemed so cold, so distant, but upon approaching him, I found him to be very down to earth. He's genuine and to the point. I appreciate that about him.
If I had the money, I'd hire him to help me carry ingredients.
I had a terrifying experience the other day. After a battle, one of my stray Pikmin had picked up a Pokeball one of these kids had dropped and almost brought it to the onion. Thankfully, I caught it just in time. That could have been a disaster. I gave the Pikmin a good scolding afterwards, but all it gave me back was sass.
I love the world building of this so much, because every single one of these just asks me questions about, okay, but like, what would happen though? What happens when all these worlds collide? That's something that you just don't get from much of Smash Brothers. It's so good! Asked one of these guys for some Pokemon, but they said I have to get my own. Gotta catch them all, I guess.
Squirtle evolves into Wartortle, which evolves into Blastoise. I'm trying to learn about as much about Pokemon as I can while I'm here. The rabbit hole keeps getting deeper. I had noticed Pokemon often come with a specific element attached to it. What I didn't know is that Pokemon are classified by their element, and it even affects them in battle. Oh god.
Split open the shell, chop off the tail, and boil till it turns a nice deep blue. Clean and fill the shell up with white rice, place the tail on top, and cover in a sweet and sour sauce. The standout color is sure to impress your guests.
Horrifying, but alright. Bulbasaur evolves into Ivysaur, which evolves into Venusaur. They are grass types, which makes sense. It seems like a game of rock, paper, scissors. Fire beats grass, grass beats water, and water beats fire. What a novel concept. I can see why so many kids are hooked on Pokemon battles. I know my son would be.
The bulb of an Ivysaur must hold untapped culinary promise. Unfortunately, I'm allergic.
Charmander evolves into Charmeleon, which evolves into Charizard. I hadn't noticed this before, but these trainers selected a Pokemon at each stage of evolution. I wonder what Pokemon I would pick if I were a trainer. I suppose the Pikmin aren't too different from Pokemon. Pikmin, I choose you.
The meat on this creature is impossible to cook, but it has an exciting taste that makes for an excellently tangy sushi. Be sure to properly extinguish the tail before preparation. I mean, I'm honestly more impressed that Louis managed to find a Charizard to eat, and subdue to eat, over the horror of doing so. That is the correction.
I see much of my past self in Diddy Kong, though he makes it seem far more endearing. He's always trying to stand out. Unlike my younger self, however, it comes from a more selfless place. Just earlier today, a couple fighters needed help moving some crates. Diddy immediately ran up to help and make sure we were all watching. He couldn't lift the boxes for the life of him, but we all appreciated the effort.
This is even, like, fixing the characters of, like, other characters that aren't as well represented. This needs to be in the game. This just needs to be in the game. Someone could probably mod this into the game fairly easily, too. Someone get on that. He absolutely shreds on the guitar.
There's far more children here than I anticipated. I'm a grown man. Fighting children feels ridiculous. I always start out going easy on them, but all of them quickly proved to be far more competent than I thought. Lucas especially surprised me. He seemed quite mellow and timid before the match, but his skills are shocking, to say the least. I bet his parents are incredibly proud of it. No! Oh.
Sore spot right there, Olimar. Cool haircut.
Sonic seems to be the textbook definition of cool. He's totally tubular and radical! Awesome sauce, even. My children cringe when I use slang, but back in the day, I was straight up litty.
Bodacious! They called me Olimar! Olimar! Oh my god!
They called me Olimar, or they would have if they ever stopped pointing and laughing.
I like the color. Very cool.
I saw him taking Louie's leftovers earlier. I could have stopped him, but for the amount of times Louie has stolen my food and the food of others, I think he deserves a taste of his own medicine. DDD presents himself as a much bigger threat than he actually is. He's kind of fun to be around, actually.
He stole my food. Louie would absolutely overuse emoticons.
Coming here was rough, but the delight I felt upon seeing a familiar red onion towering before me yet again was something I'll never forget. The Pikmin seem to follow me wherever I go, and I'm more than glad to have their help. They're so mysterious. I still don't understand them fully, but their loyalty is something I'll never take for granted. I'll protect them just as they protected me.
I always wanted to know what they taste like, but if I eat one, they won't grab me ingredients anymore. Maybe if I sneak one at night.
Normally, I'd be horrified to see myself standing in front of me, but thankfully I was warned about this beforehand. It's actually quite interesting seeing myself fight. I've lost quite a bit of weight. My figure has never been better. Although, I am noticing quite a few more wrinkles. I've been so stressed lately. I need a break.
He's nice. Doesn't yell too much when I mess up. But his stories are pretty boring.
I owe my life to Alf. If it wasn't for Captain Charlie's team, I never would have escaped that horrid wraith. I have a lot of respect for him, his hard-working attitude, and the kindness he shows his Pikmin. Despite being so young, he has proven to be more mature and reliable than most people I know. I hope he knows how much I appreciate him.
Do I know? Stole our food. Doesn't even remember them. Yep, that checks out.
I've heard that Lucaria's aura can sense the intentions of those around them. I can't imagine being forced to read people's minds. I'd be constantly worrying about what others are thinking of me. Not to mention the private memories you might see. This one has the ability to speak, so I wonder if it could tell me what my Pikmin are thinking.
Walk up to it, and it roundhouse kicked me in the face. Just instantly. Read his aura. Instant beating. Love it.
I can only imagine how happy Alf will be when he sees this thing. He's obsessed with machines and engineering. I heard he and his grandfather built his ship themselves. I wonder what he'd think of my SS Dolphin. I designed it myself after all. There's something familiar about this robot, though. Surely I've seen it before. Maybe it was at a different angle.
I like this thing. I'm gonna take it home with me.
It is difficult to differentiate the three links here. It feels awkward calling them Toon Link and Young Link, and judging by their mannerisms, I think they feel the same way. It gets even more confusing when trying to specify the adult Link. I called for him the other day, and all three showed up. It was kind of awkward.
This is giving me like Brawl in the Family like, awkward zombie vibes of, like, this. There's just this, like, building or village or whatever, all the Smash fighters congregate, and they kind of just hang out with each other, which I love so much. Never watched many cartoons growing up, just Nana soap operas, and soap stings as well as it tastes. Oh, sings as well as it tastes.
Wolf is a ruthless bounty hunter with his own sinister gang of pirates. He's also a long-time rival to Fox. He's certainly evil, yet he has an odd sense of honor. He and Fox respect each other. I've tried avoiding him, not wanting to get on his bad side, but I did cross paths with him once. He complimented my leadership skills, which I wasn't expecting.
Definitely can't ride this dog. Too spiky. Oh yeah, Wooden Plank Studios as well. Love them.
Seeing the joy of children is something I'll never get sick of. These kids seem to be having the time of their lives, playing with all sorts of fun items. I really have to ask though, where are their parents? Surely they haven't been left here unattended. That's improper parenting. Why, it's only a matter of time before one picks up something they shouldn't. Wait, was that an axe?
This one's kinda ugly looking.
The range of artillery this boy can use is incredible, but also incredibly dangerous. On PNF 404, I encountered all kinds of intriguing creatures with a wide range of firepower. From the odd-looking careening dirigibugs to the horrifying Gatling groink, to the half-machine amalgamation of the terrifying man-at-legs. One thing these creatures all had in common, however, was that they could be lethal if not properly dealt with. I hope this boy is responsible.
Wow, I want cool number 2.
Physical health is important. I need to stay healthy if I'm to continue to provide for my family. I'm a little on the chubby side, but during these past few adventures, I think I've built up enough muscle to counteract that. On a different note, I stepped on that scale of theirs, and it told me I was obese. Ridiculous. It must be broken. I bet it tells everyone that.
Their scale said I was underweight. Nana always said I should try to bulk up.
Rosalina and her group of Lumas travel the galaxy, exploring new places and maintaining peace wherever they go. What a wonderful life that must be. Though I have to wonder if she gets lonely out there in space with no one to talk to. The Lumas remind me of the Pikmin. They make excellent companions, but they're not much fun for conversation.
I really want to know what the little things taste like, but I don't want to upset the pretty lady.
It's funny, they call him Little Mac because he's short, yet he's towering over me. I suppose that's how it goes often in life. Comparisons can be a dangerous thing. I'm fairly average height for Talkatation, so it's an odd feeling being dwarfed by everyone around me. But considering how gigantic the wildlife on PNF 404 is, I'm used to it.
I took a chocolate bar off a counter earlier, and now his coach guy is interrogating everyone about it. Finders keepers.
Greninjas are a water-type Pokemon who are able to release compressed water at such a high speed that it can cut through solid steel. Despite this, my blue Pikmin are still immune to its water shurikens. How they can withstand the sheer force of such water is a mystery to me. Perhaps there's more to them than I thought.
Almost every part of a Greninja is mouth-wateringly delicious. Be your batter the thin limbs or eat the thighs raw! Just avoid the spongy, spiky tongue! Chill, Louie! You can't just talk about eating Greninja's thighs!
Wow, okay. Me's remain a mystery to myself and everyone around me. Some claim they've seen Me's that look like friends back home. Others claim they've seen ones that don't even look like people. I've spoken with a few, and they tell me they have lookalikes somewhere out there. Are these shape-shifting aliens? Or perhaps, maybe we're the aliens?
These things sort of scare. I love the idea that the rest of the roster is just kind of freaked out by the Miis.
I heard one mention a Mii maker. I can only assume this must be where they come from. But who is making them? And where is this Mii maker? Could it be in a different plane of reality? Perhaps another universe, a Miiverse, if you will.
I saw one that looked like me earlier. It was kinda unsettling.
I have continued to investigate the mystery of the Miis, but my search has led to few answers. However, during my time intermingling with them, I can safely say they are as kind as can be. Most of them anyway, some can be quite rude. They sing, they dance, they play. It's almost as if they don't have the slightest clue of their existential predicament.
Pew. 10 out of 10 commentary from Louis as always.
Someone was telling me I get to meet a goddess here. I laughed in their face, only to turn around and see Palutena towering before me. My heart sank into my stomach, but thankfully she laughed it off. I'm impressed by how laid back she is considering her position. I respect that. I bet my wife would get along well with her.
She offered to cook something for me. Worst mistake of my life. Do not engage danger with this catastrophic layabout whatsoever.
I may not be old, but I'm certainly not young anymore either. My hips and shoulders are already starting to give me trouble. Everyone tells me Pac-Man is the oldest fighter here, but I sincerely doubt that. Look at how effortlessly he runs and jumps around. His joints certainly aren't giving him trouble. I suppose some icons just never age.
Are we not all Pac-Man? Stuck in the endless maze of life, forced to constantly search for our next meal until time runs out, all whilst avoiding those who seek to destroy us. I love how he just gets so randomly philosophical here. That's great.
It seems Robin and I are quite similar, both fathers with a knack for planning and strategy. I've had a number of conversations with him, and I can see us being good friends. I've never had many of those before, so more are always welcome. His daughter, Morgan, sounds like quite the handful.
His cookbook makes no sense. Tried using one to roast a hot dog, but all I got was ash. Needs better instructions.
So, how are there two Robins? I noticed this with a few other fighters as well. They don't seem to have existed in the same world, yet their friends act like they know them both. If there was only one Robin, who's the real one? I am incredibly intrigued, but I wonder if I ask about it, I may offset some balance and cause a mass existential crisis. This will keep me up at night.
I put on her cloak. It was super cozy.
Alf and Shulk quickly became good friends. I'm glad he found someone he can stick around with. I'm still sort of fending for myself out here. Being suddenly dragged away from home is rough, but at this point I'm used to it. At least now I have people around me I can talk to. Or, people I want to talk to. I wonder what Shulk's home is like. I've heard it's beautiful.
The laser functionality on this sword makes it an excellent tool to cut the perfect slice of toast. Good luck eating it when it starts throwing you around like a ragdoll, though.
Although the way Bowser treats his son is proof he's not as evil as he presents himself, it still gives us an excellent understanding of why he's so sinister. Bowser has spoiled Bowser Jr. to no end. This tells me that Bowser was neglected as a child and has gone to extreme to ensure his son doesn't go through the same experience. Had Bowser's father been more attentive, Junior may have been a nicer kid. Wow.
He swapped out my sugar for salt. It's not that bad, actually.
I saw Alf inspecting one of these clown cars earlier. Unfortunately, these kids don't take kindly to their ride being taken apart without permission. They started pushing Alf around a little, but I quickly stepped in to end the conflict. To be fair, Alf should have asked first. He did put it back together without any complaints, though.
There's Lemmy, Wendy, Yiggy, Sammy. I think the blue guy was like Ultra Bald or something. I can't remember the other two.
This little beast and its squawking pest reminded me why I was so against my family getting a dog. And it's not fair to Willie. The worst thing that dog has done was dig up my wife's rose bushes. This dog, however, is constantly causing chaos. It fills me with such an unrivaled rage that I feel like I'm doing something drastic. I could have sworn I saw him munching down on a Pikmin stem earlier, but it ran off before I could inspect it.
Not that fun to ride. The bird kept pecking at me.
In order to improve his health, the president of Hawkitate Freight tried learning karate. He stopped after the second day because he broke his hand trying to snap a cement block in half. For once, not using his head worked in his favor. I don't think Ryu is using karate, but it's some form of martial arts, so it's probably close enough.
Saw him eating cornflakes with water. I think I'm going to be sick.
Ken here is quite the family man. He is great with kids. He's exciting and supportive while still being very knowledgeable about his technique. I bet he'd make an amazing PE teacher at my son's...
Oh, the mental image of Ken as a PE teacher. That's gold. That is gold.
The last guy recently quit after a child mocked him for his sizable stomach.
Thumbs up, dude.
He's as moody as can be. He thinks he's cool, but often it comes across as a bit silly. That sword of his is huge, however. Seeing him effortlessly swing it around is genuinely impressive. I attempted to pick it up to see how heavy it was, and I could hardly even move it. It took about 4 purple Pikmin to hold it up. That's heavier than a good chunk of the dolphin's ship parts.
Use his sword to cut a carrot. I've never felt so powerful.
Does that make Louis strong enough to use it? Interesting.
My extended family can get chaotic at times. Someone told me Corin had some crazy stories from his extended family too, so I started up a conversation with him, expecting to swap stories of in-laws or awkward dinners. Boy, was I wrong. Wow, I'm living on Easy Street.
I think this sword is better suited for cutting down a tree than for chopping food.
Seeing Corin gracefully dancing around the stage reminds me of the time I enrolled my daughter in ballet classes. Unfortunately, the teacher was simply horrendous. Now my daughter refuses dancing altogether. She doesn't just dislike it now, she abhors it.
Not my type.
Oh my god! I cannot believe how Bayonetta presents herself. If you wish to act scandalously on your own time, go ahead, but acting in such a manner in public is completely unacceptable. There are children present. Her behavior is utterly offensive in such a professional environment.
Tried winking at her. She kicked me in the face, but I kind of liked it. Oh my god. That's beautiful.
I have a funny, but also unfortunate story to share. After a match with one of these Inklings, I had dropped something in a lake, so I threw in a blue Pikmin to retrieve it. Unfortunately, it turned out to be a red Pikmin that had been covered in blue ink. I thankfully managed to pull it back, but it was giving me a major side-eye afterwards.
The ink is inedible. Tastes bitter and sour. Disappointing.
Many creatures on PNF 404 were some of the most terrifying, horrific beasts I had ever seen. But looking back after meeting Ridley, suddenly they don't seem so bad. It doesn't help that Ridley is intelligent, and not knows how to open a door intelligent. No, he has the mind of a supercomputer. I suddenly have far more respect for Samus. Not that I didn't have plenty respect for her before.
Looks too bony. That is edible.
I am so impressed that by fixing Olimar, you help improve like half the characters on this roster. This is my favorite thing ever.
I had the most insulting experience the other day. Some of the other adults were hanging out together, so I jumped in to get to know them. This man had the gall to point me to some of the other younger fighters playing around elsewhere. I may be small and silly to them, but I am just as much of an adult as they are. I explained this to them, and they let me stay, but I could feel their judgmental attitude. I miss Hogatate.
Drank some of that water he has and started shaking violently! Probably doesn't mean anything.
Oh no! Ah, Louis. You are the best.
Both Richter and Simon carry countless items designed to scare away vampires. What ridiculous superstition. A wooden stake to the heart would kill anyone, and the only thing Garlic is going to do is to deter your friends. His silly monster stories are completely baseless.
He's like the cooler Simon.
This buffoon dressed up as me in a cockamamie ploy to steal the Kong snack hoard. He put on a spacesuit, grabbed a whistle, and took off with my Pikmin following behind him. He would have succeeded too, had Donkey Kong and I not opened the door the second he walked up to it.
Oh, like these are all great, but little ones like this that tell a little story are my absolute favorite.
Great to pin the blame on when a banana goes missing.
I never expected to meet a talking dog, let alone one that walks on two legs. Isabelle certainly looks different from any of the dog breeds I know, but despite the differences, she's still unmistakably a canine. She's smart too. She can do her taxes. I wonder if I could train Bullby to do our taxes for us. I'm kidding, of course, though it would be helpful.
Looks like a dog, but I don't think I can ride it. It made me a coffee, though. That was cool.
Most Pokemon are obviously animals or creatures of some kind. Yet some seem oddly humanoid.
Is it still acceptable to keep them in a
This is what I've been saying in all the tier list, and it feels so weird!
Is it still acceptable to keep them in a Pokeball, even if they're taller or smarter than you? It's certainly strange. I don't even think all the wrestlers in Hogatate could stand up to this flaming feline.
I tried wrestling too, but I became too powerful.
I can only assume piranha plants came from a similar evolutionary line to that of the Pikmin. Carnivorous plants are one thing, but a plant that has free range of movement and shows signs of intelligence? I've only seen such characteristics in the Pikmin. Chrysanthemum and Sporovidoid families back on PNF 404. Unlike those, however, most species of piranha plants still need soil to survive.
Pluck from its pot and chop off the bulb to ensure it doesn't eat you before you eat it. Chop it into 8, stick it on a skewer with some pick carrots or hocktailed onions, and plop it on the grill. Be sure to remove teeth before consumption.
I both fear and look forward to the days my kids will go off to college. Seeing them blossom into adulthood is beautiful, but having to say goodbye is going to be gut-wrenching. Many people seem to think this young man is a bad egg, but for some reason I can't shake the feeling that his heart is pure.
This is how I feel when sneaking a midnight snack.
My family and I would sometimes go on a hike through the forest outside our neighborhood. We each pack our bags full of snacks and water and go out to explore. One day, Bulby ran off into the forest and we couldn't find him. My kids were a wreck. We even called a search team to look for him. As it turns out, he had run back to the house. Those days might not have been as action-packed as the adventures this man has gone on, but I wouldn't trade them for the world.
Warning, do not eat that blue gooey thing. I have a sudden urge to pick up a magical sword and fight some monsters to gain EXP.
You know who Kazooie reminds me of? The Hockatooth ship, always squawking something rude at the slightest impulse. At least Kazooie helps her partner though, all the ship does is the bare minimum. Why do I always get stuck with the bad teammates? I suppose my wife more than makes up for it.
The eggs make for an excellent omelet. Watch out for the green ones though. The honeycomb the big guy carries around is yummy too.
I have immense respect for Terry if everything I've heard is true. After the death of his archenemy, instead of holding a grudge, he took in his now orphaned son and tried to be the best father he could be. We need more people like Terry in the world. So many children out there don't have the stability a good parent brings.
Stole his hat. It's mine now.
My son's school once asked me to be a substitute teacher in his math class. I was alright at teaching, but my temper really got in my way. Byleth seemed composed. I wonder if he could give me some advice on how to deal with rowdy students. I heard his students were so unruly they caused a war in the classroom. It was something like that, I forget.
Doesn't speak much.
In life, it's good to be well-rounded and have a variety of skills. I can imagine this is especially important for teachers who want their students to learn all they can. Byleth seems to have that down. The way she effortlessly swaps from weapon to weapon is incredibly impressive. I'm sure her students learned a lot from her.
So pretty.
Having extendable arms must be an incredibly versatile tool. She'll never have trouble reaching the top shelf, that's for sure. That was never much of an issue for me back home. But due to the size difference here, it's become quite the nuisance. Thankfully, my Pikmin are excellent scavengers.
The heavenly aroma of the ramen this woman makes is enough to make a grown man cry. The precise use of the perfect ingredients, the finely used spices, the unfathomably perfectly cooked noodles. She is an artist.
You know what? That makes sense. She's a woman and she cooks. Min Min would absolutely be Louis' favorite character on the roster. 10 out of 10. I love that.
One thing I wish I was better at is carpentry. Making a doghouse for Bulby, a bed for my kids, a porch for me and my wife. Seeing Steve build and craft things in seconds with his bare hands makes me incredibly jealous. If he could speak, I'd ask for lessons.
He gave me a steak. It was a bit too blocky for my tastes.
Long, long ago, before the days of automobiles and spaceships, trains were how we got around. And what do the trains require? Rails. Miles upon miles of railways for them to travel on. It was a grueling job laying those tracks. Hundreds of people slaved away for years to put them down. And yet, here are these people, creating them out of thin air.
I bet I could sell those diamonds for millions of Pokos.
One thing I hadn't thought of till now is that Pikmin are attracted to decaying organic matter. It makes sense. They reproduce by bringing dead creatures to their onions for propagation. My Pikmin seem suspiciously attracted to the zombie. I have to keep a close eye on them so they don't run off with it. They can be so rebellious sometimes.
Inedible. Consumption results in insatiable hunger and weird green swirls floating around you.
The Endermen are a race from a dimension far different to ours. Their language is unintelligible, but I can't shake the feeling that they sound strangely humanoid. What line of evolution led to these things is a mystery to me, but given their teleportation and towering height, they are certainly a force to be reckoned with. This one, however, appears to be the runt of the litter. The chorus fruit from the end dimension has a
The chorus fruit from the end dimension has a delectable cherry-like flavor. Unfortunately, its tendency to teleport you and pop when heated make it a difficult ingredient to use.
In grade school, I had a rival that always ruined my moments. He seemingly followed me everywhere I went, with the only intent of messing me up. I'm not saying the inconvenience he caused me is even close to the horror several has put Cloud through, just that I can understand it.
Yes, absolutely comparable, Olimar. You nailed it.
Reminds me of my teenage years.
Pyra's cooking is simply heavenly. She made us a pot roast that would have made even Louis jealous. I gave a small piece of it to a Pikmin to see what it would do. He ran over to the onion and let it get sucked up, but it was too small, so no new sprouts were propagated. I suppose I'm not sure what else I was expecting.
Pretty Anne can cook? Oh my.
I was confused when hearing people refer to Pyra and Mithra as blades. As it turns out, blades are strange beings who come from core crystals awakened by a driver. Much to my surprise, Pyra and Mithra's driver is just a kid. My son gets too aggressive with a simple foam sword. I'd never give him a mythical blade of untold power.
Her culinary skills are a disgrace to the art form. The other one was prettier anyway.
As well as a martial artist, Kazuya is a businessman. I couldn't imagine working under him. The present may be harsh, but he wouldn't body slam me into my desk if I came in late. I can only assume Kazuya got those scars by fighting off desperate employees who asked for even the smallest of raises.
He was looking weird at me weird.
What a nice kid. His smile is infectious. I just know he and my son would be best buds. I asked about that key of his, but I couldn't follow what he was saying about it. The terms he used confused me. I saw one of my Pikmin pick it up, though. I don't think it's supposed to be able to do that. Of course, the 8th Keyblade wielder, the purple Pikmin. We should have all known. All the Kingdom Hearts lore was leading up to that.
Shared one of those star-shaped fruits of his with a Pikmin, and now it won't stop following me. I think it wants more.
And Louis. Louis and I have been working together for quite some time now. Despite his mistakes and bad habits, I know he has a good heart deep down. I've lost my temper with him more times than I can count, unfortunately, and I think he holds it against me. At the very least, he seems to really love it when I share my stories. Nope.
Great. Now I have to share. And there it is. Notes from both Olimar and Louis on every fighter in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. That was the best thing ever. My god! I had an absolute blast putting all of this together. I had an absolute blast reading it. And I hope I captured the essence of the characters in a fun, faithful way. You did, oftentimes more so than the actual official game. If for whatever reason you want to contact me, the Discord Instagram is displayed on screen. Special thanks to anyone who contributed with ideas for characters I knew nothing about. You were an absolute lifesaver. And an extra special thanks to the Duke of Dorks for hosting Peasant's Perspective. You are most welcome. I would never have finished this without it. As mentioned in the beginning, however, I do not plan on this being my only submission. So what will my next idea be? Well, you'll have to find out. In the meantime, please look forward to... Yo! Oh my god! We got a straight up movie poster as a tease! Oh, let's zoom in on this. Oh, this is good! Look at all this!
The Pikmin Representation Restoration Program, brought to you by Hokatate Freight.
You drew this too? Dude! Bubbles! You're a madman! Oh, the amount of personality on display here. This is gorgeous. Oh, 10 out of 10. 12 out of 10. This is one of my favorite concepts we've ever read through. Like, that was a lot, and my... Whew, my voice is... That took a number on me, but there was so much heart, so much character. So many little stories and explorations of other characters that just don't get that shown off in other parts of the game. And all done through what is hands down the worst character in the game currently. Like Bubbles, whenever I get around to the... It won't be the next reboot roster video, but whenever I get around to the DLC version of this, I'm absolutely harking to this in some way. So like, yeah, if you add Olimar to the game, you could have like this little side mode where you can like unlock little things about other characters. Like this... Oh, this is so good. Thank you so much for sharing this. This made me so happy. Okay, I need to breathe for a second. Whew. That was what, a solid... How long was that? Dedicated to Smash Bros. Pikmin? Like an hour and 30 minutes straight of voice acting? Whew. Okay. Okay. Let's move on.
We might need a video as a... That's a good idea. Actually, you know what? One second. I didn't have any of them planned, but I think there were a couple of videos in the submission. I might just grab one of those and save one of the other ones. I know I saw one. Where are you? I think it was Jamester. There it is. Okay. How do I read all that with my jaw getting sore? I worked as a... like fast food at a drive-in for a very long time. I am very practiced with talking non-stop for long stretches of time. I'm glad something good came out from all of that. Okay. So 1 second, I need to rearrange a few things, because I am going to have to skip somebody else's idea. You know what? Deexo, I know you're cool. I'm going to promise to get to your idea next time, but I'm going to swap out yours for Jamester's now, just because I need a slight vocal break to be able to continue on with this. Okay. Get this set up properly. So next up, we have a video submission from Jamester talking about Astral Chain in Super Smash Bros. And I am going to shut up and hope my voice comes back. Please enjoy. Oh, I need to change audio levels. 1 second. About to like... here should be good.
Sometime in the future, the gate to the astral plane is opened, unleashing malevolent chimera into the world, forcing mankind to relocate to an artificial island known as the Ark. Through a joint project of the Aegis Research Institute and the Ark's police department, Neuron was created to combat the chimera by using astral chains to imprison and weaponize the chimeras into legions. Such Neuron officers include Akira Howard and their twin, whose name is... Astral Chain was a modest success back in 2019. Sure, it was buried by other games, but it managed to sell over 1 million units and was nominated for many action game awards. And maybe as a result of that success, Nintendo would fully buy out the rights of the IP from Platinum. So, this is a good sign, right? Unfortunately, they were passed for Smash Ultimate in favor of a Spirit event, which is fair. You wouldn't want to use Smash to promote a franchise that could actually benefit from said promotion. Regardless, a sequel and a Smash invite are probably in the future for our character... Officer Howard? Okay, let's just get this out of the way. I will be referring to this character as Akira. This is technically not accurate at all. In the beginning of the game, the player is given the option between playing as either a male or female twin, and naming them. As of this writing, the player character doesn't have a canon name. The twin that's not chosen becomes Akira, the protagonist's younger sibling, partner, and later rival. Although, technically speaking, everything the protagonist can do, Akira learns to do as well. But this is simply because saying Officer Howard all the time doesn't roll off the tongue easily. So, how would Akira fight in Smash? Astral Chain is an action game where the player fights in tandem with their JoJo stand-esque legions. Alongside the legions, the officer has an X-Baton, a transforming weapon that has 3 forms, a blaster for long range, a baton for quick strikes, and a heavy club called the Gladius. One of the weaknesses of the officer is just how immobile they are, not even capable of jumping on their own. But this is where the Legion comes into play. Legions fight in tandem with the officer like a dancing couple. The Legion can also make up for the officer's lack of mobility not only in controlling space, but also through techniques such as the chain jumps. However, overworking the Legion will cause it to burn out, and without the Legion, our officer is in hot water. And that is more or less how Akira should be adapted. Their general appearance can be more or less converted from Astral Chain itself. This of course includes things such as their stance, their walk and run, their dash, their crouch and crouch walk, and dodges. Their overall stats when compared to their sister Bayonetta are generally lesser. This is of course to offset the Legions. Speaking of, let's go ahead and rip that band-aid off.
Just gonna pause real quick and say I love how what I assume these transitions from the games are being kind of spliced. Yeah, there's the crossfade there, but it looks like it's splicing into these slides here. That's very well done.
I'm going to do something a little controversial. I'm only giving Akira one of their 5 legions, and it's not for any kind of technical restriction. The officers, and I do mean the player character specifically, first and default is the Sword Legion, and in a realistic scenario, this probably would be the default, and that's fine. It can do spiral swords and activate blade mode, so it's cool and all that. However, I'm going with the Fort Legion, the Beast Legion, and I promise this isn't just favoritism. I have reasons. 1. The Beast is by far the most balanced amongst the legions and has the most synergy with all 3 forms of the X-Baton. The Sword Legion, by contrast, only has good synergy with the Baton form, but not much with the Gladius or Blaster. But at the same time, the Beast is stuck on the ground and doesn't hover mid-air, making it the most grounded of all the legions. And like I mentioned earlier, I don't really want Akira to be too much of an air fighter. 2. A core thesis of Akira's design comes down to their profession. When you strip away the sci-fi and the anime, Akira is a police officer. What is one of the most useful tools an officer can utilize? That's right, dogs. And the Beast Legion basically works like a canine boat in and out of battle. If Akira is this over-the-top anime cop, then the Beast is his canine stand. 3, and by far the most important reason, you can pet the dog.
Sold. Nothing more needed. This is a character we must have in the game.
The Legion can be summoned at will and will automatically attack enemies within its range until it's given more direct orders through specials. The Legion will remain active so long as its stamina is kept in check. Should the Legion's stamina become burned out, it cannot be summoned until it's fully recovered, and it will recover more slowly once it's burned out compared to when it's simply dismissed. The Legion's effective range is based on Akira's position and how far the Astral Chain can reach. For Smash's purpose, let's make it a little more than half a final destination. And if you're wondering if Akira is knocked back, the Legion will be dragged along with them. Also, during certain normals, Akira will let out a quick blue flash. Should the player choose to, they can press the special button for a sync attack. Akira on their own is fairly weak, so if it's not clear, these are meant to be their big damage dealers and finishers. Just keep in mind that neither Akira nor the Legion are invincible during sync attacks. They also cost some of your Legion's stamina to prevent you from mindlessly throwing them out all the time. Also, unlike in Astral Chain, the game doesn't slow down, so your timing needs to be on point. I mentioned that specials are the primary means of manipulating the Legion, so I'm going to nip that bud now. Neutral special is the summoning, sending, recollection, and dismissal of legions. By pressing B, Akira will summon their Legion. The Legion will of course follow Akira and will auto-attack any opponents within its vicinity with Toot and Claw. And again, this is how you activate sync attacks when prompted. If you press the B button again, the Legion will dart forward, and if it connects with an opponent, the beast will start spinning like a buzzsaw, locking opponents in place. While separated from Akira, a press of the B button will recall the Legion back to Akira's side.
Just a small bit of feedback, but I'd recommend putting something behind the text up here that's showing what move it is. It's just very hard to make out. I just barely noticed it was there. Not a big thing, but just...
And when the Legion is
You don't want
active,
text
pressing and
up.
holding the B button will dismiss the Legion completely. Side special is Chain Jump. The Legion will pull Akira towards its location, tackling through anything in the way. The tackle is strengthened by how far the Legion is pulling from. If pulled from max length, Akira will slide upon landing, dealing additional damage. This gives Akira a way of getting to the Legion's position quickly, while neutral special gives the Legion a way to get to Akira quickly. Up special is Legion Recovery. To prevent themselves from falling to their death, Akira throws the Legion skyward, who then pulls Akira up towards the stage. So basically just like the Ice Climbers. Down special is Howl. The Beast Legion lets out a howl that stuns opponents. The range and strength of the howl is based off how often the player uses it, or rather how often they don't use it. Think Rob's Laser or Warrior's Waft. They have one more trick in the form of a shield special, Chain Bind. If the Legion is sent, Akira will tug on the Astral Chain to call the Legion back to their side. While it's slower by a fair margin compared to the regular recall, any opponent in between Akira and the Legion will be bound in the Astral Chain, setting them up for combos and finishing blows. Bound opponents are essentially in a grabbed state and can mash out, but that of course becomes harder as they take more damage. Akira's neutral combo is 2 diagonal swipes followed by a thrust of the baton. This can lead to a sync attack where the Beast Legion will attack with a diagonal claw. Forward tilt is a horizontal swipe. Up tilt is a rising kick, while down tilt is a sweep kick. And the dash attack is a low sliding kick. Forward smash is based off the baton's lunge attack. Akira quickly switches to a reverse grip for a wide strike. A sync attack is possible where the Legion and Akira will charge with a forward thrust. Up smash is based off the stun attack animation, where Akira launches smaller opponents skyward with a somersault kick. A sync attack has Akira and the Legion firing with blast of energy skywards. Down smash is based off the baton spin attack, a jumping spinning kick. The sync attack has Akira pass the baton to the Legion, who then proceeds to dart around at super speed, striking those around Akira. Neutral air is 2 swipes of the baton meant to hit both sides. Forward and back air are also swipes of the baton. Up and down air are arcing kicks towards their respective directions. All aerials have the potential for Akira to follow up with a sync attack, where they and the Legion come crashing down, bringing their opponents with them. Akira's grab is fairly typical for most one-handed weapon users, and their pummel has them hit the opponent with the butt of the baton. Forward throw is a series of kicks that launch the opponent away. For the back throw, Akira uses the Gladius to swing their opponent to the other side before slamming them to the ground. Up throw has Akira toss the opponent skyward. You can use a sync attack to have the Legion bring the opponent back down. And the down throw is a simple slam him to the ground. Since we already covered the specials, all that's left is the final smash, Fusion. Akira merges with the Legion's core, transforming into a chimera. In this berserk state, they start slashing forward with their claws repeatedly before ending it with a final strike. For the record, this isn't a cutscene. Anyone can get caught in front of Akira and get torn to shreds. At the same time, they could completely miss it. And yes, this is just Berserker Barrage. This is Officer Howard, a futuristic anime cop who fights alongside their equally over-the-top K9. With an emphasis on coordination, they control space and lock down their opponent's options to protect the peace. Astral Chain offers a lot in the ways of customization between different outfit sets, skin tones, hairstyles, and accessories between both genders and their legions. Both the male and female twin would share the default color scheme for Neuron, while their alternates are based off other color sets, which are based off other types of emergency workers, each with a matching legion. Such as the Red Rescue set, the Green Security set, the Orange Mechanic set, the White Medic set, a Black Raven set, and one based off Lappy. Speaking of Lappy, Kirby will actually get his hat from Lappy's own police cap. For their entrance, they drop from a chopper and equip the Legatus. The first idol has them spin the weapon in their hand, the second has them take a closer look at it. They have 4 taunts. The first is a simple salute, the second has them point their blaster forward, demanding the opponent to freeze. The third has them activate the Iris system, complete with Iris startup, while they place their hand on their hip and give a confident smirk. The last one is when the Legion is active and next to Akira, in which you can pet the dog. Also, if you do any other taunt while the Legion is active, it will let out a roar. As for victories, the first has Akira pull the Legion from the camera, who pulls out a Chimera's core. Number 2 could be based off the Case Accepted pose. And the last one is based off the capture of the Beast Legion, where Akira pulls them in for a pose. Speaking of, that is going to be our victory theme. Neuron Headquarters is a wide skyscraper overlooking a futuristic city. There's a flat level, but for the most part this is a fairly no-nonsense stage. Throughout the battle, the time may go from day to night, and maybe we can see some chimeric activity in the background. This causes various members of the Astral Chain cast moving in and out of helicopters to respond to them. As always, there is a playlist in the description with 12 songs for a potential soundtrack, one for each of the game's 12 files. Astral Chain actually uses a ambient and combat version of level themes, which is why you might see 2 of the same song in the playlist. I also want to give a shout out to Baron von Lag, who rearranged the soundtrack to mix both in, which you have been listening to throughout this video. A link to not only their channel, but a specific playlist for Astral Chain will be in the description. should cover everything. What did you all think? I tried my hand at transitions. Hopefully whatever game I talk about next will have transitions more easily replicated. I also used Audacity's compressor effect. Let me know how that works compared to the last video. I'm not sure what I'm going to do next time, but I think I want to do something a little less anime. I actually wanted to try and branch out and try to make a Nero for Marvel vs. Capcom concept. Not only was I beaten to the punch, but they executed every idea I had flawlessly, including ideas that I didn't think could be modded into Marvel 3. Regardless, expect something a little different next time around, even if that may take a little more time than usual. Till then, take care.
Well done! Okay, my voice is back. I can talk again. I think the single idea that stood out to me the most here was, where was the side special? Yeah, this thing right here. This sounds
To your side.
like
Button will
so
dismiss
much
the
fun
Legion.
to use.
Legion will pull Akira towards its location, tackling through anything in the way. The tackle is strengthened by how far the Legion is pulling from. If pulled from max length, Akira will slide upon landing, dealing additional damage.
Just constantly grappling and Spider-Maning your way around stages, that sounds like an absolute blast. I'll be honest, I don't care about Astral Chain at all. I honestly forgot the game existed until I saw this submission. But this has absolutely sold me on not only just getting the character into Smash Brothers, but also kind of the game in general. Just seeing this much of it playing at the same time, I still don't know if I enjoy playing it, but like visually speaking, this game's gorgeous. Like the amount of all the cool effects on the screen at once. The concept of trying to chain around enemies to stun them is both cool in this game and a fun mechanic to think of in Smash Brothers. One second. I know that Jamester had specific feedback that they wanted. 1 second. Smash movies. I'm looking for more critique on editing and audio. Okay. I can give a few things. Again, I think just a simple either give the
This gives
text up
Akira
here a stroke around it. It's like a thin black border around it, or just maybe some sort of small, like the music transitions I have in my videos, where it just kind of comes out and allows it to be distinct against whatever backdrop it has. Just something to make it stick out a little bit more. It's not a big thing, but it's hard to notice as is, and I figure if you're going to edit something in there, you want people to notice it, right? I think the transitions were excellent. Just going from this and then crossfading from what I assume this is like a level title for Astral Chain, but then crossfading into this was really well done. I really enjoyed this. I also really enjoyed the pacing of this. Some people would get on people's case for having so much silence between,
roll off
say,
the tongue
here,
easily.
and then there's just like 10 seconds of silence before you start talking. But I really appreciated that. Gave it a very cozy pace. Anything else? Audio-wise, I did hear a few times where it sounded like you were facing away from the microphone and then turned to it, probably to check a script. I used to do that a lot when I first started making videos too. Audio is the kind of thing that's feedback. I could give feedback being like, oh yeah, just make sure the microphone's always facing you, or try to speak from the belly more so than anywhere else while you're speaking. But it's the kind of thing you kind of just have to keep doing, and it naturally gets better. It's narration is like a muscle. The more you do it, the better you get at it. So I think this was good though. Like I could clearly understand you. There was a nice balance between you and the music. Like there's room for improvement, but that's true for literally everybody recording anything. Yeah, I think this was excellent. Very well done, Jamester. I look forward to seeing what your next... important. I can't believe I've forgotten to do this until now. I am going to copy a link in the chat. Make sure to like and comment on it for algorithm goodness. Because everybody knows that people that just react to videos without doing anything more to them are the worst. So please make sure to click that link, give that video a view, like it, comment it, even if it's just, hey, came here from Peasant's perspective, great video, just something like that. Make sure Jamester gets the attention that he deserves off of this, because this was a very well-made video. I think I saw, like, what was that, only 11 subscribers? Yeah, 11 subscribers. Deserves way more than that. Come on. Let's fix that. Boost that number up a little bit. Either way, though, thank you very much, Jamester, for the video submission. You have saved my bacon. And now I can keep narrating properly. Okay. So, next up... Sorry, we're out of order now, so let me recenter. Okay, yes, we have another Smash Bros. Moveset from a series that I know by name, but don't know much of past that. What if... I believe it's this slide. Yeah, from Brazilian Guy. I know we have a few Brazilians in the audience. Unfortunately, your titles have been taken. This is the Brazilian Guy. Wants to see Frank West in Smash Brothers. Francis Algernon West, mainly known as Frank West, is one of the protagonists in the Dead Rising series. He is the main character in Dead Rising 1 and 4, as well as being playable in Case West and starring in the not-canon Dead Rising 2 off the record. Oh, shoot, right. Sorry, music's a little loud. Yes, it is, because I had it boosted for... There we go. Oops. It's just letting people in the past know, because there's slight delay. Okay, where was I? While he can be a bit sarcastic and hard to work with, Frank is a good person who instinctively helps others and makes teams-ups when needed. Frank is a freelance photojournalist who goes to some insane miles to get the perfect scoop and uncover the truth. And at age 36, he got what he wished for, the scoop of a lifetime. When he heard something was going to happen in the small town of Willamette, Colorado, he made his way there by helicopter and was left for 3 days on the only noteworthy place in the town, the shopping mall. After spending a few minutes there, West realized there was something simply impossible going on. A zombie outbreak. With his only ticket to get out of there coming in 3 days, Frank stays at the mall fighting off zombies with objects he finds in the many stores in the mall. Baseball bats, pans, rocks, televisions, anything he could hold or lift. While fighting the undead, Frank made some alliances and focused on saving those in need throughout the mall, as well as defending himself from people who had gone crazy due to the apocalypse. While doing all that, he also did his best to uncover what was truly going on there. He got as many pictures, because, photographer. After 3 long days, he manages to find the truth behind those zombies. Basically, the US government did some not cool experiments in Central America, that led to the undead. Frank shared this information with the world, and while not being able to fully condemn the government, he did get something just as good: fame and notoriety, even if he did escape. With being partially infected by the zombie virus. He went from a simple freelancer into a TV show host, having multiple brand deals and living the good life for around as long as his 5 minutes of fame lasted. With more zombie outbreaks going on throughout America, Frank became old news, and thus decided to get back onto the freelance gig. He would go on to cover another outbreak and assist the protagonist of Dead Rising 2, the epic Chuck Green. It's also important to mention Frank had a non-canon adventure. He got to be the protagonist of the second game in a what-if scenario. The only thing to be canonical out of this is his need to take a certain medication. Zombrix to not let his zombie infection take the best of him. After that, many years passed and Frank was now 52, and living life as a college professor, until a new call to action made him go back to Willamette and cover another zombie outbreak. Possibly due to him being treated as a washed-up has-been, Frank is more cynical in this game. Could even say the traits of his character got exaggerated, and got flanderized as he is much more than mean. But even then, he still has a hero spirit inside him, as he sacrifices himself to save some friends at the end of DR4, and he gets turned into a zombie to die. Until he gets back to normal in the paid DLC and writes a book about his whole undead experience. Cool. While being just a normal guy with, at most, some wrestling techniques, West is quite strong, being able to go against soldiers and hordes of zombies. He is capable of weaponizing basically anything he gets his hands on, giving him an immense arsenal of weapons, from the conventional ones to the more out-there choices. Frank has killed thousands of zombies in his many years, covering outbreaks and wars, but nothing can stop him from getting a huge scoop or helping someone in need. With photography and survival skills mastered, Frank West can take on anyone, and now he will have to survive in Smash. Frank is a character that has a ton of resource management. This was done to emulate how in the original Dead Rising games he has to maintain himself, his weapons, his missions, and his survivors, all while needing to level up and deal with a time limit. In Smash he has to keep track of the state of mainly his special, be wary when using his forward tilt setup, and still try to level up so he can get even better attacks. The best way to describe him is as an advantage pusher. If he starts winning interactions and starts his setup, you are done. He will be able to keep a distance with the projectiles, set up traps and disjoints, and he doesn't struggle to get in, having a unique way to advance with his throws and side special, not to mention the bonuses that leveling him up gives him. If you, the opponent, manage to overwhelm and make sure Frank's plans fail, he can start to fall apart under pressure, especially if he doesn't level up as he needs that for a part of his kit. He doesn't have large combos, rather going for many individual hits that can send the flow flying at low percentages as well as pestering them. Usually, Frank has a tool to deal with most situations, it just depends on the player to use them in a wise and creative way, which he is very capable of due to his kit, how his kit interacts with itself. It's hard to give him a concrete archetype though, as he acts as a kitchen sink snowballer with a great setup and stage control options. Got a couple of stats here, I'm just going to linger on them for a second, just so people can read them. He's got great stage control, good damage and kill power, good range. The more he keeps playing, the stronger he becomes with the level mechanic. And he covered wars, so he knows how to fight. Cons: if rushed, his setup can fall apart. If he is stopped from getting levels, he is significantly weaker. Special moves have limitations in use, only okay movements. And he has the worst hairline ever of any character in fiction. You didn't have to do my man that badly, come on, that's just mean. Unique mechanics, prestige points, and leveling up. Like the Dead Rising games on the Versus series, Frank has the ability to level up, having him being a relatively weak character at first and slowly becoming stronger. To achieve a level up, you need prestige points, which will be referred to going forward as PP. West has two ways to get PP. The first is scoring a KO. By doing so, you receive 5 PP. Doesn't sound like much, but this alone can make you gain an extra level at the start of a match by itself. The other method is by using the Snapshot move, a unique attack that will be touched upon later. The quantity obtainable through this move varies, but allows you to get a lot more than just by banking on kills. Borrowing from MVC, Frank has 5 levels, and with each one he gets progressively better. Not only that, but with each level he also gains access to brand new moves he couldn't do before, or buff his existing attacks. In general, they either involve him gaining a new skill that is background from his wrestling background, or coming from him being able to use stronger weapons. Farewell, Bubbles! Thanks for joining us, and thank you for the fantastic submission. By gaining a new skill, coming from... where was I? Or even use the awesome combo weapons first introduced in Dead Rising 2. The amount of PP needed to get him from one level to the next, as well as the stat buffs... wow, English. Buffs in each of them are as follows. 1 is the default, where the stats were at the stats section. At 10 experience points, gains a raise in speed, and his walk gets faster as well. At level 3, his weight gets buffed to make him more durable, as well as another speed buff. That's at 25. Level 4, our main man takes less raw damage from all attacks, taking only 3/4 from all moves. For example, a move that deals 10% normally will only deal 7. And at 5, it gains the Spirit of a Champion as a light yellow aura surrounds Frank, indicating he reached level 5. Doesn't actually buff. So the last one is just for the aesthetic. I kind of love that. Moves gained or changed due to... Oh, okay, maybe it's actually with special moves later. Although that would be funny if the final level is just be like, okay, yeah, you did a good job. Here's a gold sticker. But as you can clearly tell, leveling up Frank makes him a much more active threat, as he now boasts fantastic weight and speed. Adding that to his ranged arsenal full of different disjointed weapons, making fighting him for long durations of time a bad idea, as he only gets stronger and stronger. Frank also doesn't lose a level or PP when getting killed, so the only way to stop him is to prevent him from getting it outright. Maybe there's a different way later, but I will point out that this kind of stuff is dangerous, as this can snowball in various ways depending on how the stats of Smash Brothers are laid out. Like, for example, if you have a 10-stock match, a Frank in that setting is going to benefit way more than other characters. Not necessarily a bad thing, just something to keep in mind. He depends a lot on his specials to be able to get high-value PP shots, so getting him on his face and pressure him so he can't get anything going is your best option. More ways to counter his leveling up will be discussed in the next segment. I love little UI things that people make. It's nice and simple, but it's just... It makes it come to life just a little bit more. Snapshot has our favorite photojournalist put that trusty camera he carries around at all zombie apocalypses in his left hand to good use, as he raises it with both his hands and takes a picture of whatever is in front of him. This is the case for both the ground and aerial versions. He then checks his camera and nods to himself, approving of his work. While doing this, he can say a couple of iconic lines like smile, say cheese, good, or fantastic, all depending on how good that picture is. He can cancel the nod with any other action. The first noteworthy thing about this is how you actually get this move to come out. Snapshot isn't a special, nor is it a normal attack. Rather, you do this by pressing Shield Special on the ground and A plus B to do the aerial version. This puts it in a unique spot, as on top of his specials, you will also have to remember to do this to level yourself up. It's also a much more active part of your moveset when compared to the use Shield Special has in Inkling or Steve's Kit. As far as an active move, this can actually damage foes who are 2 squares of distance from Frank, and lightly stun them for 20 frames, or some camera flashes can be as hard on the eyes as flashbangs, so it's no wonder Frank weaponizes this. But not enough to do anything above pathetic knockback and damage, but it's something. A picture will be taken of whatever's in front of him at the moment. You can't actually see the picture, but whatever gets photographed will be circled in a non-intrusive red circle around it. His camera range is recreated. I love the doodles. Kirby's camera shy. By snapshotting certain elements of a match, Frank will be rewarded with PP. Different elements grant different quantities, but a general rule of thumb is the more that you get in the frame, the better. What Frank can photograph to earn PP and how much he gains is: enemies get 1, enemies being launched is 3, so action shots are obviously worth more. Items 2, Frank's tools 3, assist trophies and Pokemon 1, explosions are 3, zombies are 1, zombies outtake are 3. Okay. Some of these make more sense. Okay, but be patient. So we'll get the context for some of these later. But from this alone, you can see Frank goes crazy in casual scenarios where items and players taking damage are easy to find. But there is a catch to how many pictures Frank can take. His camera has a battery. Ooh. And if used too much, it will malfunction, and Frank will look down at it pissed while smoke comes out of his device. The camera has 5 charges per stock, meaning you can only take 5 pictures before it dies. It isn't a permanent loss though, you will get it back upon being KO'd and coming back to the stage. They also recharge back to full after a nice 30 seconds. A bit of a pain to have to wait for it, but better than nothing. And at level 3 is a unique way to get more out of pictures. But overall, this limitation is so when playing Frank, people don't just go taking pictures at every second. Otherwise, leveling up would be too easy, and have them think of when is a good moment, otherwise you will lose charge and potentially miss your scoop to level up. You can see how much camera power and how much PP he has at any point in his UI. Alright, neutral special, Tools of Survival. The thing that differentiates Frank the most from any protagonist in any other game has to be his arsenal. He's got guns, knives, baseball bats, and all the other things that make sense for self-defense. But he also weaponizes some questionable things. He somehow makes it work in the end, and since he went through an apocalypse in a shopping mall, twice, full of varied stores, he never really ran out of options to help him survive. That's what I would consider one of the core appeals of Dead Rising, the massive options. And this has to be translated into Smash. This attack varies considerably depending on your level, and if you either press or hold the button down. By doing the latter, you will see a couple of squares come above Frank. Inside these squares, some objects are shown. These are his tools of survival. By tilting left or right, Frankie can switch the tool he is currently using for neutral special. This is visualized by the square in the middle, and by the item briefly appearing in Frank's hands before disappearing. It doesn't immediately use his tap neutral special. Alternating these specials is a key aspect of Frank's game plan, as these tools have different utilities and excel at different points. Some are kill moves, some are combo tools, some are setups, so forth. It's also important not to overuse just one, as many of them are single use or can break. But fear not, they come back after you get KO'd or after a level up. Alright, tools! Level 1, we got the pipe. It's a pipe. By pressing B with the pipe equipped, we'll perform a simple combo with 2 overhead strikes from the object, the first hit coming from the right, followed by a strike from the left. And finish with a blow to the torso or the closest thing the opponent has. Aerial version is the same thing and ignores gravity, staying in place for the duration of the move. But if he tries to use it again like that, he will fall like normal. It's not the flashiest of his moves by a long shot, but does its job fairly well. With a quick, rather disjointed attack that acts as a good combo finisher, mainly can be done out of his forward tilt to apply some extra damage. Save on shield. Put it at min-max range, but if they pin it point blank, the foe will be able to pressure you afterwards. Also punishing if you miss. Serial version is also worth noting, as Frank's recovery is quite predictable. Also use it out of there. I'm probably going to kind of breeze over like various bits of like this is where it works in this situation, just because this is one of the longer ideas, and I do want to make sure we get to everybody else's. But should anybody want to see a more in-depth exploration of how these moves work, you can read the document I linked. Use this 8 times before it breaks. 2 is the Sledgehammer. Go-to heavy weapon that specializes in getting early kills. It's quite easy to look at this as a diet version of Ballast Down Special, in the sense it doesn't take nearly as long to charge, but the power reflects that not killing as early. Very powerful at ledge. Unfortunately, comboing into or out of this move is impossible since its startup and end lag is just too high. You can also turn like Byleth mid-charge, deals good steel damage, and can be used 6 times before it breaks. The Frying Pan. Honestly, we need more Frying Pan users in Smash Brothers, let's be honest. This is not any simple Frying Pan. He is using a heated Frying Pan. In Dead Rising, you can have certain items interact with each other, and one of the coolest of these interactions is between a pan and a stove, which greatly improves its usage from a simple battering item into a more sophisticated move. He has already heated the pan beforehand. When pressing B with the pan equipped, Wes will simply raise his arm with a frying pan and press the burning hot bottom of the cooking utensil and against anyone in front of him. Acting as a hit grab, this move will stop any enemy in their place as they suffer from the intense heat of the pan before being launched at a set angle above Frank. Has a terrible range, covering only one training mode square in front of him. The damage dealt, though, is very considerable, making it a pretty normal grab move with heat and has very much risk-reward involved. Launches at a set angle, meaning it will never kill, but Frank can follow this up with a nair at early percentages. It's also worth mentioning that the grab is active for a considerable time, so it's very much a Steve down tilt kind of deal. Pan can be used 8 times before it stops existing. We got the bowling ball, single use, exclusive to the level 1 arsenal, being a rather simple weapon, being found at sometimes unexpected places. Special poses if he's lined up for a bowling alley, taking a few short steps that aren't even enough to cover a battlefield platform, while holding the heavy object with both hands. Swing it back and forth, one foot in front of the other, and press the next special button again to launch it at different angles. The time Frank can spend swinging his arm is infinite, but he can just be hit out of it. In contrast, he can press shield at any point in the move, even the walk, to cancel it. Okay, so it's a projectile that you can angle in various directions, but you can use to fake out opponents. Alright. You can also let go of it behind him to kind of roll backwards, like you would in, like, Wii Sports. Travels a decent amount of distance. And you can... Oh, that's fun! You can alter the speed by changing when you release depending on where Frank's arm is at. That's interesting. Regardless of the arc, the ball will always count as a projectile, meaning it can be reflected back at you. Done in the air, we'll just let it fall to the ground or into the blast zone. So it's a projectile you can kind of just drop. And again, single use, and you only get one of these things. We got cooking oil. Interesting. Helps trip people. Okay, so you apply this to the stage. Will stay for 6 seconds. And anybody that walks over it will have a random chance to trip over it. Okay. And you can spread it over a large area, so it is very useful. And it is flammable. So if it's applied to opponents, they'll take more damage from fire attacks. For example, the fire... Ooh, I love these sorts of roster, like, moveset interactivities. So you got the fiery frying pan. Goodness. Which, if you hit them with the oil first, does more damage. I like stuff like this. And again, he'll just drop it if it's used in the air. Alright. We have the propane tank. This does exactly what you think it does. You drop it, it goes boom, after it gets hit 4 times. Or after 12 seconds. You can angle it in various directions. I will say, if this is just level 1, and this is all of the options he gets, the damage that's on display here is quite intense. Like 22% here, the bowling ball is pretty strong too. Meaning that if he gets this back every stock, he's getting, like, pretty much a full kill with every stock. Although I suppose the single-use nature of these does balance that out a little bit. I might have thoughts on how to, like, potential concerns on how this could be balanced, I think. But I'll save that until I understand the full moveset. And like explosive items, this will be immediately detonated with fiery attacks. Okay, okay. Alright, leveling up gives you a 2x4 instead of the pipe. Longer range, disjoints. And... becoming safer on shields, which the pipe does not have. Interesting, so this isn't an outright buff, it's more of a trade-off between these tools. Okay, okay. So you lose the power, but you gain a bit more range and just general safety while you're attacking. You got rocket fireworks, replacing the bowling ball. Interesting, and they also replace various weapons, so you'd still have the 2 and the 3 ones, which were the frying pan and the sledgehammer, which is good, because those were more utility-based. You want to have this fire ability with you, but now we have fireworks. Big extra sense where he holds the 3 fireworks in his hand. Aimable with a reticle. A lot of moves with this character that you can aim in any direction. I like it. Smash Bros. Doesn't really allow that very often. I've always been curious what they could do with a character that was more based on aiming in any direction, but it had lots of weaknesses to make up for that sheer utility. Interesting, so you can aim each one individually, but they don't fire off when you fire off. You're only placing the targets for where the rockets are going to go. JoBot says this moveset is very complicated. It is incredibly complicated. But it's not to the point of being impossible to understand. If the normals are completely basic, I think this is fine to have such a complicated neutral, special, and leveling system. If the normals change with all this, that's a bit much, but we'll see, we'll see. So, good area denial where you can choose basically active hitboxes they're going to fire off. Dealing some pretty significant damage as well. Gets an extra item as well, the tripod. Oh, interesting! And this is another way to get more photo shoots. You can basically set up a turret to gain more experience for yourself while Frank is off somewhere else. Does take away the camera, though, when you use it. Can't take pictures of himself, though. he has no value to the journal. That's funny. Level 3, he gets a katana to replace the 2x4. How does this compare to Eldritch? It's only just one complex thing right now, so I'm not feeling overwhelmed yet. We'll see how it continues to evolve. Yeah, same sort of swinging moves. Much quicker, though, and more damage. Of course, you're going from a 2x4 to a katana. I like that his basic weapon is constantly evolving. I love that feeling of evolving in really any video game. It's good to just feel that progression, you know? He gets an electric hammer. A homemade version of Mjolnir. Nice. Dealing incredible amounts of damage. And also paralyzes you now. Although it has absurd frame data, so it's not something you just want to swing out willy-nilly. And it also breaks a lot faster, too. So if you miss, it punishes you heavily. We have the excavator now, replacing the frying pan, which loses the fire effects as well. Interesting. Oh no, there's a Molotov cocktail later. okay. There, you can move back and forth at speed. So it's a active hitbox you can use while moving. Acting as a sort of command grab as they get spun around on the drill. Okay. Also has a bit of armor as well. Ouch. Alrighty. Alright, we got Molotovs as another single use. Oh, he has 4 of them. Never mind, not... Lobs forward at a downward angle at the same speed of red Pikmin. Oh, and you can take pictures of the explosions. Probably the case for the fireworks as well. You can take pictures of these explosions to gain more experience a lot quicker. So you can... Wait a second. So you can literally just set up a bunch of fireworks to explode and then just take a picture over and over again to farm experience? That's hilarious. Alright, average kill power. About the same size as the explosion of Zelda's side special, but a good move. It's a good projectile. And we got gasoline replacing cooking oil, which you can now set up. Trail of gas, which basically does the same thing, but now explodes and does more damage. Nice. Okay. You can explode the propane. Oh, true! So you could, like, set up the propane tank, set off a bunch of fireworks which are going to go off, and then immediately take a picture of all 4 explosions, which is 12 experience points. That immediately gets you a level. Okay, interesting. Okay, it's complicated, but I'm loving the ideas at play here. Like, it's not overwhelming me. Because, like, that creates an interesting question of, okay, do I try to blow somebody up with a propane tank, or just get all the explosions off now to immediately level up and get stronger abilities? That's interesting. Alright, so a scythe, that's fun. Much longer range, much more damage. Like, I like this simple progression of all of these tools that he's using. Got a rocket launcher, fun. Combining his lead pipes into... Oh my gosh, it's just a bunch of lead pipes taped together. Never played Dead Rising, but this theming seems like a lot of fun. You fire 6 rockets in quick succession. Oh, and you can mark these in the same way that you did with fireworks. You can just make a succession of little marks with the rockets and try to combo people into consecutive explosions. That's really fun. Alright. And new item, the escape pod. Alright. Command grab anyone who's in 2 squares will get hit by this beautiful contraption with only their head poking out. Funny. I can take off. Oh, it's the beetle item! Oh, that's fun. That's really fun. Counterplay is to don't get hit by it. And can be mashed out as like a beetle item normally is. Kills, it will. And level 5, we got the tripod zapper. So replacing the tripod with a Tesla coil. Basically an electric turret that stuns enemies that get too close to it. Interesting. Okay, so if you actually do manage to get to level 5, you get some insanely powerful tools like this one. Only one use, but it's very powerful for that use. Alright, and that's all the neutral special tools. Okay. It may have been a lot, but I believe that translates to the almost sandbox feeling you have in Dead Rising. Tools range in power, but if you know how to alternate between them quickly and manage to respond to what your enemy is doing, you will mostly always have the right tool for the job. You can command grab defensive opponents with the pan, attack at a distance with the Molotovs, and the level up mechanic keeps you and your foes in check as you get your tools back, upgrade them, or gain brand new toys, making it so fighting as and against Frank is very dynamic. Down smash is hammer throw. In this case being whenever there's a zombie outbreak, he's got 3 of them canonically. Frank even knows... Wait, hold on. Having to survive from them so many times ends up making you an expert, and Frank even knows the best ways to weaponize the undead. When you press down special, a zombie will appear behind Frank. It's unclear whether this zombie has been following him all the way to Smash or if they're just already here. The zombie will then act like he's going to attack West, who's quite used to this by now. And then West quickly grabs one of the monster's arms and launches it forward as the zombie swings his arms. I've seen this, I think, in Marvel vs. Capcom. He basically uses the zombies as projectiles. You just throw zombies. You're a zoner by throwing zombies. That's so fun. Will not fall off ledges, instead turning around whenever it nears one. The same applies to platforms. Has 10 HP, and can be taken out, but it won't go down without a fight. If an enemy or Frank is within 3 tiles of a zombie, it will drastically speed up and try to approach its victim at the same speed as Marth's Rock. It will not give up until its prey is either too far away or until the zombie itself is killed. When the zombie grabs someone, it will start to scratch and bite them. Don't worry though, there's no way to get infected. You can mash out bite to escape. It's a re-dead from Super Smash Bros. Melee in the adventure mode. So you can use that for setups. That's when the sledgehammer or excavator comes into play, because now you've got a zombie holding people down. I like that. You can set up gasoline stuff as well. You also just take a snapshot of them, because what news company isn't gonna pay for a picture of Mario getting attacked by a zombie? I mean, obviously, of course. But enemies who are being held by zombies only take half the knockback, which applies to Frank as well. Okay, interesting. That's really interesting, actually. If you're about to be killed, you could actually run to the zombie to take half the knockback and survive. Oh, that has layers. I really like that. You can also throw them again when you're next to them. And if you throw something that a zombie that's already on the field, it gets more speed while doing so. Frank can also use all of his throws with the zombie, including if a zombie is grabbing Frank. Okay, so Frank, if he's being attacked by a zombie, can break out of that instantly with this throw. So he does a distinct... Oh, so you can really tank a lot of things by doing that. That's so interesting. You can also light them on fire. Like setups with a propane tank. Oh, this is so cool. I am starting to feel a little bit of like, okay, there's a lot going on here. But there's only a few key things at work here. Mainly just explosions and what interacts with the explosion. So I think we're still in the clear in terms of being a understandable moveset from a, well, not a casual perspective. A casual is never going to be able to play with this. But from like the basic Smash Brothers perspective, you know? Does this thing explode? Yes or no? There can only be one zombie on stage per Frank. Okay, I was about to ask this. That's important. They only last 12 seconds. They'll keep trying to attack you even if you've broken out. And after one zombie is gone, you can't just throw a new one out. There's a cooldown between it. Good. That's a good way of balancing this out. You can also footstool. That sounds really funny to me. Imagine some kind of like, okay, you're gonna toss a zombie out purely so like bounce off of battlefield and you can footstool off of them. That's cute. One final aspect. If it's done in the air, they'll spawn under Frank. Okay, so you can actually just straight up do this on purpose if there isn't already one spawned. You just footstool them. Like in Melee's adventure mode, when you get Luigi instead of Mario, just send them hurtling into the abyss. Also works as an unconventional hitbox like Sonic Spring. That's funny. But of course, you cannot use this for help if one is already on the stage. So if you have a zombie thrown out there, you might not be able to use it if you need it for recovery. Alright. Interesting. I like it. Side special is the shopping cart. Alright, oh god, is this Inkling side? It's Inkling side special. Pushes it forward, rushing in and knocking away anyone who comes into contact with it. Going for a set distance, after which he will launch it forward as a final trick, or fully stops if he reaches a ledge. Alright, fantastic burst option. It has decent damage if he is behind the cart. Does that mean he can hop into it for more damage? The cart will be destroyed, but Frank himself is left okay with no damage. Okay, after cart is launched, it will stay on the stage for 5 seconds, with Frank only being able to use side special when next to it. Okay, so it's got Wario Bike rules. You can only use the cart if you're next to the cart. And it is very, very fragile. This isn't a bike situation. Somebody hits this with just about anything, it will go down. But at level 3, this becomes a weapon cart, getting sharp objects. It becomes a Mad Max shopping cart. That's fun. I like it. Yeah, right there. You got a zombie in it, as well as several chainsaws as well. Oh, interesting. That's not just aesthetic, though. You can actually grab things with the cart as well. Zombies and tools will stay inside the cart. Tools will stay inside the cart until... Oh, and that sets up with the propane tank and the tripod stuff. You can launch them forward for cool, crazy setups with various flammable objects. And zombies will begin to push the cart around the stage if they get caught in it. Doesn't do much damage, but it's still damage, something you have to deal with. That's so funny. It just exists to annoy the opponents, because they can't push it like with any real force. Spends a lot of resources to do so, but it's a good tool for disrupting the pace of the match and getting stage control slowly. Plus, it makes for a great snapshot. Like, who doesn't want to see a zombie pushing one of these things around? That's great! And the up special is the novelty mask. Okay. Weirdly enough, one of the most iconic things to the series isn't original to the series. I did not know this. I thought it came from Dead Rising. Once you use it, he uses it differently depending on whether he's on the ground or in the air. Grounded, he will raise the Starwinger mask with both of his arms before dunking it in front of him. This move is a hit grab, forcing whoever gets hit by it to wear the mask. Fast startup, horrible range. And very easy to punish. But how do I get value out of my enemy wearing a silly mask? Mainly two things. First, if Frank snapshots anyone wearing a mask, you will get an outtake bonus that gives you an extra experience. So if you take a picture of someone being hit with a mask, you will get 5 experience points, which is very generous. Additionally, players become more easy to hit when they are wearing the mask, similar to Faust's off-afro move from Guilty Gear. Oh, it makes their hitboxes bigger. That's fun. Oh, I love this. That's so good. Also put it on zombies as well. Same thing for normal players, makes the hitboxes bigger. Okay. But the aerial version of this, if he comes in contact with an enemy as he's going up, he'll place the mask on them and jump on their head. So it's interesting. Okay, so he raises it up in his hands and goes up a little bit, but if he hits somebody with it, he'll be absolutely launched by doing so. kind of acting almost like a... I'm visualizing a hot air balloon here, just holding it over his head. So none of these are especially good, but used in conjunction with each other, he can recover pretty nicely. Okay. Normal moves, he kicks and punches, or a karate chop. So yeah, pretty basic kick punch. What is the difference between that? I assume this is just a level up kind of deal. Oh no, it's just a basic gentleman jab. Okay. And then third level, it becomes a karate chop, becoming more powerful. Okay. This is where it's starting to feel like just a little too much. I think the complicated level up system works really well when it's contained in the specials. Once it starts changing with the normals, that's when things get a little crazy. Still works on a conceptual stage, but I think it becomes too much to work in the framework of Smash Brothers, so it needs to be implemented in a more complex game, if that makes any sense. Still good though. Like I'm impressed by how much this is all working together. Like some of the previous ones we've had, like the Eldritch one or the Black Alice one, those were just overwhelmingly complicated to a point that they don't really... You'd have to have like a niche subset of players that only enjoy having to read a small encyclopedia to understand their character. This is still complicated, but it makes sense, which I think is really important and really impressive. Like, it puts us on a tier above just by just being like, okay, no, this functions. This works. Dash attack is a football tackle. Very similar to other shoulder bashes like Ganondorf's or Captain Falcon's. Although he will fall down if this misses. So, interesting. That could be a nice way of dodging underneath certain attacks by doing that. A weird kind of gap closer. Can combo into various different things to make it more powerful. Okay. Forward tilt is these will do. Utilizing whatever weapon he can... Okay, again, things like this become a little more complicated. Although he does just swing it forward, so that's fine. Okay, so this is more of a Steve weapon upgrade than... Okay, no, this is fine. This is fine. This is just, okay, whatever he's holding becomes the thing he swipes out with. That's much easier to make. That's fine. So a Frank would be the complexity level below an Eldritch? Yeah. You get what I'm saying, so. Oh. Never mind. This changes based on... Because these are the basic just, okay, I'm going to hit you with something weapons, but then you're down here, depending on other weapons you might have in your hand at the time. Where he just chucks it forward. And then there's a third one with the... just fiery-based weapons. Oh no, sorry, I'm wrong. This is just swinging the weapon in a more heavier way. Like, this is the hammer, the excavator, the tripod. Not necessarily weapons, but the kind of things that you're supposed to smack people with. Whereas this is the one that you throw shit. This is a way to give your tools... So this is Robin Book kind of deal. It's like, okay, I'm almost out of this thing. Let's throw it forward real quick for one last hurrah. is a good way of activating explosives and the like. Okay, okay. And dead resin throwing shit that's about to break is a necessity. So it's kind of Legend of Zelda breaking weapons kind of deal. Just being like, okay, yeah, this is about to break. Let's give it one last chance. And just toss your rockets and propane tanks forward to get them out of your way. We got the up tilt, which is a somersault kick. Very consistent move set throughout the Smash Brothers series. Similar to Guile's flash kick. Okay, so it's a very all-encompassing, cover all your bases kind of move. Spends a lot of time recovering from it though, so it's powerful, but you can get punished for it. Of course, if somebody's already grabbed by a zombie though, that doesn't matter though, so you can just let the zombie grab onto them and then just kick them in the chin. I like it. Small thing I haven't been mentioning before now, but I do really appreciate the sound additions here. It's kind of, like, subconscious, but it does really help in envisioning how this character plays. Like, audio is super important for a character's design in these sorts of games. I haven't been mentioning it, but I am seeing and appreciating that. Just want to highlight that real quick. Down tilt is a legend slide. Got another down tilt slide. Gotta have it, gotta have it. And as it levels up, it goes further. Okay, okay. I think small stat boosts... Boofs? I tried to say boosts and buffs at the same time. Boofs. Small stat buffs, like this, are fine with a level 3. Like, if the player's just kind of feeling like it is getting more powerful as it's going on, like, that's good, that's good. That doesn't get overcomplicated. Makes sense, rather. Grabbing range comparable to Wario's. Those are all very powerful, giving them good kill power. And they also interact with the zombie. On top of that, he uses a unique throw. His grab has him hold the foe in place with his left hand, taking his camera out for once and pummeling with a punch right on the enemy's gut. Okay. Forward throw is a giant swing, grabbing them by their legs, or the closest equivalent. It's the Mario throw. The so long, gay Bowser. This is a cancelable animation. So there is a little affecting not the gameplay. If done while the enemy is an earlier percent, you can get follow-ups. And you can throw your opponent into a tank. Okay, fun. Oh, I see why this is here. So like you can cancel it because you can throw the zombies like this. So if you, for example, light the zombie on fire, grab it, and throw it in that direction, you can set up some pretty cool things with that. I like it, and it does just enough damage that it doesn't kill the zombie. Back throw is a suplex, because of course it is. How could you not with Dead Rising? Yeah, it's like Min-Mins and Incineroars. Suplexes are fun. Up throw is... God, that looks so goofy with Sentinel. Where's that Optimus? Which game is this? Tatsunoko versus Capcom? That might be Optimus. Regardless, it's funny. Raise the foe over above his head with both arms before launching them upwards. Not going very high, but allowing him to hit them with a baseball bat while shouting "out of here" or "home run," dealing even more damage and knockback as he launches them straight up. Great killing tool as it kills pretty early. Also launches them straight, dealing an additional extra bit damage can help you kill with more relative ease. Only tosses the zombie, though. Doesn't hit it with the baseball bat, because that will kill them. That's clever. Like, you can see that this had a lot of thought and love put into it, and you see little things like this. Like, it does just enough damage to them that it hurts them, but not enough to kill them. And then the down throw is the face crusher. Oh, yes! Look, how is this fighting move not in Smash Brothers? Well, actually, no, it might be... No, it's not Snakes. There's one character, I think, that has this, but it's just one. And, like, you'd think that more characters would have a move like this. It's so satisfying. Alright, jumps up, launches them down. High damage, very much pain. Does not jump off the ledge, though. Acting more like Kirby's air forward and back throws. Okay. And then the special throw is the same input as Kazuya's. Okay. Oh. Unlike Kazuya's, which gives him high damage by launching at the forbidden angle, this just gives him chances to level up. As he just takes a selfie with whoever he's grabbing. Just gets into the position to take the selfie. And does so. Good way of getting some good experience points. Giving 8 for free. If it's a 1 versus 1, the whole screen will flash, and he takes the selfie, and for a few frames, you will be able to see the photo of the foe's face looking like their hurt animation, while West does a silly face like putting his tongue out. That's so cute. I love things like this. Makes me wish for a Smash Brothers that was like purely designed for 1 versus 1. You could do a lot of fun things like this. And again, just tons of resources that you gain from doing so. And if you manage to catch an explosion behind you at the same time, well, that's just even better. Got a jump kick for the aerial. Self-explanatory, it's a jump kick. Comparable to Mario's. You got the forward air, which is batter up. Swinging his baseball bat into people's faces. Swings it over his head. So it's more of a kind of... Not a spiking move, I think. Yeah, I don't see spike. This is, I think, the only real criticism I could levy against movesets like this that are really, really detailed. Because when you want to see, like, specific traits like that, it can be a little hard to be like, okay, does this spike? I'm still reading at 3 paragraphs. I'm not quite sure. I don't think so, though, from what I'm seeing here. Although I am seeing that it gets to be a spiked bat at level 3, which if the spiked bat doesn't spike, it really should. Like, making it do more damage because it has spikes on it is fine, but, like, make the spiked bat spike. Come on. Back air is prime time. Use an older television to hit the foe, directly related to here. Yeah, just swinging it around, heavy damage. Bit slow, because you're swinging a TV around, but with the help of a zombie, it's just fine. Good damage. And up air is American firepower. For his up aerial, Frank wields a gun. Does not matter how many times I see this read in a moveset, it makes me smile every single time. Even though he's never fired at a person before the Willamette incident, Frank shows he's a natural sharpshooter by raising his arm while holding a gun and quickly fires upward with the pistol. This shot does not count as a projectile, instead being an extended hitbox that can reach up to 6 training squares above West. I will also say, like, I'm skipping over a lot of these super specific, it's this many squares. but it does really help with actually envisioning exactly how the player, like how this moveset works. Like, it's a lot, but I can easily, like, picture all of this in action because of how detailed this is. Frick stole a TV from a Melee tournament. That'd be a funny little Easter egg if you could just see Melee being played on it as he's swinging it. That'd be really cute. Or, wait, it's not playing. Maybe just, like, you know how older TVs will kind of burn their images onto it if it's the same thing for a really long time? Just make it so there's a Melee game on there that's burned onto the image. That'd be really cool. Level 3 gets upgraded into a shotgun. A lot less range, but it's a shotgun. It does way more damage. It's also video game rules, so if it hits cooking oil or gasoline, it will cause things to explode. I like it. Down air is a knee drop. Stalling in the air for half a second before falling down, with the strength only a falling man in his 30s has. Acts like all good stalling falls do. Will only be stopped by solid ground, otherwise nothing stops him from going down. But at level 2, if you press A in the first 6... this stuff is where my brain goes like, yeah, no, that's too much. Like, it's cute, but this is the kind of thing you could only know if you read about it somewhere else. Which I think is fine for characters like Kazuya, where players that want to play... Like, there's a... What's the word I'm looking for? There's a reputation behind Kazuya that makes them expect things like that. Well, hang on. Because that is true with Frank West, though. He's in Marvel vs. Capcom. Maybe it's fine. I don't know. I've been treating him as a Dead Rising character in my head, but he is just as much a Marvel vs. Capcom character at this point. I don't know, man. Jury's out. I'll leave that up to people's interpretations of. It becomes a roundhouse kick then. So you can threaten to drop down, but then just kick people as you go by. I like that. That's fun. Smash attack is a chainsaw / paddle saw. Slash in front of him and hitting anything nearby. And it's a chainsaw, so active frames, because, you know, Korin sword. Works the same way. Changes once he hits level 4 to become a paddle saw. Oh, I thought that... I thought this was 2 separate weapons. No, it is a kayak paddle with a chainsaw taped to it. Okay, so you got it's the same basic rule, but you got a massive range on it now. Of course, I imagine it also has a very large sour spot at the same time, given, you know, the paddle. Okay, fun. You can pull off some crazy combos with that. Really helps you combo with various zombies by having such a massive... Like, I'm picturing in my head a zombie grabbing an opponent, taking a picture of it, getting the experience from that picture to level up, and then just smacking him in the face with a paddle saw. That's great. Did I just pronounce kayak as kai? I said kayak. If that is wrong to you, sure. Up smash is double variant. This is giving me Hagar vibes. Yeah, jacked up mayor. For smash attack, sorry, I'm kind of starting to sputter out. Let me grab some water real quick. Day of very long concepts, but I will get through all of them. This is Frank's best out of shield option. It just jumps up, spins around rapidly. Good for the same reason that, like, Zangief's is. Oh yeah, Red Cyclone, duh. And literally, it's just right there. Comes out quickly, but has a lot of... Oh no, that lasts for a long time. What is that, 50 frames it's active for that much damage? Eesh. I am seeing a lot of power here. With what doesn't seem to be a lot of downsides, like there's so many projectiles, really good out of shield options like this. I think at this point, reading this much into the moveset, I would definitely argue that Frank needs to lose levels if he dies. Maybe not all of them, but like half of his experience points or something like that. Because these are already really powerful tools, and he just gets better as he goes. I think he needs more of a detriment balancing him out to give opponents more of an upper hand. Plus, that would help him avoid scaling to absurd levels in situations, like I mentioned before, like a 10-stock match where he can easily hit level 5 throughout the match. The down smash is the Zap and Shine, which is a floor buffer combined with an electric prod. Instead of charging for power, you charge it to go longer. As a move forward while pushing the object, occupies a full training with square in front of him. It acts as a disjoint, so it won't affect Frank. So the more you charge it, the further you go. And the faster you go. Okay. Stuns them upon impact. And you can then follow up because the end lag isn't that bad. Okay, so it's an interesting, more of a stun kind of deal. You can also just electrify these zombies for good measure. Which makes them have 20 hit points now? I'm assuming this is some Dead Rising specific lore. Well, we got some Minecraft style, if the thing gets struck by lightning, it becomes super powerful. Okay, interesting. And then the final smash, the exosuit. These mechanized suits are found in Dead Rising 4, allowing Frank to go in zombie rampages with the increasing strength, durability, and speed they provide. When with the smash ball, West will say, "Now this will get too fun," as a big rectangular box drape drops right next to him. He opens it and quickly puts on the exosuit. If this was pre-Smash Ultimate, this would be a controllable Final Smash, where you get to use Frank with a power-up. But let's focus on Ultimate's faster Final Smash philosophy. Jump into the middle of the stage, causing a shockwave. He then stays there as he gets some upgrades to his suit. First, the heavy machine gun fires left to right. He then gets an electric update as he has lightning shoot out of the suit, occupying 10 squares to his left or right as they go high to the top platform, dealing a bunch of damage and stunning the foes in place. Finally, he ends things off with an icy upgrade as the ice cream machine gets on his back. This is his most iconic and arguably strongest base exosuit. He uses it to fire 2 giant ice tornadoes in both directions. While you could kind of dodge the other attacks, there's no way to dodge these. Unless the stage is bigger or you get some nice offstage moves, the tornado deals 20% and can kill around 80 or 90 depending on how light you are. Frank finishes by quipping. He can either say, "It was ice to meet you," or, "And that's why you don't mess with Frank West." Fun! I like it. Idle is similar to Dead Rising 1. Constantly checking his watch or looking back and forth. And checking his camera to make sure it's not damaged. Sleeps like he does in Dead Rising 1. enters with a helicopter. Taunts, he'll adjust his coat while lightly rotating his head to get a stretch. While doing this, he says, "Want a real challenge?" He finishes by going back to a more neutral position and smirking. He just adds, "Try working freelance." Side is a fun taunt. Frank will pick up the transceiver out of his pocket, a yellow device used for communicating. Who's on the other end of the line? Otis the janitor. Survivor who watches the mall's cameras to give you scoops, as well as new info on locations and potential survivors. On 1v1 matches, a black text box will appear down at the stage like Palutena's guidance. This has Otis try to describe to Frank the freak he is fighting. In matches with more than 2 characters, Wes will simply take the call and then put the transceiver back in his pocket. For example, "Frank, I see a giant ape near you, but he's wearing a tie. He must have his own country or something. There's a kid with a gun, a knife, and a weird fashion sense nearby. I'd be cautious if I were you, Frank. I see a karateka right ahead of you. He reminds me of the character in the arcade machines. Must be a huge fan of that Street Fighter game you like, Frank. Frank, I don't think you should hit that poor child. It looks lost and confused and... Oh god, it has an axe. It has an axe, Frank. Watch out, that kid's a psycho." I love things like this. Smash needs more things like this. Please and thank you. And then down, just pays his respects to his opponent by raising his left arm and doing a thumbs up. Nice. Victory has the fanfare from Dead Rising 1. I'm not going to click the rap, because that's definitely going to get copyright stricken. First one, you'll have a Zombrex, the medicine he said take in hand, and a huge gallon of orange juice in the other. You'll say that's all that's done with. They begin to chug down the OJ. This is a way to heal in Dead Rising. Saying delicious at the end. For the second, taking it out of his victory screen in Marvel vs. Capcom, he will check his trusty watch as he throws a zombie down. He then starts to exit the screen before running from a zombie horde. Fun. And for 3, appears to check his camera, then points at the screen and says, "Just one more shot," with one of his fingers raised. As the screen splash happens, a flash in his camera goes off, after which the picture he will be looking at approvingly. While saying "fantastic," he will then pick up a photo and show it to the camera. It will be based on the stage and characters Frank fought, possibly being a recreation of one of the ones he took with the snapshot or something. That could have a lot of fun little Easter eggs in there. Just have someone, an intern, go through the game for like 2 weeks and just make a bunch of fun little snapshots with various characters, and then just cycle those into the mix of what photos he can show. That'd be so fun. And Kirby gets his haircut and a camera. I'd love this to be one of those, those fake kids cameras. That'd be adorable. And he gets all the level 1 tools that Frank can use. We got the Altair. That's basic from Dead Rising, one from Dead Rising 2, a yellow and black one, a blue and red, a white and pink based on Isabella. We got a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure one, apparently. There's Dead Rising 4 and the Mega Man costume. Zombies also change as well. Fun! Thanks for reading so far. Oh boy, that was a long one. I truly love Dead Rising and Frank, so with this moveset I tried my hardest to show that passion. I'm always open to suggestions on how to make better sets, so any criticism is welcomed. That's pretty much it, so yeah, bye-bye. You know what, it was really long, and it was extremely complicated, but I think this is a good moveset. I think it needs to be tweaked in a handful of ways. Like, a few of the level up systems being present in the normals I think is just a bit too much, but you know what, I'm gonna come out and say that I think the neutral special is fine. It's complex, but it all makes sense. I think how they are all, the thought that's put into all of them is really well considered, as well as all the interactions they give with each other. When you have this many tools, but they're all kind of upgrades of each other to kind of work in the same role, I think that's fine. It's really complicated, but I think it just barely works. At least for the normals here. Again, I do think the level up system needs a bit more of a detriment to it. I do think he has a bit too much at his disposal now. Like, there needs to be some way for him to lose level, I think. There's a lot of different ways you could do that, but with how many, just the sheer amount of projectiles and setups he has, as well as really, really good out-of-shield options, like, there needs to be a couple more downsides. You think 58 pages long is a new record? Oh no, we've had longer ones before. In fact, the Olimar Louis submissions one was, I think, like 88 pages. It's just that there were a lot of pictures as well. But you know what? I think this was really good, Brazilian guy. For a first submission, like, you clearly care about this series, and you kind of sold me on several of the elements here. Well done. Okay. We have... We did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Still got 3 more. My goodness, this is going to be the longest. Okay, you know what? Let's bite the bullet and get this one out of the way. Well, no. I'm committed to doing all of these. Let's do the last newcomer first. Our 5th and final new entry from a new person. Get the music queued up. I believe this was the 5th slide. Yes. From JoBot. A rework of Ganondorf, and this one is only 11 pages, thank goodness. Alright, let's not beat around the bush here. We all know who Ganondorf is, and we all know why a redone moveset is necessary for him, more than almost any other character. So, let's turn this king into the Hexblade Warlock he was always meant to be. That is the perfect way to put it. Ganondorf, the true king of evil. Ganondorf is currently designed as a super heavyweight in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and I see no reason to change that. But we're going to drastically overhaul his moveset and finally get him treatment for that broken leg, considerably increasing his mobility and making him a touch floatier. My goal with this moveset was to keep to Ganondorf's current design philosophy in Smash Ultimate, but to give that design philosophy proper justice. A character who excels when he has you where he wants you, with some of the most devastating punish game in the roster, and with the tools to almost always keep his opponents on the back foot when used correctly. Playing Ganondorf should feel like a power trip even when you're not winning, and this moveset exemplifies that. But if we're gonna bother remaking Ganondorf's moveset entirely, we might as well give him a little something extra, right? Malice, at least in the context of this moveset, is a resource Ganondorf spends to power up his moves in unique ways. Oh, that's a good point, 8-Bit Wise Men. The artwork here was made by Andrew Martin D on DeviantArt. Missed that. Credit to them. Power up his moves in unique ways by holding the buttons for a move's input after the initial pose. Meant to just represent his magical power. Malice automatically recharges slowly while Ganondorf is grounded, but you can also get small chunks of it back by successfully hitting an opponent with a non-projectile move, and even larger chunks by killing them, encouraging you to push your advantage when you get it and to never let it go. The Malice gauge also starts a match full, as when Ganondorf respawns after losing his stock. How Malice is utilized varies depending on the move, so they'll be going over on a case-by-case basis once we start going over the moveset proper. If you don't have enough Malice to use that version of a move, though, you perform the normal move instead. Notice that the amount of Malice gauge a move is shown to expend in the dock is an approximation. The visual is just intended to give you a rough idea of what to expect. Normals. Jab is a palm strike plus twin slice. For his initial jab, does the classic single-hit palm strike. But even now you can tell that he's not pulling around anymore when he's already pulling out the sword. If you press the jab button or continue holding it, after Ganondorf does his palm strike, his hand will smoothly transition to the sword sheathed at his waist, swinging it in a wide arc before bringing it down in an over-the-shoulder slice, with the palm strike from before comboing directly into it. The full jab combo would slow to fully compete, but do a decent chunk of percent, as well as the sword swings having a good disjoint and forward coverage. Forward tilt shrouds his hand in dark energy before slashing it forward, creating a hitbox in front of him comparable to his old F-tilt hitbox, but you can also angle it up or down. However, you can also empower this with Malice. He will instead draw his sword and channels dark energy through it, increasing the move's range and damage, but not increasing the knockback compared to the normal input. A good poking tool, especially when powered up. So this is kind of going for more of a, okay, sword Ganondorf or physical Ganondorf, why not both? Which I like. Ganondorf is one of those weird characters where you can take him in so many different directions, and they're all kind of fun. Which it might just be because of context between what he is now. I like it. I like it. Ganon thinking is not in character? What? I'll hard disagree with that. Ganondorf is definitely an intelligent character. Like, he's had some fantastic plans over the years. Down tilt is a ground thrust. Draws his sword and stabs it into the ground, creating a short tremor in front of him that launches foes upward. Yes, thank you! There needs to be more stab the thing into the ground to create a shockwave kind of moves. Malice Empowered creates a nova of dark energy, increasing the startup but also increasing the size of the hitbox. Goes from a combo starter to a combo ender if you do that. Up tilt is the Volcano Blaze. Channels a fireball above his head with an outstretched hand and lets it explode above him, dealing damage above and slightly in front of himself but leaving the area behind him exposed. Similar to Steve's Magma Block in a way. Smash just rotted your perception of him. You know what? That's fair. That's very fair. When channeling Malice into his fireball, its size when being channeled increases and the explosion releases a wheel of magical fire. Ooh! I like that! Which spin in the air before being launched in the direction of Ganondorf's choosing by inputting a direction on the control stick after the fireball's explosion. These are a much more standard projectile. After a single hit that launches fire players away, although Ganondorf is locked in place while doing so. Wizard's Foot becomes the dash attack, springing off the ground and launching forward foot first towards his opponent while stretching in dark energy. Okay, fun. It's a good way of making him letting him keep the move. Smash attacks wise, Ganondorf's smash attacks are devastating, sweeping attacks that can cover a large area at the expense of leaving him vulnerable either before or after they come out. Malice inputs for these work slightly differently, with more malice being expended the longer the charge input is held for varying effects. If the smash attack is not charged and there is not enough malice available, none will be expended, and the minimum malice expended at a partial charge will also be shown in the visual. Expending malice also gives him some weak super armor when performing them. Forward smash is a two-handed sword strike. If we're going to keep any of Ganondorf's smash attacks the same as its current incarnation, then the Doria is at the top of that list, which will be keeping mostly the same in its standard form, aside from having some hitboxes that create an unintentional blind spot above his head and decreasing startup. The Malice version, however, is an absolute menace. When charged, he will use his magic to leap forward before crashing his sword down in a giant explosion of dark energy. The longer the charge is held, the further Ganondorf will fly, and the larger and more damaging the explosion can potentially be. That's terrifying. Just launching jump attack Doria explosion nuke? That's so cool. However, you can jump off the stage, though. That's funny. Down smash is the Dark Quake, floats into the air while charging before striking the ground beneath him. Creating a shockwave similar to this one right here. Good. This is one of those moves that just... everyone uses it, but like everyone uses it for good reason. It's such a good way of showcasing his raw power by just being like, okay, punch the ground, massive shockwave. With Malice, it causes the shockwave to erupt with dark energy after his attack, increasing the vertical range to cover himself and increase the damage of the move, while also making it launch more, similar to Magolor's Double Deadly Needles Deluxe. Then the up smash is the Lightning Strike. Channels his elemental magic to call down a storm of lightning from above, multi-hitting opponents and spiking them down into the stage for him to follow up. Normal version has a short startup and lag out of all of Ganondorf's smash attacks, and won't kill, unless charging with Malice makes Ganondorf channel the lightning through his sword, striking it and infusing the blade with energy before he unleashes a wide electric slash that acts as a finisher, with the horizontal range and damage of the arcane slice increasing the more you charge it. This version of Ganondorf's up smash has all of the killing power you'd expect, with the electric multi-hits now comboing directly into the finishing slice that can KO opponents off the top in exchange for leaving him very vulnerable to a punish if he whiffs. And Aerials are much more simpler than other moves in these movesets, retaining their focus on being quicker and more spammable that they always have, and letting you wrap up percentage before going for one of his grounded finisher moves. Unlike a lot of his other moves, Ganondorf's Aerials don't have a Malice variant. We've got the Dark Burst, just a simple boof of dark energy, damaging foes in a radius with a sweet spot just in front of himself. Forward air is Twin Slash. Striking his hands in the dark energy, he swings his arms up through the air like crescent blades, then back down in an X slash similar to a move in his appearance in Age of Calamity. Down air is Thunder Stomp. Charges from... okay, similar to his one he has now. Tweaks the animation to fit flavor, but it fits. Up air is Blazing Crescent Kick. Kicks upward into the air to hit foes above him. His boots set ablaze to propel his kick and inflict more damage into his foes. Mostly the same as his current up air, down to the strong initial sweet spot and the sour spot that makes it good for comboing, but with added fire effects and properties both to set it apart and make it cooler. And then back air is the Draw Slice. Swiftly draws his blade and carries the momentum through to deliver a devastating arcane sword slice behind him. His blade alight with dark energy. Alright. Moving on to the specials. Ganondorf's specials are the main overhaul between his current iteration and his new one, changing his game plan drastically and really letting him shine as a faithful representation of the King of Evil and as a Master Warlock. Each special move input has a normal and Malice special assigned to it, with normal specials being more traditional abilities, reminiscent of his old moveset, and Malice specials being powerful spells. But while airborne, Ganondorf can only use one Malice special before landing. Neutral special is the Warlock Backhand. Trades the Warlock Punch for an armored backhand slap as a lot less windup but nowhere near the damage output and kill power. Instead, the backhand has high knockback relative to its damage output, and if performed on an opponent's shield will deal a lot of damage to it. Additionally, if the move hits a projectile, it will reflect, because of course it does. And logically, if you empower that, it becomes the Dead Man's Volley. For a good chunk of Malice, he channels his magic into the Dead Man's Volley, a slow-moving projectile that when launched targets the nearest fighter to Ganondorf and homing on to them infinitely. On impact, it deals damage comparable to a mid-level charge beam and stuns the opponent for a short while, allowing Ganondorf to follow up when it connects. However, the move, of course, hides a very exploitable secret. It can be parried by normal attacks, just like DDD's Gordos. If parried, the projectile flies back at a slightly increased speed, homing in on Ganondorf until he parries it himself or reflects it with the Warlock Backhand, which gives the volley the 1.5 times damage multiplier that it has. The slow nature and infinite homing of the volley essentially turns your game into a deadly tennis match, where the loser is left open to a devastating punish. To make it so that it can't completely cheese someone's recovery, though, once the stun effect ends, the volley's knockback will send the character hit by it almost straight up with a little hit stun. That's the good way of doing that. Meaning that Ganondorf has to get over there himself in order to get any sort of follow-up. The projectile will always home in a straight line towards its target and will break on contact with any terrain. Though attempting to exploit that by grabbing ledges will only leave you at Ganondorf's mercy, as he has several ways of punishing fighters at the ledge. Only one Dead Man's Volley projectile can be active at any given time. It's an obvious answer, but it's a good one. It's what he should have right now. There's no excuse. Also, just realize, this is the only neutral special that Kirby will get when copying Ganondorf. He just gets a backhanded bitch slap. I love it. Side special is Flame Choke. Keeping one of the few moves he has that's actually a direct reference. His normal side special will see Ganondorf charge forward with his hand outstretched in a command grab, grabbing his opponents before choking them with a flaming fist. However, changes some things. The aerial version goes a bit further than its dash, and the grounded version carries a bit of momentum if it misses, as he magically propels himself through the air. Also no longer puts him in free fall, but can only be performed once while in the air. Additionally, we're going to completely remove Ganon's side. That's fair, but how dare you? Instead, it creates a similar animation to the grounded version, sending a soft spike downwards. Think Byleth's up special before it actually starts spiking. Basically just regular downwards knockback. While Ganondorf remains in place for a short moment before the move ends. For example, this could easily set up a kill that combos into Ganondorf's down air with the Meteor Stomp. Fun! The side special is the Phantom Steed. Conjures a dark portal just behind himself, and the shadowy steed of Phantom Ganon will start riding out from it, as Ganondorf himself grabs the reins of the horse as it rides past and draws his sword. The horse charges straight forward from where the move is performed and deals no damage on its attack, but while riding it, Ganondorf can either make a sweeping sword attack from its back to finish opponents, or leap off of it for a boost to his recovery. After one of these two is performed, or the horse travels about half of the length of Final Destination, the horse disappears through another portal, and if Ganondorf is still riding, he will be forced into freefall. If he jumps off the horse, he can still act as normal in a similar vein to Wario's bike jump. He can still perform his up special after Phantom Steed, but he cannot use Flame Choke. Fun, I like it, I like it. Down special is Dark Flare. Flexes his magical energy in a very small area around himself, which also slightly stalls his fall if he's airborne, dealing weak knockback and damage, but also having a decent amount of hit stun, low end lag, and heavy armor just before the hitbox comes out. If this move connects, it's a large... Okay, so this is how he gets his resource back. That's how you get the Malice Gauge back. Duration of both the armor and hitbox is very strict, though, requiring proper timing and reading your opponent to take advantage of them. Empowered is the Malice Field. This is the most expensive Malice special, stalling him in the air if he's airborne and creating a very large area of effect centered on him. Think Malice Magic Burst, but a bit smaller. That explodes in a burst of pure Malice energy with a long startup. Any ground inside of the area while it explodes is coated in Malice for a while, and any opponents caught inside of his blast will take a small bit of knockback and become inflicted with the Malice condition for a short time themselves. An opponent inflicted with Malice takes passive damage over time and deals less damage with their own attacks, as Ganondorf's hatred made manifest saps the fighter of their courage to fight. This happens as well if they touch ground infected with Malice, taking no knockback but being damaged while standing in it. This is a move meant to debuff opponents and make a bad situation even worse. as they are left with the choice to tank the damage and fight through the debuff, or try to flee to safe ground, stay airborne, and become easy pickings for Ganondorf. Up special is Dark Vault. He draws his sword and throws it spinning in any direction by inputting that direction on the control stick after using the move, before wreathing himself in dark energy and dashing through the air to grab it, going into freefall afterward. An opponent hit by the multi-hitting sword will be caught in place before the final hit of Ganondorf charging into them, meant to be an improved version of Ganondorf's Dark Dive while bringing in a loose reference to Age of Calamity and some of his older appearances. Meanwhile, the up special, Dead Man's Float, crosses his arms and laughs. It's Ganondorf Float. As he should have. Directly drains the cost of Malice, lasting about 6 seconds on a full gauge. While in this state, Ganondorf is no longer affected by gravity, allowing the player to move him around by simply inputting a direction in the control stick, and possesses super armor to protect against weak hits. Ganondorf can perform all of his aerials like normal, and can perform either of his neutral specials without exiting Dead Man's Float. However, Dead Man's Float automatically ends if Ganondorf performs any of his other special moves, jumps out of it, or is hit with enough knockback to break his super armor. And it cannot be re-entered unless Ganondorf lands on the ground first. There is also a special exception to the rule stated before, in that any of Ganondorf's other Malice specials can be performed after using Dead Man's Float, and Dead Man's Float can be performed after any of his other Malice specials if he has the necessary amount of gauge to use it. Okay. Alright, Ganondorf isn't much of a grappler in his current iteration, and in the interest of balance, he still isn't going to be one in this revamped moveset. Though we are going to tweak the animations on his throws and grabs to fit with his new moveset. Like with his aerials, the Malice gauge goes unused here, though he does regain some Malice with a throw, like he does with any other melee hit. Pummels them with a shadowy hand, pumping them with energy. Forward throw, he just hits them forward, following up with a powerful sword slash. Up throw tosses them up while uppercutting them with a dark fist glowing with magic. Down throw throws his opponent to the ground before bringing the heel of his boot down to crush them. Love it. And back throw tosses them his opponents back nonchalantly. And then the final smash. Credit to the Smash Ultimate dev team where it's due, the rest of Ganondorf's representation outside of his actual moveset in Smash, I think is pretty solid. And outside of some minor tweaks, I wouldn't really change anything. I also just don't see anything wrong with Ganondorf's current Final Smash, so it would be going unchanged as well for the purposes of this revamped moveset. And to top it all off, Phantom Ganon. To satisfy the fans of Ganondorf's current iteration, most people propose the idea of his current moveset being ported to Black Shadow, but I'm against that idea specifically because it's Black Shadow. No one outside of the F-Zero or dedicated Smash fandoms has any idea who that guy is, or that he's meant to be the villain of an anime starring Captain Falcon. Instead, I think Phantom Ganon is a much better candidate to fulfill that wish, as he's a more recognizable character from a much larger franchise, and Ganondorf's current moveset in Smash, while it's a completely botched representation of him, is still Ganondorf. So along with his update, Phantom Ganon would become Ganondorf's Echo Fighter, carrying on the legacy of Ganondorf in Smash, while allowing his true incarnation to march forward unburdened to become the king of evil he was always meant to be. And that's all of it. I think, in terms of all the Ganondorf movesets I've seen, this is my favorite of the ones that still want to keep his current playstyle somewhat intact. I feel like a lot of the other ones I see just treat the past with too much reverence. And they're like, oh no, we can't get rid of that one move, we can't get rid of that one move, but this moveset is willing to be, what's the word I'm looking for? Brave enough? Ambitious enough, we'll go with that. To say, like, yeah, there's some value here, but we can, like, add a little bit more to here, or a little bit more to here. Keeping the playstyle relatively intact while still making him much, much better in terms of how he works in Smash Brothers. I still think I would prefer an outright, like, overhaul from the ground up, forget his old playstyle altogether, but in terms of, like, if I have to keep stuff, this is definitely the best approach to take. I especially love the Malice mechanic. That adds so much to him. Just having this super powerful pool of energy you can dip into at any point in time, it really fits his character extremely well. Well done, JoBot. A worthy showcase of Ganondorf's power. Okay, we're past the 4-hour mark. We got 2 more to go, and one of these is absolutely massive. I think I am going to take like a quick 2-minute break just to use the restroom. I'll keep... Let's play the FTL theme again, just for something to play in the background. Okay, I am going to be right back, just refill water and give my voice a little bit more of a break. Add new source, add source, just getting a quick 5-minute break. Be back soon. Increase the font size and give it a outline so it's easier to see. There we go. Okay. Be right back. Okay. Gotta get a bit more water in my system before I try to narrate more. Okay, how's everybody else doing right now? I hope you're all enjoying all the fun ideas. It's a lot of long ones today. I did not plan out the time these would all take very well. I apologize for that. But it's fine. Like I said much earlier, narration is like a muscle. The more you use it, the better you get at it. So I'm okay with kind of pushing myself a little harder this time. I am prepared. Oh, hey, Camp. Sorry I wasn't here. Oh, you missed some special stuff. I would highly recommend, at the very least, going back to the Olimar Codex, I guess you'd call it. Somebody made a list of, like, Palutena's Guidance-esque entries, but within the words of Olimar and Louis, as if they were making log entries, and they were absolutely hilarious. Okay. Okay. I think I am ready. So, have to deal with the madness of one of my channel members. I believe, if my math is correct, this is the last priority entry that Ferality gets. But she saw that and decided to really take advantage of that, because this is something else. Let me get the music playing proper. Battle Re-Borne, created by Ferality, has a fucking table of contents the size that it is. Now, it's not as scary as this looks, as this is actually formatted impeccably well. Like, there's not huge, massive walls of text like that. This is very nicely laid out in a way that can be narrated. But, anyway. Summary. Battle Re-Borne is a 2D Battle Royale platform shooter with MOBA elements. The sprites, thank you for the reminder of the link. The sprites, or playable characters of this game, have 8 stats, 3 item slots, and 4 abilities. These 4 are a main attack, a primary ability, a utility ability that's a mobility option, and a special ability. They also have a passive and active ability, the latter able to be activated at will. The game has 3 phases: cleaning, where sprites defeat bugs and glitches, the minions of this game; fighting, where sprites fight each other while a force field encompasses them; and escaping, where the final 10 players rush to the escape pod and fight to be the last one standing. There are many items in this game, divided into 9 increasing rarities. They also have levels too. Bugs in this game are divided into 12 elements, 6 normal, 6 inverse, but glitches are stronger and have 2 typings. Locales have the same dual typing, and host enemies with their typing. They also have tech on them reflecting H-RON. Apps are scattered around. I'm sure this nomenclature will make sense later, but for now, just roll with it for now. Apps are scattered around the planet and are silly and maybe practical tools for sprites to check out. Widgets are NPCs that help the sprites out for a cost. They can be killed for greater reward, but will fight back. The sprites are the playable characters. These include... I have no... A young, calm woman with a dark past and a scarf who fights for her. Robot Cowboy, a self-explanatory individual from space who uses his improvisation and bouncing lasers as a fighting style. Thrax, an otherworldly creature manifesting in an ancient tray in order to devour all who cross its path via acid. There are many status effects, as well as game modes too. Knockback has different stages, and sprites can combo moves and items into each other. But you know that this is about a bazillion pages long. Let's get to the real meat of this. Nope, this is not going to be just filler. This is all going to be stuff. Stats and controls. Pick a sprite, a dormant soul in the Astral, reinvigorated for battle on the planet of Atron. There are a lot of them. They have 8 stats. HP is HP. How much damage they can take before being killed. Most stacks do not do exactly 1 or 2 damage, but it's easy to latch onto. After 7 seconds of taking damage, health regenerates from 0 to full after 20 seconds. Okay, so low HP, but it regenerates. Resistance, how fast one recovers from the status effect. Watch out, there are a lot of them. This is very important. The potency stat is how powerful one or more stats is on an ability. For example, high potency can result in a very high range for an attack, making a very scary move. Mana, how many bars of energy one has. For example, a mana of 8. Keep in mind that the big icon... The English, wow, my mouth just gave out there. Keep in mind that the big icon denotes a chunk of 5. 10 mana means 2 chunks. Mana fully regenerates from 0 after 10 seconds. This applies to all characters regardless of max mana. Strength is how strong one's attacks are, enough said. Agility is how high one jumps and how long one wall jumps or runs. This is important since bugs, glitches, and widgets are more prevalent in higher elevations. And then speed is how fast one goes. Simple. It's the stat times 2. And then luck. How rare or well leveled the items are that one gets. This probably should not be called luck, but rather privilege. 5 for any stat is average, with 1 being the lowest and 10 the highest. 6 is above average, but guess what happens to the other numbers? At the beginning of the game, characters can change their stats at the beginning of the game based on plus or minus X. However, for most characters, the stats must total up to 44. No more, no less. During the game, they can always look at their stats and the map with tab. Okay, so basic stats. Got those down, solid. There's only 8 of them, easy to remember. Controls, very simple. A to S to move, press W or space to jump. So this is a 2D plane, I'm getting. Characters start with their 4 abilities, unless noted. I love the little UI things here. These have a lot of personality to them. Mouse 1 is the attack ability. Mouse 2 is the primary ability. The R key is the utility ability. So, like, if this was Terraria, R is the grapple. Mouse 1 is the basic sword swing, and 2 is the magic. And an F key is a special ability, the strongest ability, which is basically your ult. This has MOBA mechanics. Remember that the characters face the mouse reticle or where they will usually attack. Now, the passive ability, a facet of the character that is not activated in any way. The D key activates an ability. This is a unique action for all characters. This can be cancelled into movement unless stated otherwise. So, for example, turning on a jetpack or creating some, like, gravity shifting kind of deal, stuff like that. Q plus E is a close quarters combat attack. This makes opponents translucent or invulnerable to projectiles. Interesting that it's both buttons. I'd make that like a mouse. Like M3. Click down the scroll wheel. Mouse 1 plus Mouse 2 is a parry, a counter-like animation that nullifies attacks and pushes back opponents close by if it hits in a 15-frame window. It is laggy after that, however, and costs 3/4 of a bar as well. This move is very important in a combo-heavy game like Battle Re-Borne. Some abilities will be affected by this diagram. Slash type attacks have an arc and a length, while stab attacks... Oh, that's this thing right here. Okay. Okay, now, this is making sense to me. I'm picturing something like... I'll just use Terraria again, because it's the easiest one that most people will know about, but more just... Y'all know those really old, like, Flash games from Armor games and the like, where you'd have, like, 2D planes where you'd fight against multiple people? I think... when I played was... it started with an S. Soldat, or something like that? That's what I'm picturing right now. Q makes the sprite run, usually at twice the walk speed. Instead of facing the reticle like in walking, they face the direction they're running. This can be cancelled into attacks, but one usually can only walk when attacking. Characters can run on walls and ceilings for a certain amount of time. Also, everyone has a double jump. And then shift makes the sprite dash in the direction they're facing, so a basic air dash. This action cannot be cancelled into anything, except when the dasher hits a wall. Then they slide, not going as far, but can cancel out of the dash. Characters can also cancel attacks into this, even if it can only be done once per combo. Unless noted, all characters have the same speed and distance when dashing. E key is used to activate obstacles or equipped items, T is for taunts. 2, 3, and 4 keys select items, pressing 1 to switch back to attack. And the tab is the minimap for the planet, and V in team mode to see your allies and their stats. Okay, got a simple setup of controls here. This is all still making sense. Alright, and now that we have that basic framework, here is the system. Battle Re-Borne is a 2D Battle Royale platform shooter with MOBA elements. 50 sprites go down to Atron to duke each other out. But they don't just spawn there, they get there via rocket pod. The rocket pod can be steered, but it will always have to go to the ground, specifically the surface of the planet, as it drills through the higher landmass. That's why you need high agility, baby. Back on topic, maybe go early to get a head start, but you'll take extreme knockback from a falling rocket if you're not careful. When you're on the ground, it's time for cleaning. Oh, this just straight up is one of those games. Interesting, so taking the idea behind those, but creating a battle royale sort of tunnel through a planet and try to climb your way back to the top to get better rewards? I like it! This is compelling. Alright, so first off, you gotta hunt for mobs, basically, to get experience from. You can KO players at the normal reward, but you'll get a turret sent to you. It has 2 HP, but you may take some damage trying to defeat it. So you're actively incentivized not to go after players, because if you do, a turret will spawn and immediately attack you. So it's risky. You can do it, but you might just be better off not doing so. Okay. Keep in mind that small meteors are falling too in this phase. They do only small knockback and are somewhat rare. Cleaning lasts for 45 seconds and then transitions into fighting. Bugs and glitches lose their bonuses and players are completely fine to KO. Meteors are gone too. One thing to note is that when opponents' health goes to 0, they don't drop on the floor and die. They convulse as the blue threads of Atron consume them back into the database, leaving no trace of them other than the item in their first slot, free for anyone to pick up and use. Characters can also be KO'd if they leave the orbit of Atron via knockback or other means. You get a new item slot at level 1. You got to level 1 during cleaning, right? This is an upgrade from one slot in your initial weapon. Luckily, you gain a new item slot at level 2. Get the level 1 at 50 experience, 2 at 150, 3 at 300. Levels 1 and 2 increase all stats by 1, and level 3 increases the stats to 2. So when HP goes from 5 to 6 to 7 to 9. There are some exceptions to this. Maybe your character is Shedinja. Then their HP doesn't increase because obviously they're Shedinja. I am very curious to see what kind of character roster this has now. Because is this OCs? Is this other things? Is this a mix of the two? How are they translated? I am curious. Excited to find out. Remember that good things come to cost. At level 1, one's XP starts to decrease back to 50 at 1 XP per second. At level 2, it's 1 per... Okay, so you have to keep killing things. You can't just... Oh, that's actually really good for a game like this. You can't camp in the Battle Royale because you have to constantly hunt for things. Kind of reminds me of Evolve, honestly. Another mechanic to keep in mind is the force field as shown above. It starts from one point at the start of fighting and grows through the planet, taking almost half the map when it reaches, well, you know. If characters are in the force field, they take 1 damage every 3 seconds. But don't worry, it only moves in bursts every minute. So yeah, it's basic Battle Royale force field. By 8 minutes, the force field encompasses the available space of 1 locale, great to get any strugglers out for the final round. Once there are 10 sprites left, the planet starts shaking and the game transitions into escaping. An escape pod on the upper portion of the map in this area creates a burst of energy, killing anyone near it and pushing everyone back a bit. Don't worry, it has a kill radius to warn foes. After this, it generates a beacon. The final players will have to get to the escape pod quickly, because by 45 seconds, the planet will crack open, revealing lava except for a portion around the escape pod. By another 30 seconds, more of that will crack open, making the remaining space smaller, and by another 15 seconds, the remaining portion of the planet will start to fly into space. Fighters will need to settle it with each other over who gets to get into the pod, as in with the last one standing. And the final player has to get into the pod by 10 seconds, otherwise the pod will just charm them into entering it. Interesting. I like that there is this, like, secondary objective to force a win, basically. You can't have, like, a 1 versus 1 that is just kind of stalemated because neither player wants to fight each other. No, there's a harsh time limit and you need to go because the planet is about to blow up. Alright, got a nice chart here as to how XP happens. Alright, so as you level up, things give more rewards. That's nice. You're really heavily incentivizing to keep killing players because you essentially refill your experience every time they die. You also get assists. This creature on the sprite deals at least 25% damage to another sprite that dies. That gives that player half the XP they would have gotten from a normal kill. Okay. This game's animation is based on 2000s cartoons, specifically Cartoon Network. The game's characters go super far in their attacks, as well as having them having line art, minimal frames, and usually no shading at all. Except for Thrax, who wouldn't look far off in Jimmy Neutron. Note that all characters are 3D models, but animated and deformed in a way that makes it look like they're 2D. It's like what Guilty Gear did with Xrd. Will this even be feasible? Yes, as stated, limited frames. The idols of these characters would probably only be 2 frames. Anything that plus making alternate costumes is too much, even with a live service, there's always marketable plushies. Gotta make sure we have the marketability paragraph. It's very important. Everyone also has exaggerated cartoon voices based on who they are. For example, Hai has a very monotone voice. This isn't to the point of annoying, though, a fine line to accomplish. They're also not as exaggerated cartoon sound effects, a mix between Looney Tunes and Dragon Ball, to be exact. Oh gosh, Ferality is typing mid-presentation. The document is naturally getting longer and longer. The music is based on hip-hop and dance music of that era. Think Street Fighter 3, Third Strike OST combined with the funky disco akin to Klaus Wien. And the menu and UI are based on many of the bumper eras of that decade. This game oozes the 2000s, all without the lack of self-awareness. And yes, loading screens are just bumpers of the characters doing funny things. Okay, so items. This is a Battle Royale format, so you gotta have various rarities. All sprites' initial weapons, their attack ability, count as an item. They can get more items, which take slots. Pressing E equips items, either putting them into the first empty slot onto the first slot if using the initial weapon, dropping the last item, or swapping it with the item held if not using the initial weapon. Pressing E while when holding on to an item without any other item nearby just drops it. You can find items in chests in stores around the place or from wandering merchants. You can try to kill the merchants to gain XP, and their items high in rarity, but they'll likely try to kill you if you try to attack them. Items are treated as objects, as in they get bounced around by attacks in their own orb-like aura. They do no damage and can go through characters, but some moves can turn them into projectiles or manipulate them in other ways. We've got 7 tiers of rarity: common, uncommon, rare, epic, legendary, mythic, and iconic. I like the idea of an iconic rarity. Just in anything, that's fun. Common items are pretty but iconic items are amazing. If you have a great privilege stat, you'll be rewarded in spades. There are also rarities above iconic called ultra rarities. These are just different marks above iconic. For example, ultra MK1 is 1 step above iconic, ultra MK2 is 2 steps, and so on and so forth. There is also a rarity for player-made items. Player. Wonder where those come from. All items start at a certain rarity. This boosts the stat of an item. Items can also be leveled up, increasing another stat of it. Items can either be leveled up by gaining a level or going to an upgrade station. Losing a level does not change an item's level. There are also different types of items. You got edible, throwable, sword, short sword, dual sword, great sword, heavy weapon, spear, hammer, bow, crossbow. These 2 weapon types have to be reloaded. Pistols, dual pistols. Oh, true, that's Mark 1, Mark 2. Yeah, you're right. My brain immediately went to Mortal Kombat, and I was like, no, that can't be right. But yeah, that's absolutely right. Mark 1, Mark 2. Pistols, dual pistols, rifle, minigun, large. These weapon types have ammo, but take much longer to reload. We have magic and shield. Here are some items. This isn't comprehensive, but it will give you an idea of what's to come. Watch out, one of these will not be good good for boys and girls. No, it's not. What the f- Okay, sure, yeah. Got a broadsword, attack speed, level above power. Cleansing the land of evil and just 4 pounds of steel. Ooh. I like flavor text like this. I will read all of these just because they are fun. Got a toy spear. Gives it range. Leveling it up gives it attack speed. Weak but very fast pokes. Look, Daddy, I can kill too! Little Jimmy harassing his poor dog. Got a wand, rarity buff damage, little buffs attack speed. Summon spherical fireballs that deal damage and progressive burn 3. I assume this is just a... Yeah, deal damage over time, and they cannot regenerate health because of burn. Okay. Getting some introductions to status effects. We have the boomerang, which is throwable, obviously. You buff it up, it gets more range knockback. Everyone knows what a boomerang does. What does it do? It comes back to you. What else should it do? A salesman about to get knocked unconscious by the boomerang he's thrown. We have the government cheese. Not just regular cheese. The government cheese. Leveling it up gives healing. Only has 1 use. What do governments even let these poor people eat? Cassia, an angel, commenting about what she's just eaten. We have the frog staff. Shoots a small cone that attacks frog temporarily, which turns people into frogs. If the frog is killed, the opponent is sent back to the normal at the initial HP, but reduced by 1. They are also briefly tired, so it's basically a guaranteed way of knocking a single hit point off of somebody. Frogs, as we all know, are not lucky. As they become tired after this, tired characters cannot regenerate mana. This gives them a very exhausted expression when doing anything. It doesn't change their animations, however. We have the portable door, which is a shield type. You place it down and open and close it via E, break it to reverse it back to its orb form. So it's basically a portable wall that you can open and close to shoot out and then hide behind it. We have Percival's Peculiar Potions. Stat increase on durations, 1 character stats. Based on the flavor, increases the Stat apple is health, strawberry is strength, orange is agility, raspberry is mana, blueberry is speed, grape is potency, chocolate is resistance, and banana is luck. They taste awful. Sarah, age 10, and the target demographic of this drink. We have the pill. Rarity buff health regeneration. A large pillow depicting an anime character. Normally holding it will act as a shield, but pressing mouse when to clutch to it and increasing regen at the cost of lower speed. Clutching it also resists power, as in both damage and knockback. You can also clutch during a tumble, and that regenerate faster as you fly through the air. Note, this body pillow does not feature Ari from the popular MOBA League of Legends. It would probably feature some anime version of Hai or Steel Vengeance. Cool, sexy anime cartoon body pillow for you, not 100, not stolen. Description of this pillow on an online shopping website. I'm just picturing a 2D character tumbling, like a Terraria elevator. I'm sorry I'm referencing Terraria so much, but it's the easiest, reference point for this kind of 2D gameplay. Just tumbling down an elevator while gripping onto a body pillow for dear life. That's hilarious. We have the Frost Tongue. A sword searing in blue fire. Slash sword to create a wave of fire that deals progressive freeze. Get 3 stacks of it to inflict freeze. The character freezes in place and cannot act. They are now an ice cube that loses. That's funny. Because, this is a battle royale, right? Imagine just freezing somebody and just watching them slowly just freeze into an ice cube and just skid all the way into the force field where they die. That would be so... That's great. I love it. Is it hotter or colder than red fire? We don't know. It's like dry ice. A scientist talking about the strange artifact that fell from the sky. We have the overloading semi-auto rifle type. A blue semi-auto pulsating with electricity. And one to shoot with bullets creating exploding orbs when they hit a wall. The orb causes shock. It has 8 ammo. We have napalm. Volatile substance when on objects for a while. Anything touching the substance gains ignite 3. Oh! Okay, so the ignite and burn are separate. Ignite is the damage over time. Burn prevents healing. Okay, I understand. So this is them on fire, and burn is after they've been on fire. I get it. By the way, progressive stat effects act like stacking the cause the stats number when they reach the threshold number. Okay. Very much a multiverse style of stacking status effects on somebody to cause an effect to happen. I get it. The Trident of a Leviathan, charging up this weapon makes the sprite dash forward. Flavor text blocked by keyword animations. We have the Sleep Sack, which is a sword type, but it's a bag. A burlap sack laced with a soporific, I'm sure I said that wrong, substance. Hit someone with this, and they will be put into this as an item, as well as being under the sleep effect. Once an opponent loses the effect, they instantly jump out of the sack. Otherwise, the sack can still be swinged with them inside them. This doesn't capture anyone, but the sack deals damage. This does not wake up the captured foe. Also, destroying the item knocks out anyone in it as they take 1 damage. Sleep, of course, sets someone to sleep. This one is just creepy. Sagittaria, the CEO of NWO. We have the Tiger Mane. I recognize that name. Shotgun with a tiebreaker pattern. It summons a tiger where it shoots for a short direction. Rear, a happy customer. We have the Unshakable Will, a giant hammer with a mix of holy and demonic powers. Patterns. It's very slow, but holding it makes the user resist knockback, have shorter hit stun, and be immune to daze, stun, unconscious, or sleep. The bond between us must never end. Forgotten hero holding this weapon. We have our first iconic. What is the? That's actually absolutely hilarious. We have all of these. We got napalms and tiger shooting shotguns. When you get to the final heavy iconic tier, spoon. Oh, the fears. It fears people. It all started from a joke. Unesteemed wizard warning of the deadly weapon. That's hilarious. I mean, to be honest, if you saw someone in like a Hunger Games-esque setup, and they were just coming menacingly at you with a giant spoon, you'd be scared too. Oh wait, wooden spoon, duh! I'm so stupid. Cause like, stereotypical parents hit their children with the wooden spoon. Okay, yes, I'm following along now. I just thought it was the absurdity of a spoon, but no, that makes complete sense now. And then what is this? The Seraphic Piece. Oh, hello, thank you. The character cannot attack or walk towards the source in a radius of 45. So it's D&D fear mechanics. Run away. Piece of a legendary weapon blessed by Seraphim. It does nothing, but if you have 3 of these in your inventory, they fuse in one slot to become Jehovah's Hyper Rifle. A powerful minigun made by an Ophanim and blessed by the King of the Angels himself. Its gilded design shoots powerful lasers with a massive clip and moderate reload time. Truly, a firearm worthy of an Archangel. This one will blast away the heathens, a Seraphim's chorus as it carries this powerful weapon. Okay, nice setup of how items work. Okay. Bugs and glitches. So these are the mobs of the game. Like little random things you kill to farm for experience and probably get items. Based on the 6 elements and their inverses, as well with the normal and inverse soul. Heat, cold, electric, static, air, ground, light, dark, life, death, chaos, order. I love that static is considered an opposite of electric. That's funny. Time for a crash course on feral metaphysics. In the universe where this game takes place, there are 3 planes: the Order Plane, the Chaos Plane, and the Mortal Plane. The Chaos Plane represents primal desires, and the Order Plane represents the more productive side of nature. Even if both places are far from irredeemable or perfect wow! English, come back, respectively, and ignore everything you think. Angels are not the ruling species of the Order Plane. Okay. The Mortal Plane is where Earth and the Astral reside. All inverse souls tying the normal souls in all planes of the universe reside in the Astral. The inverse soul is the force of consciousness, while the normal soul is the force of will. Both have opposite yet equal strengths, and it is the same for the types of enemies here. All type halves have 3 types of bugs. Glitches are a combination of 1 normal element and 1 inverse. The name bug doesn't mean they're insects. They all have simple and unique designs that reflect what they are. So heat causes the bug to run towards the opponent and try to explode on their face, causing ignite and burn. Oh no, this causes ignite. A flamer creates a mid-range flame, which causes burn. And dash runs in a straight line, creating a trail of flame. So, okay. If I'm understanding this correctly, you get a combination of this one, some combination of one of the regular ones, and one of these. So this is describing various traits that these enemies have. So you might meet one that, for example, tries to explode in your face, but also fires off short-range cones that causes freeze, for example. Dash runs a straight line, creating a trail of fire in its way that deals multi-hit damage. And then the cold is the inverse of that, freezes people in place so they can't move. Also creates spikes that immobilizes people. I can also create massive cold walls. If it's a skater, this wall cannot be run on. Okay, Zappa enemy charges up a lightning bolt that automatically attacks an opponent. Nuzzlers run towards the opponent and paralyze them, which cuts their speed down. And Warpers can dash to its left or right very quickly, speeding up allies it hits. Static is the restriction of energy. Oh, okay. That checks out. Roller jumps forward, doesn't do any damage, but slows down and deals tired to opponents for as long as it is touching them. Keep in mind that this creature has a lot of health for a bug, as well as opponents being able to go through them. Tired characters cannot regenerate mana. This doesn't. Oh yeah, we've read that. Clouders create a cloud of static that bursts into static electricity. This is 0 damage, but stuns for a long time. Stun being obvious. And a gluer, a bug that shoots globs of glue down. They slow down opponents in the ground, and when opponents are hit, they get glued, being petrified for a long time. Static is insulation, electric. Yeah, I'm following now. I'm following now. Petrified characters cannot act and is invisible. When falling, it deals 5 damage to those. That's funny. You just petrify a bunch of people and just watch their corpses just slam into the. I feel like it's a battle royale, right? If you got a really hectic battle, you could kill a lot of people just by dropping a petrified person down on them. 6th grade science, anyone? Man, I haven't been 6th grade in, gosh, 16 years? It's been a hot minute. Give me some slack. What is this song? Armored Core Beast Mask. Beat Mask, rather. Interesting. Air is a love of freedom. You'll have bugs that dive down onto attackers, ones that blow wind towards their characters, or tornadoes that spin forward opponents, blowing them upward, bowling around these victims taking damage if they hit anything. We have ground, which is the hatred of freedom. We have grabbers that digs around and grabs opponents, trying to eat them. We have quakers that punch the ground, launching fighters into the air. And builders that throw down walls of rock. There we go. Getting hit by them buries, which yes, is Smash Brothers Bury. We have light, the force of expansion. Summons an exposer, summons rays that expose opponents, which increases their hurt box. Interesting. I gotta skip this song. This is making it very hard to narrate. There we go. Much better. Reflectors. Hit attacks on some mirror, they'll reflect it back with a stronger speed if you hit their mirror. So it's like these little weird gremlins holding mirrors out at you. And teleporters teleports, then shoot a light laser. Fun. Dark is the force of regression. You'll have bugs that blind people, prevent them from seeing. Creepers that immobilize people, prevent them from moving. And envelopers that spread it into a circle in the air and attack it. You got healers that spawn bursts of healing energy. So, okay, interesting. So you'll have like little mobs around that will actually help you and that you want to keep them alive, but you could also kill them, which will give you experience. You have like strategies based around trying to, like, protect these. Unless this is solely for bugs. Like, they heal bugs, they energize bugs, they revive bugs. That might be what's going on here. That makes more sense. Wait, no, this is going into anything in the process of being KO'd and latch onto it, bringing it to full health. Okay. We have Death, the end of animation. Doomers, a bug that tries to spin at nearby fighters. Anyone that gets touched by it gets doomed to. Oh, so this is like Hades, Ares, Doom effects. Oh, even players. Lovely. That answers that question. Reapers that circle opponents while trying to slash them. This creates Void, which reduces max health. And Paralyzers paralyze. But only if they have full health. There's a lot of moving pieces to this that I'm really enjoying. Like, obviously it's a lot, but I can clearly picture this game in my head, which I find really impressive. And then we have Chaos, which change themselves. We have Zoopers. That's a fun name. Tries to scratch at opponents, but will teleport at random intervals. Teleports are telegraphed. Ramblers generates projectiles. These projectiles give the opponent a random status effect for a short time, as well as teleport them in a somewhat large radius. And enigmas teleport around. Anyone who touches it gets glitched. Glitch characters model spasms and uses abilities randomly for a moment. Their items get jumbled and they can randomly teleport to anywhere. They also take continual damage. So, don't get glitched. And for order equalizers, are a bug with wings and an arrow fires an arrow that only does damage, but also equalizes the stats of characters. So it just basically, oh yeah, I mean literally it just equalizes them. Every D&D player gets 10s across the board. Stabilizers are a cubic bug that expands forward, immobilizing foes in it for a bit. And punishers are a very slow bug that punches forward very slowly. Anyone hit by it takes massive damage as well as petrifying them. Glitches are stronger versions of bugs. They are usually a normal element mixed with an inverse. They include, but are not limited to, an airworm that flies around and burrows into the ground, creating holes for anyone to jump into. Shadow of Flame, a burning shadow that crawls around the ground. Being in it causes blind and ignite. Get away from it before it gets you. The Rat King, a group of dead rats that join together to create a giant sentient rat. Not only will it slash forward as it shambles around, but the dead rats will try to bite people inside. Yes, you can go inside it, even if it's not a good idea. We have Puppy.exe, a satire on creepypasta fan games. Puppy.exe is a puppy with red orbs and voids for eyes who floats around while biting forward. Attack when it isn't attacking, he'll create a static wave of cuteness. In a certain radius, the opponent will be stunned while encased in static. This is an ample opportunity for Puppy.exe to attack them. Puppy.exe cannot activate this in Hitstun. We have a gamer goat. An angry young goat. He jumps around while screaming, creating shockwave projectiles of bad audio around him. These projectiles briefly immobilize and deal progressive bleed 5, making ears bleed after 5 stacks of it. This is silly. I'm enjoying this immensely. Locales. This is the same rationale with glitches. A normal element paired with an inverse, though there are exceptions. Remember that every place here has technology in it for added complexity and verticality, while every location is the same. 5 locales are randomly chosen from at the beginning of the game. Got the floating caverns, for example. On a floating rock, metal platforms occasionally unite them. Sometimes they move because of the winds blowing around. These winds can move characters too. We have the Tundros Furnace Facility, a huge furnace in the cold. The deeper one goes, the more heat bugs they encounter, and vice versa. Lava is obviously here, especially in the underground facility, as well as ice and snow on the top. You might even find lava pits in these. We have the Electric Pastures, rolling hills of electric stations. The stations can get quite tall and naturally hazardous electricity flows there. These hills have an underground full of generators. Static clouds float all over the hills and by the tall stations which characters can jump on. We have Willow's Swamp. The beautiful willows here are sucked out of all life in the water, rendering it disgusting and dangerous. While the life bugs stay near the willows, they avoid the swamp that gives birth to the death bugs. Players can enter the water, but they will take small but continual damage. However, there is treasure down there, even if there's obviously a lot of death bugs. I love the amount of risk-reward on display here. There's so many different little variables at play that would reward skilled players while also like heavily punishing over-ambitious ones. That there's a balance that you have to have, which is really important for a game like this. Light and dark, an indoor level, a dark cathedral juxtaposed by bright lights. Dark bugs appear in the dark and light bugs in the light. Explore the dark to find amazing items. We have Electric Dark and the Cloud of Black. I love these names. They're very cheesy, but in a very good way. A mobile location. It's a black thundercloud that obscures almost all light. Expect many strong, dark, and electric glitches there. We have the Aurora Borealis. This time of the year, in your game, localized entirely in the light-cold area. This is also a mobile location. They are flying lights that can be ridden on. Bugs will be trying to knock you off, though. We have the Shrine to the Mesa, life and ground, a land of beautiful buttes, juxtaposed by pristine metal beacons and platforms. You can even find a shrine here that rewards EXP and healing, but watch out, if you have low luck, a big bad glitch may try to purify you. The Thunder Spokes are a dark, cloudy plane of pointy graves. These can generate lightning that can strike characters or generate electric bugs. There's always a tell, though. The same goes for the death bugs that climb out of the ground. The underground is dangerous because the spokes extend to the ground. When they are struck by lightning, the shock extends to even the underground. There are many more apps here than usual, though. And Checkerboard, the only name it can really be given. It's an environment made of only black squares in a white atmosphere. It may seem boring, but the thing is that these cubes are moving horizontally in the locale. Don't get crushed. That's fun. That's so fun. Gosh, imagining something like that in a... What's the stick fight game? I think it's actually literally just called stick fight game. Just like those sorts of like moving platforms and spikes. Like that's so fun to mess around with other people. Alright, what are apps? Apps are objects around the planet that are services. To summarize, there's a coin creator. Put in items to create coins. The shop, okay. Which can substitute XP when buying goods and services from widgets. However, they do count as an item. Like, ooh! Got some Persona 3 music in this soundtrack. I like it. Keep in mind that the coin creator has a chance of not working based on the rarity of the input item. If not working or otherwise, the input is destroyed. So the rarer something is, the more unlikely it is to work, unless this is... Okay. Oh yeah, stick fight the game. It's literally just that. You're right. We have the Dimensional Vat, a puddle of leaking extra-dimensional essence. Putting items in this vat to upgrade their level of 1. This costs 1 HP. It does accept coins, however. This is interesting, because in this game, health would regenerate. So if you stay around this area, you can upgrade your items a lot, but you're also in a very highly trafficked area that a lot of people are going to want to contest at the same time. So you try to upgrade your items very quickly, or you try to wait for your health to regenerate. This is just a concept, I'm already formulating strategies around it. This is really, really good. Chests are chests. They have items in them. Although there's a 10% chance of that opening it will be a mimic. Which all games with chests should have mimics. That's just a baseline rule that everyone should follow. We have fireworks. Activate it with ASP to make 10 fireworks that home into bugs, glitches, and sprites, even the player who used it. Ooh, so you got some fun little traps around that you can wait around for other players. I like it. Pick 3. Pay XP to be given 3 items to choose from. The player can either select one of them, borrowing the player from using it for 2 minutes, or they can reject all of them to reset it. This means they can pay up again to get a chance at a better roll. I like the using of experience points as a, currency as well. Because with how fast you can gain experience points as the game goes on, it creates a really fascinating, risk-reward of, do I want to spend all this now, or do I want to be stronger to deal with the next upcoming engagement? We have the Harassment Machine. Enter to become a spirit. This sends the player to a random opponent, which allows them to attack them as an invincible spirit. That's so mean. I love it. This consumes XP, however. Press E again to exit the machine. Just, hey, screw you. I'm going to go after somebody, and you can't do a damn thing about it. Portal is self-explanatory. It's a portal. Free candy. A box of suspicious candy with a cardboard sign with the Shuttly Sharpie on. This has a 50% chance of fully healing the user, and a 50% chance of making them unconscious and giving them a random status effect. At least it's free. So do you want to be fully healed or killed, basically, as another player will come across your unconscious body? We have an upgrade station, a pit of magic sludge. Put an item in it to upgrade it a level. Each item that one has can be upgraded 1 per station, but each level costs 40 XP. Don't worry, they're a bit common. Clockworks is a large automaton that has 2 rooms, input where things go in and output where things go out. Use Q on the dial located on the top front to select its setting and put either an item, a sprite, or yourself in the input before the door closes in 3 seconds. For SCP fans, this might seem like this is a viable option for KOing opponents, but sprites have to wait 1.5 seconds before entering it against their will. Rough destroys everything. Core steals 3 direct rams to a sprite or degrades an item to a... Oh, so this is the various things that can happen when you enter the Clockworks. 1-to-1 changes an item to another one of the same rarity, or changes a sprite to another. Oh, so it's a character swap. Interesting. Fine upgrades an item to 1 rarity, or upgrades all 3 of a character's stats by 1. Or Very Fine for items that either upgrades it by 3 levels or destroys it. For sprite, they can get something random, like increase stats by 2, glitches randomly spawn around them. Oh, it's a wild magic surge, that's fun! Gain random items, controls are jumbled permanently. All of their attacks explode, they gain a random status effect, they gain a super high jump. Randomly teleports every 20 seconds, meters spawn around them, that becomes happy permanently, they become sad permanently. And the effect is not told to the player. They have to figure it out for themselves. That's hilarious. And then widgets are the NPCs. Okay. That's where those come into play. Able to help you for EXP or money. You can fight them and kill them for a greater reward, but they will fight back. They include, but are not limited to, the Bug Master, who is followed by bugs. If you pay her, you can have a bug to fight for you. You can kill her to take her bugs for your own, but then she'll make her bugs fight you as she attacks with her scythe. The Cultist, pay 3 HP to gain 50 XP. Kill him to gain his health-stealing short sword, but then he'll try to kill you with it. He also has an ability, Summon Glitch. He can summon a glitch. The Demolitionist sits around and pay him XP to have him summon a missile to a random player near you. You can kill him to gain a really good grenade launcher, but then he'll use it on you. The Drug Seller walks around selling pecs for free. However, once you buy and use them from her, you will take 1 damage and void for 3 minutes. For a +2 to all other stats permanently. So it's a huge risk reward to hurt yourself and, in addition to that, lower your max hit points, but afterwards you get massive buffs to your stats. You can get Killer for huge experience, but then she'll pull out English. Get out her revolver and try to kill you. She also has 2 abilities. Impure Pecs, throws this as a projectile, causes void for 3 for 1 minute with none of the benefits. And Pure Sway, just quickly moves around, can be used to dodge attacks. I love the little reminders of just like, okay, yeah, this is the status effect, this is what it does. It's very nice. Kitsune, a non-binary Kitsune, and a friend of Dani and Ezixtas? As shown here, PXP for them to steal some items from a random player. Fight them and they will disappear and run away, but if you really kill them, the player's run makes them invisible. Ooh, just permanent invisibility run, that's fun. Medic pay XP for him to heal you to full, you can kill him to get a permanent upgrade to your regeneration, but he'll just teleport away. Mercenary, pay him to fight others for a bit, he has an amazing halberd that you can get by killing him, but he'll fight back. He also has 2 abilities. A spinning halberd that dazes, and Teleport Ollie. He jumps up into the air and reappears in place 200 feet up from him. Daze halves stats, right? The Merchant is the scariest of the widgets. He sells powerful items high in rarity, but if you hit him, he will be out for blood. He has 3 abilities and 5 items to use. Tri-Slash is a powerful set of slashes with his great sword. Dash Slash is a fast flying dash forward that can go for a very long time. The dash ends with a powerful sword slash. And Super Jump is a big jump into the air. And the Shopkeeper sits in the interior while getting his wares down. You'll need to pay an XP to take him stuff, but you can kill him to get them for free. If you do, he has a shotgun and 3 items. What I'm finding very interesting trying to narrate through all of this is that it's so much, but the topic is changing so quickly that it's still relatively easy to keep up the same tempo. I don't know if that's helpful to anybody making concepts, but it might just be like the double spacing of the document makes it much easier to read. I don't know, just stuff to keep in mind. Sprites! Meet the fighters! All sprites have an inverse form. Remember that if any move seems OP, keep in mind they always have a long recovery period. For any confusion on status effects, see the chapter after this. In this case, power means both damage and knockback. We got Hayi? I think I'm saying that right. The one with... I love the artworks. That's so cute. Hayi was once a young girl... Oh. Hizai? This does not actually help me. I'm shit at pronunciation. I'm so sorry. It's never had much value to me. I feel like if you can understand each other, that's what's the most important thing, you know? Anyway, tangent aside. She had barely any friends and was bullied often. But then she found Orage. Orage was a scarf beast who wanted to help her. It didn't make life easier, but she had a friend to get her through childhood, a bad teenage job. Pronunciation below the name. I don't know what Z-H-A-Y is pronounced as. Zai? Hizai? Is that correct? What language is this pronunciation based off of? It changes drastically, depending on what the name's origin is from. It didn't make life easier, but she had a friend to get her through childhood, a bad teenage job, and studying to become a geologist now. It's not that she's gotten over those experiences, she just acts like she doesn't care about them. Difficulty, easy. Specialty, Hije? Okay. It's a J. In Battle Re-Borne, Hije is the all-rounder of the game. She can do good out at long range with Urage's whip, and close range with Urage's coil. And reflecting Urage's protection, Hije is simple, but can be effective for beginners as well as experts. Also, Urage has more FPS than Hije, but still has line art. It's like in the early days of TV CGI when they were still figuring out how to meld 3D with 2D. Hije's voice, as last stated, is calm and monotone to a fault. Passive? None. She just has a slightly increased view. Active, throws a rock she studied. If anyone hits it, she can press D in this window to have Urage attack the person who did so. This goes through projectiles, but can be parried. This can also be used near a projectile to have Urage reflect it. Melee is just her fist. Attack is the whip. There's more damage at the gold tip of it, so it's got a tipper mechanic. Primary is Urage's coil. Coils in front of Hije's arm as she pushes it forward. Not only does this grab and blast foes, but can also grab items and projectiles. Press E to launch them for some damage. Yes, we Gary's mod now. Are we allowed to say that? Utility is Urage's embrace. Envelops Hije and teleports her. As Hije disappears, the player can move a black dot to teleport her. Charge the move to increase the distance. This can also be used during Urage's coil. And the special is Hije's Beast. Urage becomes its proper form and jumps forward, taking a bite and dealing void to and immobilize to targets along with damage. If it attacks any entity, it jumps yet again. Hije can only use her melee attack when this is out, since Urage is the one who does all the other moves. Interesting, so it's kind of almost a... Oh, I don't know the League character that has the ult like that, but here's a New Earth Plague Rider. With the ult that's... like, it hits somebody and it bounces between other people. You know what I'm talking about? I can't remember the League character that has that. But you hit one thing, it can bounce into another thing, so it's really good in crowds of people. Stats, average across the board. El oso polar. Valentia y inventivia. War is hard, especially one that barely had a reason. The Vietnam War took a huge toll on his life. He left his family, his friends, and his love, and it wasn't the same after that. Life was just too slow-paced. So he moved to Mexico. He had read a bit about the drug problem there, and he learned a bit of Spanish in school too, so he wanted to help them. It was hard getting used to fighting back, what with training and learning to always wear Kevlar. You don't know whether cocktails will strike, but this is all for the greater good, and he seeks a brighter future for all. A future that is sober and strong. Battle Re-Borne, El Oso Polar, is a gunner character. Oh! Okay, I saw the sword hilt and was like, wait, what? But no, that's a gun, that's a sword. I see. He can do it out from afar with his AR-15, but he has much more depth with his spin pole. He plays a straightforward FPS protagonist, but truly master him requires other keys besides M1. It also has a line going out from his gun to the reticle. This makes him shoot better. His view is zoomed out slightly more than other sprites, making him see more. Active is healing. It also gets a reinvigorating substance. Note, it's not morphine, which is exactly what somebody who is using morphine would say, and injects it into him. This lengthy animation fully heals him when it ends. However, he can press D again during this animation to stab forward with a deadly syringe. Anyone injected by this game is blind and confused, as well as very minimal damage. I love stuff like this. Just controls have been shuffled, and it doesn't show where they've been shuffled to. That's the best kind of just messing with players. I wish more games did things like that. And blind, the screen goes black for a minute with only the player's sprite and the UI visible. Melee is a kick, attack is gun. For his attack command, he wields a gun. Primary is a scope, he's got a utility grappling hook. Gotta propel him forward, zip him around, or pull someone to him. Also grab a special, which is the spin sword. Charge it to throw out a knife and take it when it's gone. It launches itself into objects after all. Bullets back. Ooh, that's fun! So you can toss the sword out, grapple it, and swing it around. Actually, that would be more just using the sword as a grapple point. Still fun, though. Still very fun. We got Josh, the 6th grade ninja. Due to being in foster care, he grew disinterested in school and decided to start turning to a life of ninjahood. He pesters his teachers and saves kids from bullies. While he often skips classes, one class he doesn't skip his science. Something about it just clicks with him. And yes, he Naruto runs. This is absolutely a 3rd grade TV show target audience in the making right here. Mixed up character, Paper Sure can be very versatile as well as frustrating. I'm gonna start kind of skimming it a little bit more just because there is one, to believe it or not, there is one more concept after this and we have to be able to get to it. His Mothra bomb provides a tricky obstacle to deal with. Josh's cobbled together arsenal may seem laughable, but used properly, Josh will be the one laughing at opponents that don't even know what hit them. He's got an extra jump. Active is Acid Dash. Is a sidestep ability where you can either jump forward or backward. Press D again. In this state, to have Josh throw some acid forward. Yes, he has the mix of a Johnny Test voice. Oh, God. I can't stand Johnny Test's voice. And a voice of an actual 12-year-old. Oh, the horror. Same for the personality. Great! Proceed again to have the state to have throw some acid forward. Melee twig stab. Blinds for a very short amount of time. That's funny. You just have this small little tiny kid just poking you with sticks and you can't see a damn thing because the little kids won't stop moving. Got the duct tape wacky. I can't. I've been speaking for 4.5 hours. 5.5 hours, no. Actually, it's been even longer than that. It's a slashing move. Paper Shuriken. 1 just stuns. 2 does a bit more damage. 3 bleeds. Paper cuts. Nice. Utility is the Mothler Bomb drop. puts some candy into a Coca-Cola bottle, screws the lid back on, and throws it. While this can be a fake jump in the air, the explosion deals little damage, and wet, too. Wet reduces speed. Beware the wet status effects. And the last special is the Buffy gun. Gets out his Buffy dart gun and puts a dart into it. He has 6 ammo and it lasts for 15 seconds. And he hits with the gun, stun, and slightly damage opponents, which can lead into his Wakizashi and other abilities. We have the Robot Cowboy, who is not wearing a cowboy hat! What sacrilege is this? In a world, or space to be exact, spaceships pilot the world that has long left the mortal coil of Earth. These robots sail dreams, heavens, and hells to explore adventure or plunder. For Robot Cowboy in his game, it's plunder. Inspired by Western films. Oh no, that is a... Okay, no, I was looking at the artwork wrong. That is absolutely a cowboy hat. There's just like a bit of hair at the back that... as well. Maybe it's an antenna or something. I don't know. Despite his lack of charisma, Robot Cowboy is determined to make ends meet with his stoics, wit, and infinite improvisation. This is our first hard character. It's a setup character with his energy revolved. Sorry, my voice is really giving out. Let me get some more water. Whew. Okay. Anything he can get his hands on, even his reflective exterior. Robot Cowboy will often find himself in an uphill battle, but proper use of his tools will make him a one-hit wonder if his cards are played right. Takes full damage from projectiles, but reflects them back. That's fun. His active is the ball. Interesting. So just tosses out a Rockbot beach ball that reflects lasers, falls in the air, you can jump off of as well. Also charges his dash if it hits it. Interesting. Okay. I wish I was more awake from this. There's actually a lot of really fun ideas. I can see this kind of character working in this sort of gameplay format, and it sounds really fun. I'm just also exhausted. Manage your revolver, fires a blast from his gun with ammo of 6. The gun can be charged, expending up to all of the ammo. Also, a blast from 4 to 6 charges causes burn. The blast can also bounce on objects and himself, making it stronger per bounce. That has some fun shenanigans, possibly. By bouncing it between yourself and the ball you throw out, and dodging out of the way at the last second before it would kill you to cause some insane damage. Signal Flare shoots an arcing bomb that explodes. Utility is a motorcycle. Increases your speed, you can run over people. But also explodes and deals a blast with self-damage. You can also shoot lasers while on the bike. And then Light Mirror, someone's removing the other, does a lot of damage to anyone who touches it, and you can also shoot lasers off it. This is just like... Gosh, we've had a couple of Smash Brothers movesets before that kind of dabble with the idea of bouncing projectiles. This just takes that to the extreme, and it sounds like so much fun. This is the kind of character I would play and, like, get myself killed by shooting myself 90% of the time, but that 10% when I really land a shot, that's gonna be the best 10% I've ever experienced. But Sagittaria... When this character was young, she joined the crime-beaten idol group, the Star Saviors. While she wasn't the star publicly, she was fiscally. She was heavily involved in business, often suggested to their teams how to handle marketing. But that was just for 2 years. Over time, she quickly rose the ladder in the space economy until she found her highest position yet, CEO of North Water Organization Data. She spent hard to get to this position, and she will make sure she is the best CEO in the universe. If you even think of dissenting, prepare to face a shotgun blast to your face. In Battle Reborn, of course. Okay. In Battle Re-Borne, you're essentially playing the head honcho of this organization. She has all the corporation's tools she can use for fun, making her a strong stage control fighter. Many moves like the Star Grenade and the Super Beacon make her a huge threat on the battlefield that one simply can't ignore. Sagittaria may seem like a fun power fantasy at first, but dig deeper and one will find tiers and tiers of power. Her voice is polar. When she's happy, she's akin to an anime girl's, but a bit lower. When she's angry, she speaks in a very low voice, as if she's dropping the skit for a bit. If that's not for you, you can always replace it with real-life cat noises. This goes for all of the animal-related or robotic characters. I'm just picturing like a customization option in like a character select, and under voice it has normal and cat as the option, and that's really funny to me. Passive is rocket boosters. Holding jump lets her stay in the air with rocket boots. Active is turret. You can call in a turret, as in the ones that come in during the cleansing. It does half damage, you can only have 2 at a time. So this is a very set-up, campy kind of character. Melee is a rocket kick. Attack is Mr. Vulcan. That's a fun name for a shotgun. Primary is a Star Grenade, cover grenade, carbon stars, ignites. The shotgun can fire the grenade forward, that's fun. Utility is the Galaxy Strike, firing a missile that flies past her and then she can jump onto and ride. And the special is the Super Beacon. Finds a supply beacon that flies down. Comes down in 3 seconds and does a lot of damage to anyone hit by it, including her. Produces a force field that reflects projectiles outside, however opponents can get into the force field as well as destroy the beacon. The shotgun's lasers can bounce off the beacon for no damage. Okay. Hanaya, I believe I said that right, is a wind goddess, but not in the way you'd expect. Once a human, she became a goddess due to absorbing her brother's magic via a wayward wind spirit up in the Order Plane. The more powerful a human's magic is, the shorter they live, so she wanted to keep his legacy in her heart. At the end of the world soon after, she immediately retreated up high to meet the spirits, but they were already gone in a battle. So she had to work to get her way. This meant keeping up odd jobs around Crystal City. Hey, you guys gotta make your own money somehow. However, she still kept a bright and cheery attitude along the way, keeping her powerful abilities intact with it. How many pages are left? We are, roughly a third of the way through. How do I want to handle this? I think the smartest way to handle this is to kind of just get first impressions of the rest of the roster, and then read just whatever's after that. Because I do think I'm not going to be able to finish this in time to like eat dinner before I have to. And so I think this is the best course of action moving forward. So we got a Wind Goddess here. A lot of Wind Box abilities. We have Smirk. Product of dark heritage to create the perfect mage. I love this little artsy flair of having one part of the character's body much closer to the camera as the rest of it. It's a fun little style. I'm enjoying it a lot. Fighting against her dark history. We have a Zycy, which is the failed outcome of the experiment that Smirk was a part of. -8 on all stats. One of the best was weird tools. Hang on. So you have to keep attacking to keep the stats high. But that's interesting. I like that. That's fun. We have Yukon. which is a kitsune as part of what is essentially the Knights of the Crusade. And was Bernardo's loving father is sick of the corruption in his hometown. Whoa, wow. Did you hear that? I tried to pull oxygen from my lungs to speak, and my lungs said no more. Alright, a kitsune fighting against racial prejudice against himself as part of the Knights of the Holy... Well, the Order of the Crescents, rather. Close range power warrior. Fun. We got the Steel Vengeance, which is a iguana with a spear. Fun. Alright. A rebel outcast trying to overthrow the robots taking over his home. Like it. Speed character. Very fast rushdown. Looks like a rushdown character, clearly. Got Experiment 000165F. That is a fun name. I appreciate that immensely. Anytime you hear like experiment kind of names, they're always very, very easy to say, very short. But like, have you ever seen how scientists name shit? It's the most overcomplicated nonsense imaginable. 165 is an aggressive resource fighter due to his 2 bars of health. So super bruisery kind of deal we got here. This is... Okay, I'll read this one, because Thrakish... I'm curious about since it was described. At least that's the only remotely pronounceable part of their name. Thrakish is a devouring creature far from the mortal law or even chaos planes. They spent their days eating and chomping on whatever came along until they found a portal. That portal is the tray to spawn out of. Now there's a new... Wait a second. It's just sprouting out of a lunch tray. That's great. Thrakish is a grappler type character that they want to latch their enemies inside them as much as possible. This is helped by their grabbing lash of the Devourer as well as their aggressive tentacles of the Devourer, letting them get to their prey as fast as possible. In this world, Thrakish will always have their lunch. Unlike the wacky cartoon characters who seek to embody the cartoons of yesterdecade, Thrakish seems to emulate the CGI monstrosities of the yesterdecade. All of their body has a level of shine and old 3D model shade, and Thrakish actually moves smoothly, compared to their line art-filled 20 FPS prey. Because of this and their alien design, they have unique animations for otherwise universal actions, like items and being launched. Also, Thrakish can't... That's so fun to say. Rather instilling demoralizing words into players' psyches. This is reflected in faint words on the side of player screens when near them. These words become more prominent when being eaten. Speaking of being eaten, when an opponent is hit by Thrakish's melee or primary or goes on top of them, they get captured by them. They'll be stuck on top of them or inflicted with acid. The acid damage is based on the strength of Thrakish. They can't get out, but it is based on their resistance. And acid causes continued damage. The acid can also be stacked. It starts out weak and obviously grow to be... So you just want to latch onto people and dissolve them. That's very fun. Active puts all of its appendages back into the portal, cover them in acid. This not only makes it dual acid damage on contact, also in its items, also makes their dash and wave dash faster and longer. Melee is a grab with one of the tentacles. Attack is a lash with the tentacle. Utility is the tentacle of the Devourer. Almost, if anybody played Carrion, that's what this sounds like here. Just launch everything forward. Whatever. I am on a second wind right now. Whoosh, okay, it's fine. Primary is a spit of acid, lots of acid, all of the acid. And special is the Ravage of the Devourer. zaps an opponent in front of him for a short distance and sends their mind to a shadow world. The player's screen seems to be just that, with all other sprites, bugs, and glitches being indistinguishable shadow monsters. Visibility is also cut. If they touch a goop puddle, they take a burst of damage, and also gain acid. Also, just absurdly high hit points as well. That's great. Oh, DLC. Okay. Alright, we got version 1. The first glitch. The first fighter to fight off the glitches. Okay, I kinda love this. In Battle of Re-Borne, version 1 is an all-rounder. That's it. It has relatively basic moves, but it's diversified with its hit stun and I didn't hear error. Version 1 may seem basic, but Master Man, you will become This is fun. I love theming like this. Just this sort of, okay, we can't even understand what this thing is. That's so good. Active bubble. And orb, it's not glitching out, can get extra momentum and falling through the air as well as being a hitbox. I just want to know, I'm not going to read all of it, I just want to know what the special for this thing is. The special is error. A really intense interpretive dance, maybe? Anyone hit by it gets glitched, their model specimen using abilities randomly for a moment. Their items get jumbled and they can randomly teleport to anywhere. They also take continuous damage. Just charge into the center of a bunch of fighting people and watch as you completely ruin everybody's day. That's fun. I like that. Wow. The Princess Bride reference. I respect and appreciate that. The mother of all possums. Existing in an eon when humans never existed, she roamed in a sprawling forest caring for her young. That uses her young as attacks? That's awesome! I mean, that's terrible, but that's awesome! Has 7 babies on her. Having babies makes her abilities good, but losing 1 increases her strength. So yeah, you toss away the babies like Pikmin, and it increases your stats as you're no longer as burdened. Oh, that's great. That's funny. We got Donnie. Bit of a messed up kitsune. She likes to mess with people, sometimes in stereotypical standards. Especially when she found a blinder to the board of playing. Traditional kitsune trickster kind of deal. Called a troll character. Can go invisible, is evasive, and can possess. So you just... So her moves are weak, but you can just mess with people. That's really fun. And you can just straight up possess people and prevent them from... And just do whatever you want with them. That's so great. Ezixtus. If I only knew how to read, I could just see that the pronunciations are there. Ezixtus. Ezixtus was always a cold individual, thinking practicality rather than ideals. So this is the tie-on to the What's the goddamn name of the Xenoblade 3 character? Oh, we even did a whole Design Dorks episode over this, and she left that little of an impact on me. It's like in the top 5. Uni! Uni? Was that the name? That might have been the name. I don't know. I got 3 chapters and then that game and got bored. What do you want from me? Set play character. Sneaky Shadow Ball is a time-ticking bomb and is especially deadly with his Shadow Grab, which locks the opponent in him. Daunting and strange, but used correctly, and anyone who says that will immediately regret it. We have a Water Llama. Love it. Lives in the pristine sea of the Order Plane. UFOs constantly invading her home water. She's always wary of potential threats. This is a momentum-based character. Water Spit allows her to keep up speed along with Water Cyclone, making her ever more evasive as well as dangerous. All this speed may make her hard to control. Please say that just stacks infinitely. A certain cap, dang it. I just love the idea of just this blue blur just shooting past you, and all of a sudden your head's not longer there. What happened there? We got the Beatux. What's an orphan stuck in the Great Depression until she got bit? Now she's a vampire. Great Depression vampire. Bait and punish fighter. She wants to get in as close to possible, so she capitalizes on her opponent's mistakes. Needless with dive kicking, terrifying, fearsome veil. Maybe very squishy. Oh man, does that mean that she's like a 6-year-old in the... I think adult and 6-year-old body is my least favorite trope in just all of media. I can't stand that one. Still, I do also love the aesthetic of undead Great Depression orphan vampire. That is a fun idea. But that doesn't matter if she's very deadly when a pro can get her in. Okay, got Kiara. This is apparently a guest character. I have no idea what you are from, though. But she is a weak zoner who seeks to fight from afar. She has her long-range Phoenix Sword to keep out her opponents, as well as her KFP delivery to heal herself in case of danger. May like damage, but she makes up for it in sheer distance. Oh, it's Hololive. That explains it. I can't bring myself to care about Hololive. I'm sorry. I do love her bird, though. That is a great bird. 10 out of 10 bird. Please detail the cat channel. Oh yeah, I'll give you that one. Which one is the technicalities? Passive, before she's hit, active. Grace foe is a Reaper Wrapper on it. Press D on it to knock it down or more far. Okay, sorry. I'm starting to fall asleep. Sets up a black shadowy board with a symbol of one of her greatest friends, a Reaper Wrapper on it. Press D again near it to remove it and far away teleport to it. This can be done in knockdown, in hit stun, but not in actual immobilizing effects like stun, bury, or actual immobilize. She gets dazed for a while after teleporting because of summoning sickness. She can also have one down at a time. Melee is a standard get-off-me tool that ignites. She attacks with her sword. Doesn't do good damage, so has a ton of range. Primary sends out a bird worker, throwing the employee, which will try to walk up and use a wind-up punch on them. That's hilarious. Utility is a Phoenix Shield. Blocks attacks in front of her. And the special is the KFP Delivery. Calls forward a mini fridge, comes down after 3 seconds during terrain where it falls, and anyone hit by it gains burn and ignite. Anyone can interact with it. There's only one item, however. Need to gain 1 plus level HP. If one would be KO'd while having this item, even when not using it, they immediately eat it. So it's a Zelda fairy. Okay, fun. We have a crab man. He is a crab burglar. Crab rave. Let's do it. This is a joke character, apparently. Oh, please say this is just Junkrat. You blow yourself up to do damage. Smash. Where's the explosions? Yep, just all of the explosions. Love it. They're your damnable thoughts of the most delightful dictatorships and child seekers. I can't voice act anymore. We have the trader, son of the merchant. The trader wants to show that he is more than just a merchant, despite the respect of his father. He always felt distant from him. Seeking to distance himself from his unsatisfying parent, he fights in the battle Re-Borne to prove himself to show he is a better fighter than his father. This is an item character that uses stuff. It's an artificer. He has extra item slots. Nice. Does he have an extra interaction with the merchant? Or has the parent refused to give them special treatment? I'm not seeing anything of the like, so it must be the former. Or the latter. I can't remember which one I said first. I'm very tired. And it just has Link's fuse from Tears of the Kingdom as a special. That's funny. We have the Ice Cream Rhino, who appears to summon meteors of ice cream. I want to stress that despite the fact that I am exhausted, I love all of the ideas here so much. This sounds like so much fun. The characters are so full of personalities. The abilities I see just seem so delightful. I've just been talking for 6 hours is all. As a manipulative healer, his ice can be a healing tree, but it's great for him to get a charge attack on if they're unlucky. Also has an ice cream truck, as ice cream rhinos do. And he has ice cream floating around him like it's a Mario Party green shell. You can hover in the air holding me. There's no time limit, but removed by being hit. Just freeze everything and then charge into them. This seems like... So, okay, hold on. I see all caps. Specialist Ice Cream Truck has a ton of mana. Physically throws an ice cream truck down, dealing bury to anyone nearby. This powerful truck moves around the field. Players can spend XP here with E to permanently boost their max HP. It's said to be a good idea. Oh, it's back to this song. Skipping this one. Just love the idea of just chucking a giant ice cream truck at people. That's so fun. We have ES4. A sharpshooter, sniper, assassin kind of person. Trying to stop her friend from creating a deadly virus. Range mix-up character, and she's good at close range as well as long. Her rifle spread makes it best at close range, but that spread can be mitigated with her laser sights. So it's kind of a... almost a stance change, where you can basically try to focus on where you're trying to shoot, but you can only do one or the other. I think I understand. Alright, we have the can bots. It's just on tank treads. It just shoots little PVC pipes. The robot cowboy killed his brother with a single blast to his body, so now he must avenge him. He has a shotgun, a can bomb, and deadly radiation.
Mid-range fighter has a scary warning, radiation may be fatal to keep foes away. That's fun. I love characters like this, where you don't really have to fight people, you just have to be close to them. And you can kind of just melt them. Stuff like Singed, where you just kind of run around people and they die, or Oogie from Heroes of New Earth. My concept for Diablo in Smash Brothers was big on that. Just being like, oh, are you standing next to me? You're dead. Love stuff like that. It's so funny. For its special, it knocks itself out but murders everybody nearby. Also very fun. Love things like that. Oh, I read that as Squirrels in Scrallum, and I was really excited. But Squillis in Scrallum is still pretty fun, too. We have Squillis here that found a crystal that bore a demon called Scrallum and is one of his best friends. Summon a character, summoning Scrallum is a good idea if you like consuming mana, otherwise you're going to have to use your crossbow until you get enough mana. Squillis' friend is a bit overwhelming, but use them right and their bond will be unbreakable. Where's Shedinja? I remember that being mentioned earlier. Where is Shedinja? I got may look familiar, but don't let that fool you. I got as a hellspawn summoned by the Archdevil Josh. Unrelated to the... That took me a second. Yes, all of the prime evils. Mephistopheles, Beelzebub. I said that wrong, but it's okay. And worst of all, Josh. Kidnaps people, kidnaps animals, and even gets kids to them. He's just a happy little artist that is the bane of everybody's existence. I like him. He's fun. Treats people like items. What the fuck? Hang on. Special. Them. I got throws a peculiar individual. The one he sent the kids to. After they get launched forward, they will walk and jump around the field, and if they see anyone, they will run and jump towards them, hugging them. This will decrease all their stats for a while before they are shaken off. So he just has creepy raccoon suits. Them following him. That this is so silly. We have the Eternal Life Force held within a baby deer. Love it. Great. Fantastic. Relies on what? Is the Eternal Clone last more of them? This may seem like weird and confusing. Master it. So you can create like copies of yourself. Jesus! We got Fels. It's quite unique. Jim's stunned by her grip for being too nice, not really for changing. Actually, she later joined a relic. Felsa. Sorry, I didn't say that right. We're almost there, Pinocchio. We're almost there. The more when they met people like them, only weaker, meaner, and uglier, they shunned them due to her heritage, so she decided to fit in and keep their identity secret. Despite this, she still makes great clothes for them and seeks to English. Melee zoner type of character. That's an ability right there. That scares me. Not reading that. It's too much. On one hand, I wish I could give this the attention it deserves. On the other hand, I don't think I'm physically capable of doing that. At least not in one sitting. Like, there's so much thought into this. Like, this is so thorough that you could just straight up make the game based off of this, and you wouldn't need any other supplementary material, which I'm so impressed by. We have Akulia. That's a very fun name.
Horizontal rush down, very fast, but has low agility, helped by her horizontal air dash. Must take it slow with her holy shield. The Shadow of the Plains. Dragons don't necessarily have names, more of titles. That's fun. I like this. Uses a stealth character, using holes from scratching falling delicates, use your breath of yes, Shadow may be well equipped. For playstyle mastering, you'll learn why people think dragons have IQs of 135 on average. Portia, your mind determines your power. A Rexball player, a respected player in a respected sport, with eyes on her hands. Great design, love it. Powerhouse character. Oh my gosh. I'm talking long enough, I'm starting to get like phlegm at the back of my throat. We have the Lord of Bricks. Once there was a boy who had a 3DS, he was just assigned after the series Lord of Bricks, where there's a minifigure from Lord of Minifigure Fight. Lego Minifigure Fight. The figure went around the world collecting bricks from themed places, but they always had a certain foe to defeat. There was a man, a giant slime, maybe even a pig tree thing. There were problems for sure, but he always solved them via Fireball, Jealous Pranodon, or Jollis Pranodon. He was so close to getting the 5th piece, but it was so far. The 5th piece didn't exist. So this is literally just a Lego piece brought in. Yeah, that's fun. I like that. How will they know what I'm doing if I... Alright, so this is my character then. All our voice speak is Deus Ex Machina and fucking hell. And his unorthodox Fireball. There's no rhyme or reason to his playstyle, but maybe there is. Maybe someone could truly master this character straight out of a 5th grader's mind. Animated like stop motion on the 3DS. That's great. It's a Jollis Pranodon because you always lose the jaw pieces of those kind of Lego pieces. That's funny. That's really funny. We have the Dark Cube. It is a cube that is dark. Its dark platform gives it great mobility, but is further accentuated by Dark Button's wall ability. This may seem square, but master it and it'll be a very dark square. And it's animated significantly better than everything else because it's just a cube. That's hilarious. That's great. Alright, I'm not gonna go over the status effects because we've seen most of them just throughout the moveset. I am very impressed with just the sheer amount of thought and detail that went into all of these. Okay, I'll read the modes. We'll finish off with the modes. We're at the end here. Basic Battle Royale is up to 50 players, mainly online because, of course. You can have squads of up to 2 to 5 people. You can have horde battles, where you have multiple teams of equally sized groups. You can have Battlefront-style gameplay. You have to keep hold of a certain amount of stations to be able to escape. You have Battle Showdown, a more traditional mode for head-on battles. Spiders, Ferality, I think you're... Hold on, I'm just going to do this in the chat. Behind the stream, which ones are you talking about? Talking about, I am unsure. I used the wrong version of your! God damn it. I'll keep reading this until I figure out the answer to that. Battle Showdown is a more traditional head-on-head battle. So if you just want to have like a proper, like, competitive team versus team kind of deal. Next chapter after this. Okay, yeah, no worries. Fight to dominate certain areas of the stage for the Battle Hill, King of the Hill. Battle Smash is just Smash Brothers. In Battle Rule, you try to compete over various NPC bugs. That's fun. The one with the most minions wins. Winions, you could say. Battle Warriors go into planet. So this is a kind of a horde battle kind of deal with up to 20 people. Battle Gym is just practice sort of deal. Run the controls, items, characters, combos, all that good stuff. Characters get new outfits too. That's cute. I like it. And then the Battle Box, which is a sandbox mode. Explore the world, edit it, and toy with it. You might find some cool things. Labbing anyone? Technicalities. Literally technicalities. I thought... Okay, that makes so much more sense. I keep seeing that and I'm like, oh yeah, okay, technicalities. Where's the technicalities section of this character? It's like, no, there's literally a technicalities segment of the game concept. Okay, yeah, I got you. There's only 3 more pages. I can do this. Okay, let's get a third wind going. 3 forms of knockback. Stagger, a very short state of stun. Think about 15 frames in a 60 FPS game. That is for weak moves. Strong stagger, these are for stronger moves. The stagger is longer and has more knockback. Getting knocked to a wall in this state gives forth a knockdown. The opponent is unactionable for a while, leaving them vulnerable to a strong punish. They can't even parry. If they are strongly knocked onto a wall during this state, the wall breaks or they bounce off of it if they can't, as they go into the state of tumble. For really strong moves or moves that do a lot of knockback, opponents fly into the air. The state depends on the strength of the attack. Level 1, for the strongest attacks, characters rapidly spins as they bounce around. The screen zooms out to show their trail. No one is hurt by this and the character doesn't take any damage. In fact, they are invincible in this state. Level 2, the character spins slower now, loses their invincibility, and can drift to change their direct trajectory. However, once they hit something, they are stuck in there for a bit until they get out. If they hit a character, they deal damage to them. Not that if they are hit when they get knocked out. They go into Stage 3. Level 3. Like Tumble, but the opponent just flips instead of spins. They can still drift the trajectory. This state can be exited out of with an action, but they lost the hitbox for a level 3 Tumble. Note that these levels decrease when tumbling, so a character that gets tumbled at level 1 eventually moves to 2, then 3. Okay. Combo path. Moves come out very fast, and characters can walk all throughout the move. But they leave characters open for a pretty long time, until they hit someone, in which case they can cancel moves into certain others. These are the 2 paths. Attack, primary, utility, special. Abilities get a 2 mana discount in a combo to a minimum of 0. Or attack, item 1, item 2, item 3. Goes on for some characters. Right, because that is the one artificer dude that has more items. All moves can be cancelled into melee, jump, or taunt, once per each of these mentioned. If a player melees between abilities or items in a combo, they can't do it again in the combo. Characters can also skip moves in the path, so attack can be cancelled into utility instead of primary. However, this doesn't mean that utility can be cancelled into primary at that path. It's a one-way street. Dashes can not only be cancelled into, but can reset the combo path by allowing the character to follow up into anything. These 2 paths are still treated as the same combo, however, so this can only be once in this state. There's a 10-frame window to perform a cancellation, meaning that it's easy to perform combos, and this is why there's hit stun. Obligatory corn slander. Has almost no base in the playstyle, also some weird moves, and that's it. They also aren't good dragons. Elmo from Dragon Maid is a better water dragon even without bias. Appreciated, thank you. I love that this is a consistent meme. Also, if a player cheats for the first time using bots and the like, they will not only be banned for a week, but also be given the cheater tag for 2 years. Just shamed. And the tag is placed on the character's forehead
as in plastered onto their head. Or for fractions, plastered onto the tray on both sides. Players will be allowed to teleport to these transgressors at any time by pressing C to access the cheater menu and clicking on one of the cheaters available. The cheaters' hurt boxes are twice their normal size. Don't trigger drones when they are killed and cleansing, and when they die, a random sprite will jump scare them by pointing at them with a realistic finger and a serious, emotionless face as the text cheater flashes under them. That's hilarious. There is no return to the menu, they can't play other game modes or even go back to the options or the like. There's only going to and restarting Backdoor Battle Re-Borne for these players foolish enough to install an ESP hack. If this doesn't deter the player from cheating again, they will be banned permanently. And if someone contacts the devs that you made a new account, that account will be banned. Okay, I know this is the point of this is to, like, discourage cheating, but my brain immediately just jumps to the idea of, okay, but what if a cheater still won when that's happening? Because that would be amazing. Doesn't apply to cosmetics, neither for mechanic modes offline or private matches though also. And credits! Ferality, special thanks to Agent Happy Potato, Dixo, Evil Ferality, Lukak, Jolin, Sakura, Spider-Master, and myself. But most importantly, you. Was this worth the length, or was I wrong when I made the meme 1,000 pages ago? Tell me somewhere. As always, get some sleep. And there's another barely visible document thing here. I will, just out of curiosity, check what that is. Oh, this is fun. So what do I have planned? It's actually making something fun. So this is something you're actually making. That's so cool. Also, I love the animations. That's adorable. It's something that Duke should not read on stream. 1 second. Hold on. Hang on. I'm not putting it on screen, but I want to know what this is. Okay, yep, I'm not reading this on stream. You know, we spent enough time on this. 1 second. We'll actually watch this. You know, I had a game like this. My old Macintosh. I love this. This is a nostalgic throwback for me. Okay. Well, congratulations, Ferality. You have, by far, broken the record for the longest Peasant's Perspective submission to an absurd degree. But what's crazy is that, like, it's not the most complicated. Like, this is all very palatable. It's very easy to understand how this game works, what kind of strategies you want to use, what character you'd want to play. Oh, it's a game you already made? Nice! That's so cool! You asked earlier what character I would want to play. I think it was the Lego Dude. Lego Dude or Eldritch Abomination that's animated weirdly. Those sorts of animation gimmicks are always really fun. Also, it's a grappler. I love grapplers. But yeah, where was Lego Dude? Lego Dude. Shocking. It's difficult to find specific characters
What am I doing? Control F. Lego. There you are. No, yeah. How will they know what I'm doing if I don't know what I'm doing? If I don't know what I'm doing, let's highlight the right part. That's my playstyle in most games. I would definitely main that character. Oh. Wow. Okay. That was a journey. Okay. And there's still one more to go. But you know what? I've hit the points, past the points of exhaustion where you're just like, no, yeah, I can keep going. So let's hit the last one. Why not? Alright, let's get the music set up. Okay. So we got time for one last veteran moveset to go, and this is from Mike Lelola86. Interestingly, we're talking about fighting games now, but not Smash Brothers, and not Nintendo characters. I apologize in advance, I don't know much about Guilty Gear, but I will try my best here. Okay, let me remember to share this. We're in the home stretch. Let's do this! For my second entry, in Peasant's perspective, I wanted to try something new yet familiar. We've seen many moveset ideas for characters in Smash, but how about a moveset idea for a game many of you may not be familiar with? Today, we'll look at two very different games from the same series, how their design philosophies differ in many aspects, and how I imagine this fun character would play in the newest entry of the Guilty Gear series. Let's start with an introduction of the character himself, Zappa. Zappa debuted in Guilty Gear XX, and only appeared as a playable character in its updates and spin-off games. He is a young man who is unfortunately possessed by several spirits which inhabit his body and control him against his will, causing him to get involved in fights over and over again. During the XX series, he seeks a cure for his illness, only to find out his real condition can't be cured by any medical means. In the next mainline game of the series, Guilty Gear Xrd, Zappa made a non-playable appearance in the story mode. During the time between XX and Xrd, Zappa has joined the Finnish Spiritual Phenomena Observatory, and is thus an expert when it comes to ghosts and spirits. He has also made peace with the spirits inhabiting his body, which means he doesn't go on rampages anymore, and can live a peaceful life. Despite this, those spirits still reside within him, so he is more than capable of fighting if he chooses to. Now that we've covered his story, let's get into the interesting parts. Let's talk gameplay. Zappa is a very unique character. He is a stance character, but his stances are random. He starts the match in his regular stance and can summon a spirit, which will summon one of 3 ghosts at random. These have been very creatively named as Dog, Triplets, or Sword. Each one of the ghosts offers a different set of moves and a different way of controlling them, as well as a different game plan to utilize them effectively. He does, however, lose the spirit whenever he is hit, so he needs to summon again every time he makes a mistake. Meaning that in the frenetic match that is a Guilty Gear fight, Zappa will be constantly switching stances. Therefore, a Zappa player must adapt to the spirit they've been assigned with and use it as efficiently as they can, while reevaluating their game plan every time they get hit and have to summon a different ghost. There is much more to Zappa's gameplay, as he is one of the most complex characters in a game full of complex characters, but we will delve into it later. This is just general introduction. Guilty Gear Strive, designing for simplicity. I see a ping from Jared Hebert. Did my pitch get knocked off the queue? I saw that yours got submitted at, like, the very last seconds. And unfortunately, that was far too close to when the cutoff point happened. I couldn't include it. Like, I had already finished the overlays well before that point. Did I tell you that I was going to submit... fucking hell, English. showcase yours in the next episode? I don't remember, but if so, sorry. I should have written that down. But yeah, I gotta have those ideas in the documents like several hours before, because I have to make these overlays and get the playlist set up and all that. The main objective of this work is to translate Zappa's moveset into a suitable one for the newest Guilty Gear game, which is Strive. This is an interesting task due to the change in design philosophy that has occurred with this installment, which is noticeably different to both XX and XR. Guilty Gear has always been known as a difficult and very complex series of fighting games, making them very fun for those who are willing to put in the time to learn the ins and outs of the mechanics and characters, but with the downside of being very off-putting for new players and especially the casual audience. The developers aim to change this with the release of Strive, making it an accessible and streamlined game, in order to help ease many casual gamers into the genre. As you may know, this strategy was a complete success. Strive is the best-selling game in the series by far, and has become the entry point for many players into the fantastic genre that are fighting games. So what does Strive do specifically to simplify the series? It focuses the functionality of moves. In earlier games, most moves had a myriad of ways they could be used, and it was mainly up to the players themselves to find uses in combos, neutral setups, etc. Even moves that had one main use could be used in other areas, giving every character many choices in every scenario. This was mostly changed in Strive, where they focused the use of many moves so they can realistically only be used in their intended way. This might be a flaw of the game for many players, but it also means that understanding how to play most characters is significantly easier than in the older entries. Let's get me see a quick and easy example. Anji's Shitsu. Shitsu was always designed as a move to use after knocking the opponent down, so that they would receive the projectile when waking up. This meant Anji could mix them up while they were blocking the butterfly. However, it could also be used in neutral against passive opponents, creating a slow-moving projectile that Anji could run behind to approach. How is this changed in Strive? Well, now you can only use it against knockdown opponents, as they made the startup of the move significantly slower. That means if you dare use Shitsu in neutral, even against passive players, the opponent can easily punish you on reaction. Some characters can even punish you from full screen, so you are really incentivized to only use it for its intended purpose. It reduced the number of moves. This is an easy change to notice. Even for those that don't play fighting games, the previous entries had characters with extensive move lists, while Strive's characters can be laughably lacking in moves in some instances. To understand how the devs go about when reducing to changing the moves of a previous game, we'll use Bridget as an example. Bridget is an XX character, just like Zappa, and also produces a pretty complex moveset. Bridget's main gimmick is that instead of having heavy slash attacks, every character has punch, kick, slash, heavy slash, and dust attacks, that button is reserved for her yo-yo placement move. This lets her place her yo-yo in one of 6 directions on the ground and 9 in the air. She can then recall her yo-yo, which makes it come back to her as a projectile, or she can use it as use one of her 4 Roger moves and supers, where the yo-yo transforms into her teddy bear Roger and does different actions. This may now sound pretty complicated. It is. But her main game plan is pretty simple. She also has a more campy playstyle, but we'll be ignoring it. She wants to hit her opponent and carry them into the corner with one of her moves. Kickstart my heart, then place her yo-yo and start applying mix upon mix up thanks to the great pressure that her Roger moves offer. So what did they do to change this in Strive? Pretty simple, actually. Instead of having all those options when setting up the yo-yo, she now has 2. Yes, just 2. She has lost access to all of her Roger moves and supers. Despite this, she has the exact same game plan in this game. She hits you once, carries you to the corner, sets up the yo-yo, and just mixes you up over and over until you die. How did they manage to do this, you may ask? First of all, having so many options to place the yo-yo wouldn't fit in this game, as the mobility of the cast is inferior to the older entries, and neutral is way less air-focused and more ground-focused. So these 2 options cover everything they need to be covered. Additionally, even though she had many yo-yo moves, all of them served basically the same purpose, to keep opponents blocking. It doesn't matter too much if you accomplish this with a teddy bear punching the opponent, with a giant buzzsaw, or with a yo-yo itself as a projectile, which is what they chose for Strive. Apologies if this all if this all seems like too much of an intro, if you can call it that, but I thought it would be necessary to know how the design of Strive works. At least on a surface level, in order to understand the changes I made to Zappa's movesets to make him suitable for the game. Now, without any further ado, let's get into the main point of the document, Zappa in Guilty Gear Strive. One second, I'm getting a call. I don't want to answer, but it is my brother. I just want to make sure everything's fine, because this is going much longer than it normally does. Whatever. I don't know if it's important or not. To start with, we will look at Zappa's normal moves and see which ones would be changed in this version of the character in XX. In XX, both the triplets and the sword change his slash and heavy slash button into other attacks, so those buttons are generally pretty weak in Zappa's base form. The new Zappa summons will work a bit differently, as we will see later, and won't charge his S and H moves. Thus, these moves will be improved to be able to keep up with the rest of the cast. The moves mentioned below are just the ones that would be completely changed. Other moves would need to have their properties changed while still having the same animation. Alright, so we're going from old to new. Oh gosh, okay. Slash or heavy slash is what I'm assuming the S and H means. Guilty Gear pressing forward or punch generally gives characters an anti-air move with some invincibility. This move is one of the few exceptions to that, as it's so many I words in a row. It's a low poke and combo starter. In Strive, however, they clearly want to keep all 6 punches similar in functionality and frame data, as they've already changed another non-anti-air 6P, Punch Testaments. So this would be changed into traditional 6 punch, and this could be a similar animation to his second heavy, where he grows a massive head and bites the opponent down. God, the character designs of Guilty Gear just are on another level. Like, look how crazy this all is. His original 5H is a weird overhead joke move, but the new one, or standing heavy slash, will be a basic poke that you can throw out in neutral or combo after other hits. Zappa will use a ghost centipede that he only uses for one special move and one super in XX, which I think is a shame. It's like really cool and great as some of his normals. Just imagine one of these coming out of his back and biting the opponent. 6H is another weird overhead where Zappa just flings himself at the opponent, very unsafe on block. Not used too often. This move is clearly a joke attack in the new version. Even though it's being over and overhead, it does have its uses. However, since Zappa does have more control over his ghosts now, I want to show that mastery by avoiding this type of overly goofy attacks. His moveset is still full of goofiness, I'll just avoid the moves that are clearly jokes. So the new Zappa will replace this 6H with another overhead 6H. This new animation will reuse the one here. For his Force Break move, etiquette starts here, as there are no Force Breaks moves in Strive. So you will naturally lose the move. Its startup will be significantly slowed compared to the original attack, as an XX is extremely fast for an overhead. And for a jumping heavy here, honestly, I have no idea what he's supposed to be doing in this attack. He's clearly falling with style into his opponent. The new version, just like his 5H, would make use of his Ghost Centipedes, with 2 of them emerging below Zappa and hitting anyone below him and diagonally to both his left and right. I do love the... Wow, that was a straight up voice crack there. Third win's gone. I'm trying to find a fourth. I love this approach to fighting game designs that actually tries to evolve their gameplay based on the story of where this character is during their lives. I love this focus on, okay, but this guy's got more of a control over his ghostly powers, so he can clearly, like, use them a bit more seriously. That's fun. I appreciate that. Much better than Smash Brothers just not doing anything ever with their changes. As mentioned earlier, Zappa's old summons changed his moveset and were played differently. Both Triplet and Swords changed his slash and heavy buttons, and added some motion input moves. The dog, instead, worked as a puppet character, doing attacks independently from Zappa himself and was controlled using the dust button. Moreover, while all of them had different game plans and strategies, there was quite a lot of overlap. You could sit full screen and harass the opponent with both triplets and sword, for example, or apply crazy pressure and mix up with basically all of them. I'm laughing because I'm seeing in the chat just how long before your voice just altogether collapses. I just need to not talk to... This is nothing. Man, I have worked 12-hour shifts at Starbucks, just keeping up the same cheerful demeanor the whole time. I am going to be dead tomorrow, but I will live regardless. Definitely not recording any other dialogue for videos tomorrow, though. Tomorrow is a Baldur's Gate 3 day. Tomorrow's a Baldur's Gate 3 day, yes. Not only that, but each of the spirits will now be linked to a specific playstyle or range, which, as shown in the image below, will be as follows. Triplets will be focused on fighting full screen, sword from slightly far away from the opponent, and dog right next to them. The triplets will focus on zoning with projectiles from far away, forcing the opponents to come to Zappa. The main objective of this stance is to hit the enemy with a ghost, which will curse them. The curse will last for about 5 seconds, though it will end if Zappa gets hit, and causes random objects to fall into the opponent from above periodically. When the curse is active, Zappa has the option to rush the enemy down for a moment and apply some pressure, or he can choose to keep zoning, which will be way more effective than before as the other player has to keep an eye out for random flower pots, pebbles, banana peels, and such. That's fair, Dixo. Customer service voice and narration voice are different. And I was like voice acting Olimar for an hour and a half there on top of all of this. When inputting a quarter circle forward, Zappa will toss one of the ghosts as a projectile, which will curse enemies on hits. The S version will shoot a ghost horizontally, and the H version and the heavy version will shoot it in an arc, hitting airborne opponents. Based on his old 2 heavy and jumping heavy with triplets, quarter circle back will make one of the ghosts explode in front of Zappa. The slash version creates the explosion of character length away from him, and the heavy version creates it on the other side of the screen. So compared to XX, where the explosion occurs right next to Zappa, these 2 moves will be longer ranged attacks instead. These explosions will be very active and powerful, making them a great addition to his zoning, and the S version will also be used to pressure the enemy after a throw. However, both versions will not work in the corner, as they will be created too far away and basically explode off-screen. Sword will instead let Zappa fight you as, you guessed it, sword character, fighting with long pokes and disjoints. The sword will be completely intangible, and thus a very strong tool to keep opponents away, but it can't pressure and combo full screen like it could in XX. This version of Zappa already has a good poke with 5H, the Centipede Bite, but in his other forms he can't combo after it, without having to spend half his meter for a Roman cancel. Now the sword provides him with attacks that he can combo after his pokes, so he can get decent damage and knockdowns from a distance. I should just make that Olimar voice codec its own video with how far I went with the voice. That one is definitely becoming a highlight. That needs to be seen by as many people as possible. For both versions of this move, the sword will swing 3 times, ending in a hit that... You know what, actually that's a good idea. Instead of a highlight, I could just say, like, I could describe this, but instead here's just a minute of me voicing this and losing it laughing. I should write that down. The heavy version, on the other hand, will have Zappa charge the move for a couple of seconds, and then the sword will do a 3-hit combo on its own, while Zappa is free to move and attack simultaneously. It will be a good pressure tool after getting a knockdown with his other sword moves, but its startup is too slow to work if the enemy is knocked down very close to Zappa. An attack that you had access to in XX, with one of my favorite names for any attack ever, Come Close and I'll Kill You. This quick move will launch the player far away and will cause them to bounce off the wall, so you can get extended combos in the corner. The heavy version will hit at a diagonal angle upwards, so it will work better as an anti-air and provide with different routes for combos. Dog, like in XX, will be a puppet, meaning it will move and attack independently from Zappa. This means you can get crazy strings and combos that other characters can't get. The dog will always follow Zappa, lagging a bit behind at all times, but when close to an enemy character, it will go straight towards them. Your objective as a player is to get right next to the enemy where you and your dog can work together to deliver mix-up upon mix-up. Guard crushes, long strings. For those of you who have played Strive, think of Zato with way less active Eddie moves, but access to guard crushes. The dog, as opposed to the other puppet of the game, Eddie, doesn't have a timer, but instead, his offense will be limited by the fact that he'll get pushed back after hitting an enemy, even more so if they use faultless defense. When pushed back, if no move is inputted, he will wait for a couple of seconds and then will get close to the opponent again. You can also hit the dog to incapacitate it for a few seconds. The classic dog move, where it launches its own skull out of its body to bite enemies with a range, that is a very sick animation. Look at that! This range will be shorter than an XX, with it reaching less than Zappa's own 5 heavy, and it will be able to move. Also be the move that pushes the dog the furthest. The H version needs a bit of time to start up, but on hit it will pull the dog onto the opponent, leaving it right next to him. I have been narrating for so long that I'm feeling like a pressure in my jaw. There's like one in my nose as well, like almost like brain freeze, but without the freeze part of it. This is a very interesting feeling. I've never felt this muscle overwork of my jaw muscles. This move was unblockable in XX when fully charged, but since there are no unblockables in Strive, it will have a Guard Crush effect, the equivalent for this game. Guard Crushes cause great chip damage and leave you extremely advantageous on block, among other details that aren't relevant right now. This will be the main attack that Zappa will use to extend his pressure on blocking opponents. The Slash version will be faster, but with less damage and advantage, while the Heavy version will be the slower, but more rewarding attack. Those who are familiar with Zappa's original moveset have probably noticed that I have yet to mention something important. That's right, I actually lied to all of you. At the start of the document, Zappa doesn't have 3 summons. He had 4 spirits that he could use in XX. In addition to the 3 mentioned earlier, he had access to the almighty Rao, a powerful ghost that lets him do most of the damaging combos in the entire game. To be able to summon him, however, Zappa had a mechanic that made his kit even more complex than it already was: the orbs. Specific attacks would grant him orbs on hit, and after getting through 8 orbs, the next time he summoned, he would be able to have access to Rao for a limited time. So in addition to learning the new moves, playstyles, and game plans that each of these 3 spirits bring, you also need to learn which specific move grants you orbs for every one of the spirits. And you have to try and hit them in a match if you want to use Rao. This all makes it sound like Rao is a win condition that Zappa has, and that's a sick design. And that his whole game plan is built around getting orbs in order to get his strongest ghost and checkmate the opponent. But since XX refuses to make anything straightforward, that's not even the case. Sometimes, Rao is not even the best spirit you can get, as he doesn't give you tools to actually open up enemies' defenses. So you could be better off with getting something like Dog. And the other spirits are so strong that you can easily beat anyone without ever needing to build orbs. With all that, with what I said about Strive's design philosophy before, I believe it's pretty clear why this would not fit at all in the game. However, Rao is an iconic part of Zappa's moveset, so we will rework him as one of his overdrives, his supers. Summon Rao. As the name suggests, using this overdrive will summon Rao, replacing him with whichever spirit is currently possessing Zappa. This will only last for a limited time, and during that time, Rao will add QCF and QCB special moves. Quarter circle forward and quarter circle backwards. I understand what that means now. Huzzah! Just like the other spirits, the powerful warrior will grant Zappa guard-crushing attacks, long-range moves, and good projectiles, making him fearsome from any range. His moves will count as overdrive, so they will instantly break the wall if they hit an opponent close to it, which for those who play Strive, think of Bedman's install, it's basically the same thing. Rao sets up an energy ball right in front of him, which counts as a hit and guard crushes on block, then shoots it forward as a fast-traveling projectile. The Slash version just shoots the projectile, while the Heavy version is a bit more tricky. Rao sets the orb up but doesn't shoot it, leaving it there until it disappears after a second or 2. While the orb is on screen, you are able to hit it with any move, and thus you can basically shoot it in any direction. Setting the orb right in front of a blocking opponent will give you access to crazy pressure and setups, especially in the corner. Using his long limbs, Rao hits either horizontally or vertically. Great for poking and anti-airing, huge damage on combos, and both guard crush on block. Very simple but powerful moves, perfect for a being like Rao. The heavy version, while being identical in looks to his reversal in XX, doesn't have any invisibility, and thus is just a great anti-air. In XX, it's one of his best moves in the entire game. The other special is Birth. This will be Zappa's only reversal, and the overdrive that will have Strive's characteristic cinematic room zoom in on the character's face. Not much to say about it, it's an average super with invincibility on its startup and quite a lot of range, and a really weird name. To summarize, Zappa and Strive will have an average moveset on his base form, with quick movement, decent damage, and a couple of good pokes, but no strong win condition. His objective will be to summon a ghost, which will give him one of his 3 main spirits at random. And depending on what he gets, he will be incentivized to fight from different ranges. Every ghost will also give him 2 new special moves with 2 variations, each depending on the button he presses. Triplets will be played by shooting projectiles from afar, getting a curse on the opponent and using that opportunity to oppress attacks. Sword will add strong, long-range attacks to complement his poking game. Dog will not be of much use from a range, but it will add scary pressure, long block strings, and opportunities for many mix-ups to Zappa's play up close. Last but not least, Zappa can spend 50 meters to summon the powerful Rao to his side for a limited time, granting them crazy pressure, damage, and presence in neutral. Hope you liked this little moveset idea. It was a lot of fun to do, especially since nothing like it has been done in Peasant's perspective before. So I had to come up with how I should present everything by myself. These last 7 months, I've been obsessed with fighting games, more so now that with both Strive and Street Fighter 6. So I really wanted to do something related to them. I really hope I conveyed the ideas I wanted to share well for those of you who aren't familiar with fighting games or the Guilty Gear series. So if you didn't understand anything I said, I'm so sorry. Looks like I failed. No, you did great. You did fantastic, even. On the other hand, if you now know at least a little bit more about Strive and Zappa, that's more than enough for me. I'm satisfied. Zappa is one of the most interesting characters in all the fighting games, in my opinion, both design-wise and mechanically. However, he's also one of the least known characters from the series, so I want more people to get to know him. When thinking of characters that aren't in Strive and could get in as DLC, I had many choices I could probably go for, but not everyone made for an interesting moveset reimagining. Some could be probably put in Strive with minimal changes, so I wouldn't have much to actually change, and some characters I simply didn't care enough for. In the end, I had to choose between Zappa, Dizzy, and Abba. I really like Dizzy, she's my XR main, but I couldn't think of anything interesting to do with her movesets, and I would like to reimagine Abba, but I simply don't know enough about her kit to confidently modernize it like I did with Zappa. Thanks for reading. Maybe I'll do another idea for Peasant's perspective in the future, but right now, I don't have any ideas, so I've got nothing planned for the near future. I'm just gonna keep grinding Strive and Street Fighter 6, which just started Season 3. Nope, I said that in the wrong order. That's fine. Strike that, reverse it. And it's looking like a completely different game. It's been a very fun so far. One last thing, shoutouts to the Dust Loop Wiki, which is where I got most of the sprites and artwork I used from them, while the rest are my own gameplay. You can read about Zappa's moveset more in depth there, and see all of his moves, mechanics, and much more that I omitted for simplicity's sake. Or you can buy the game on Steam, which goes on sale for like $5 half the time. In fact, go play some fighting games. They're so much fun and so rewarding. Doesn't matter if you take them seriously or if you're just goofing around with friends. It's a fantastic genre. I loved this. Again, I love taking a fighting game moveset and approaching it with the idea of, okay, how has this changed based on how this character's story has evolved? And this does so tremendously well, to a point that you're teaching me English just failed me right there. You're teaching me pretty, what's the word? My brain is mush right now. When something is done fully and resolutely, thoroughly is the word I was looking for. Teaching me pretty thoroughly about both the design philosophies of many Guilty Gear games, which I think is very impressive. Like, I'm not very familiar with Guilty Gear, but I was able to follow along with this pretty well, and I think that's very impressive. Well done. I also think it's just a really cool reimagining. I love ghost centipedes. I wish I'd known about this when I was making the Dark Matter moveset. This absolutely would have been a thing in that if I had. I'm making a custom move version of the reboot roster. I could probably include that somewhere in there. Regardless, well done, Mike Lelola. Great to see you again. And with that, I picked the credits at the defeat of the classic mode for Smash Ultimate just as an ending, but this feels much more appropriate for the current state I'm in right now. Well, thank you for watching, especially if anybody managed to stick around for the whole thing here. This was a lot, but you know what? I think everything we went through was absolutely sublime. We had the amazing Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles fighting game. We had the just out of left field, phenomenal Altair moveset. Remember all the way back then with the crazy escort mission mechanics? That was crazy. That feels like the previous episode. Obviously, the Olimar notes were the highlight of the stream. That was so much fun to do. If other people want to make things like that, I will have so much fun doing them. We had Frank West, which is a lot of fun, with all the crazy little abilities to use. A fun Ganondorf rework. Jamester came in at the 11th hour to give me a break that I desperately needed, with also having a very good video. Ferality's insanity will go down throughout Legends, and ending off with the Zappa was great fun as well. Okay, traditional outro. Thank you for everyone that showed up. I already said that, but I'm saying it again because I'm tired. We had a lot of great entries this time around, and I obviously don't have the stamina to get around to all of them. But there's always next episode, and the episode after that, and the episode after that. You know what? I will shamelessly shill for myself this time. I do give members priority. That's why Ferality's had so many submissions. And I feel like I deserve a bit of support after all of that. I'm only joking. But, like, if anybody is feeling antsy, that is a way to essentially cut the line. Gets you a little bit of extra priority. Apart from that, again, I don't think the community is big enough that that's necessary. I think everybody has a chance of getting in within, like, the next 6 months, guaranteed. Maybe even 4 months. But yeah, this was great fun. I love doing these streams, and I want to keep doing them for as long as possible. Thank you, everyone. See you next time.